Welcome everybody to the City Council meeting. And I would like to remind everybody that we are obeying COVID distancing rules, and our City Council and myself, the mayor, are all doing remote broadcast today. So what I would like to do is please have everybody rise and let's salute our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Councilmember Bill de la Pena? Absent. Councilmember Adam?
Here.
Councilmember McNamee?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Jones?
Madam Clerk, I do see he's on our Zoom. However, he's not in the room there. Perhaps somebody can call him.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. And of course, Mayor, you're here.
Thank you. That's present. Okay, do we have any continuances for our public hearings or agenda items? I don't believe we do. So let's go to our special presentations. We do have two tonight. Very nice presentations that I'd like to introduce everybody to. Our first speaker up is Dr. Julius Sokunu, and he's coming from Moorpark College and here to talk about their brand new biotech program that they're starting up there. Dr. Sukano, we're pleased to have you join us this evening. Please introduce your colleagues and tell us about this exciting new program over at Moorpark College.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to the City Council, the members and the staff for inviting us to participate this evening. I would like to introduce my colleague, Vice President of Academic Affairs, Mary Reese, as well as my colleague, Dr. Jennifer Clark, who is the Vice President of Business for our institution. Moorpark College is your community college, and not only are we your hometown community college, but you have to be proud of us. You have a distinguished community college in your community, and we not only serve you with distinction, but the rest of the world knows it. We are an Aspen Prize Top 150 institution, which is very similar to being nominated for the Oscars. We've been voted Best Community College in California. We have been an awardee as a champion of higher education, the Campaign for College Opportunity, since 2015 all the way through to this year. And we've also been identified by University HQ as one of the 7 best community colleges in the country. So you, Thousand Oaks, you, Conejo Valley, have a community college that you should be proud of. Our goal is to continue to serve you with equity, with justice, knowing that you have a diverse community, and that we support the work that you do to ensure that there's a strong quality of life and we promote economic vitality. It is so important for us at Moorpark College that you know that we share your values. We focus on making sure that all students who come to us from our servant communities get access to education that prepares them for high demand, high skill, high wage jobs. We also provide unique opportunities for the future of our workforce. Our data science program, you will hear later on about our biotech program, and our cybersecurity program are amongst about 70 different programs of studies at the college. And we're very proud of the fact that our students transfer to UCLA and to UCSB, and we are the #1 rated transfer community college of our size to UCLA and UCSB. We also help to ensure that we have a strong quality of life in our community because our students, your children, participate and come to America's Teaching Zoo on our college campus. With our high school and our elementary school students do that, but also to our senior citizens. We also have an excellent partnership with the school district in offering dual enrollment courses that prepare our young adults and our young students for high skill, high wage careers. That dual enrollment partnership presents a pathway to university, a pathway to high-paying careers. And we do that because we know that part of our work and part of our commitment to the community is to make sure that we support the human capacity of our community. We continue to do the work of making sure that we have high-quality cultural and artistic programs, which aligns with the mission of the City of Thousand Oaks and the communities that you serve. And our athletic programs that are available year-round are opportunities for our students to increase their capacity for success in life. I will have my colleague, Vice President Lease, talk to you about the stories of some of our students next.
Julius, did you want to share the video or share the slides?
Oh, I thought I was. 1 second.
But as Julia said, the students that we serve each student has its own story. It's some of our students are single parents. Some of our students are recent high school graduates. Other of our students are interested in transfer. So we can see here we have some pictures of some of the type of students that we have, a wide variety, because everyone has their individual students, their individual needs, individual stories. Returning students, single mothers, career. We have a big focus on our career education, as well as our transfer. As Dr. Silkinen mentioned, we are one of the highest transfer community colleges in the state, but we also really pride ourselves on the value of career education, working with our local industries to prepare the students, the future workforce. There we go. Start talking about some of the programs, and I know that's one of the big things that you're particularly interested in tonight, is to find out that some of our programs are 2 semesters, some of them are 2 years. We offer programs in data science, cybersecurity, biotechnology, working with students that are young, 18 to 30 for most of our students, but we really are anxious to prepare them for, good paying jobs. Particularly, we offer such programs such as in nursing and computer network systems engineering. One of the ways we do this is through extensive internships with local businesses. Working with the biotech companies as well as other industries, we provide internships for the students so that they can get real life experience and become prepared to work in industry. We also work very hard with trying to, passages and helping students in middle school commit to college, understand that they can be college students, and get the background and the success tools that they need in order to get from middle school, high school, onto college and that. We have real extensive dual enrollment programs with Thousand Oaks and neighboring high schools as part of our pipeline for our programs.
Dr. Clark.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having us here tonight. Very exciting. I wanted to very quickly share with you some of our incentive programs that we've been able to offer our students over the last year and a half. This is all of these programs here that we are highlighting are a result of the federal stimulus money, the pandemic. We taxpayers, were able to receive it, depending on, our income and our own situations, we were able to receive sort of tax or rebate or incentive money stimulus money from the federal government. This is the equivalent for students. So in the last semester, we were able to basically run a program that incentivized our students to get vaccinated. That was the $100 at the bookstores. That was good for 6 months for them to spend. We had an 805, return to the 805 program to really try to re-engage students that had been with us in previous semesters, but since the pandemic have not re-engaged with us for a variety of reasons. And so we were running a special program for those students to really try and re-engage them with the college. This semester, we're very pleased to be able to offer the $1,000 incentive program to all of our students who carry 6 or more units. So there is no application process. They do not need to, students do not need to apply necessarily for financial aid at all. All they need to do is they need to enroll in 6 or more units in the spring semester, and students can still do that. Provided that they do, they will receive in their student email, they will receive an invite from our financial aid office to collect their $1,000 reward. So very exciting program for our part-time students of 6 or more units. Thank you.
I know you were interested in the biotech program, so just a little bit about that. We have a biotech program. We've had it for quite a few years here. We absolutely are committed to the biotech workforce corridor here that's being developed here in the Thousand Oaks area. We currently have extensive classes, certificates, degrees in biotechnology. In fact, in March, we're going to have a career education week where we're going to have open house so that people can come in and tour our biotech facilities. That's going to be March 9th from 5 to 7 p.m. And then after that, we have our Biotech Advisory Board. We work with our local industry leaders to make sure that our biotech program is well designed and provides the right skill set to meet the needs of each of the different biotech programs in the area. We work not only with providing a workforce for these industry groups, but we also want to make sure that we stay connected with our alumni that in the biotech so that we can hear their stories, understand what they needed, and we often utilize them in the program for teaching. We provide internships into local biotech programs and work with many of the starter incubators to help them. Some of them even start on our campus using our biotech hoods. As I mentioned, we work extensively with industry partners in our advisory boards so that we identify what curriculum is necessary and what skills that they want to find out. We've recently applied to offer a bachelor's program, and we will determine whether the state will allow us to do that. But we currently offer certificates in biomanufacturing and quality control. We also offer associate's degrees in biotechnology and biomanufacturing, and we hope to be able to offer a bachelor's degree in biomanufacturing. The program focuses on many of the new innovations in biotechnology. We have state-of-the-art equipment from working with our local industry to make sure that we have the right equipment so that our students are trained as in the best possible way so that they will be able to be as quickly assimilated into their job as possible. We understand the value not only providing the skills for students coming in the biotech field, but making sure that we're well aligned with the middle school and the high school and helping provide the teachers for the middle school and the high school with the right information so that we form a pipeline of future students. So we work with middle school and high school teachers and students to make sure either by visiting the schools or by offering bridge programs over the summer so the students can come in and do hands-on biotechnology experiences and see the equipment, work with it, and develop an interest and an understanding of involved in biotech so that they can move into those careers in the future. This is a video telling you about some of the highlights of our program.
So the biotech program at Moorpark College started way back in the 90s when a local biotech company wanted to get trained personnel for their new manufacturing plant. So they came to Moorpark College to develop a program. So Moorpark College went out and hired Professor Harrigan. She set up an advisory committee with the two big local biotech companies, and with their help, she set up a program that really meets the needs of the local industry.
I took an introduction class to biotechnology at Moore Park College, and it really is just the intro version of what a biotech company does, how you go from a small lab setting to commercial manufacturing.
One of the classes that we took was like the cell culture classes and the quality control classes. We were in the hoods almost every single time we had a lecture. So having that experience, knowing how to operate inside and outside the hood is very critical, especially here in quality control.
I think there's a lot of knowledge that you gather from this program and from any biotech program. You come in and not kind of scared or startled by the amount of equipment and knowledge that you're going to have to gain. You kind of have that beginning layer of the understanding of what exactly is the biotech field.
I worked hand in hand with even some of my own classmates who were my teammates here at work. So I was able to not only do a step-by-step process at Moore Park, but it really helped me along here in my career to understand what it is that I'm doing to help fulfill my job requirements and to meet the needs of our patients.
The biotech program is not what it can sound like, and in the manufacturing sense where some people can just think, oh, it's just a straight line and you just work within that line and it's just, there's no future to it. There is a lot of future to it and it's really beneficial and just a lot of places to move up and it's just a great place to be at sometimes. You learn so much through this program.
Thank you so much for listening to our presentation. And I don't know if you have any particular questions about the college or any particular questions about our biotech program, but we're here to provide you additional information as necessary.
Well, thank you, Dr. Sokano. I appreciate you coming by and showing everybody what's going on over in just over the hill there in Moore Park and how you are supporting our own biotech sector over here in Thousand Oaks. I don't know whether you know or not, but there are three either present or former college professors on the dais here. Two in the community education for careers at junior colleges or at community college, and then one who still is a professor at Cal State. So we appreciate what you're doing for our kids, and thank you for coming by and letting us know what's up.
Very welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, very good. We have one other special presentation today, and I would like to introduce our interim library director, Melissa Hurtado, who's going to tell us about the city's One City, One Book selection for the year. Melissa.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Engler, council members, and members of the public. On behalf of the Thousand Oaks Library, I'm pleased to announce the 2022 One City, One Book selection. Thousand Oaks Reads One City, One Book is a citywide literary event encouraging community members to read and discuss the same book. A celebration of the selected book includes discussion groups and programs, culminating in an author event held during National Library Week in April. Some of the goals of the program are to celebrate reading, engage a wide spectrum of the community in thoughtful exchange of ideas and perspectives, and foster a sense of community. So I'm going to share my screen. Okay, so the 2022 One City, One Book selection is Crossing the Line, a fearless team of brothers and the sport that changed their lives forever by Kareem Rosser. The memoir follows Kareem Rosser, who was born and raised in West Philadelphia and thought he and his siblings would always be stuck in the neighborhood called The Bottom, a community devastated by poverty and violence. Riding their bicycles through Philadelphia's Fairmount Park, Kareem's brothers discovered a barn full of horses. Noticing the brothers' fascination with her misfit animals, Leslie Heiner, founder of the Work to Ride stables, offers them their escape, an after-school job in exchange for riding lessons. What starts as an accidental discovery turns into a love for horseback riding that leads the rosters to discovering their passion for polo. Pursuing the sport with determination and discipline, Kareem earns his place among the typically exclusive players in college, becoming part of the first all-Black national interscholastic polo championship team, all while struggling to keep his family together. Crossing the Line is the story of bonds of brotherhood, family loyalty, the transformative connection between man and horse, and forging a better future that comes from overcoming impossible odds. We are thrilled to be able to announce this year's selection and invite the public to attend the One City, One Book author event, an afternoon with Kareem roster on Sunday, April 3rd at the Bank of America Performing Arts Center, Kavli Theater. The event will also be broadcast on the city's YouTube station. Thousand Oaks Reads is sponsored by City of Thousand Oaks and the Friends of the Thousand Oaks Library, and the committee is comprised of Thousand Oaks Library and staff members and members of the public. So I read this book in one sitting. It is a very good read. We will have books for the council members, which we will get to you soon since we are not at City Hall to give them to you today. But I really hope you enjoyed and hope to see you at the event on April 3rd. Thank you so much.
Definitely looking forward to not only the read, but also being there at the Kavli in April. So thank you for bringing that to the city. As many folks out there as can, please pick up a copy of that book and read along with us as we follow this inspiring story. So thank you, Melissa.
For public comment.
We had a public comment. Very good. If you could please introduce Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I apologize for that. This is the time and place for public comments. All remarks should be addressed to the council as a whole. Speakers are requested to state their name and community of residence for the record. 4 individuals have requested to speak, and pursuant to council standards, speakers are allowed 3 minutes.
Very good.
Mr. Mayor, could you please call that person again?
I do not have the list with me. If you can please.
Will do. Thank you.
The first speaker is Rondi Guthrie, followed by Karen Martin, and then Trevor Zierhut, and the final speaker will be Keith Baldwin. So we'll go and start with Rondi.
Good evening, Mayor Engler and members of the City Council. I am Rondi Guthrie, Vice President of Government Affairs for Athens Services. It's great to speak with you again to provide a brief update on our service transition as Athens provides recycling and waste hauling services for more than 39,000 residential and commercial customers here in the city. As you know, we began our transition on January 1st. We're delighted to say that the transition continues to go very smoothly. That includes the addition of the new Green Bin Organic Pickup Program. We continue to make a total of 163,303 pickups per week for residential and commercial customers. Our service reliability rate has remained at better than 99% for all 3 weeks of our service. Reports of missed pickups or other issues have declined by 71% since our first week as people adjust to their new pickup schedule and our drivers become more familiar with their routes and with the community. 98% of these issues are resolved within 24 hours. Meanwhile, our street sweepers continue to sweep the entire city successfully. As you know, one of our major projects right now is the replacement of all waste containers for residential and commercial customers, a total of 130,000. I'm pleased to report that this process has been going smoothly as well. To date, we have delivered 23,205 residential containers and 1,740 commercial containers. We are also picking up the old containers within 48 hours as we've informed our customers. It's been our goal to have all 130,000 containers replaced by the end of March. We are on or ahead of schedule at this point. Just as a reminder, all customers receive a letter from us the week in advance telling them when to expect their new containers, which will take place the day before their regular service day. Customers should continue using their current containers until they are replaced with new Athens containers. Once the new carts arrive, residents should place the old carts out on their scheduled service day. Finally, I wanted to add that we are especially proud to be partnering with the city to make Thousand Oaks one of the first communities, if not the first community, in Ventura County to be fully compliant with the new state law on organics recovery, SB 1383. We are bringing food waste to our licensed facility where it's being converted into compost and other organic material and returned to the community rather than going to a landfill. A lot more information is available at our Thousand Oaks website, athens1000oaks.com. Customers can call our local customer service number or visit our sustainability center on Thousand Oaks Boulevard. Our entire team remains very excited to be serving the community of Thousand Oaks. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Guthrie. I see that a couple of my colleagues, they put their hand up for a comment. So I think Councilmember Adam was up first.
Thank you, Mayor. Hi, Rondi. Hey, just wanted to say that the organics program is actually pretty easy. We're doing it in our household. We have a little plastic bin that we clipped onto our trash can, and we put the organics waste in there, and you just dump it right into the green waste container. And, it'll go a long way to cutting that methane out of the landfills that creates those greenhouse gases that we don't want. Hey, Rondi, I want to ask you, as I understand it, seniors can apply for a discount with Athens. Is that correct?
Yes, absolutely. Seniors get a 10% discount. They can come into our sustainability center to do that, or they can call our customer service line and, let us send their license in, and so we can verify and get them.
Okay. What's the age on that?
65, I believe it is.
65 and up, and you get a 10% discount.
Yes.
Well, considering we're one of our biggest growing demographics is that age group, I'm sure people want to take advantage of that. Thanks, Rondi.
Sure.
Thank you, Councilmember Adam. I'm glad you qualify. Councilmember McNamee.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor.
And by the way, you qualified too as well, Mayor. Rondi, thank you for the presentation. I've got two questions for you. I've noticed driving around the city that some of the commercial bins for your company are out in front or near the ones by the previous hauler, Waste Management. How is that transition going? Is Waste Management coming by to pick that up, or is that Athens doing that service?
We should be removing them as well. So if there's any specific addresses or anything you need us to look into, I'm happy to do that.
Thanks. Those are along the commercial lines, which the bins tend to be rather large as compared to the residential ones.
Right.
Second, could you please elaborate a little bit more? I've received a lot of requests about clarification that if the lid is not down completely, there'll be a $25 fine. Could you go in a little bit about your company policy and how you handle that? And is it automatic, or is it one where after counseling and so forth, then you'll look at fining? Could you go a little bit on your company procedures on that?
Yeah, of course. And we discussed this at the last meeting as well, and have a lot of information both on our website and the city's website. But no, that is not a policy of ours to go around and, not pick up trash or fine you if your lid is, open every now and again. It's, actually a city ordinance. I think most cities have an ordinance, obviously, to keep the cities clean and to keep, birds and rodents and things out of our trash. That's really the primary reason for, such rules to even be in place. But certainly if a resident continually has, overflowing trash barrels, we would reach out to them and talk to them about it, see if we might need to, if they might need an extra barrel, or is there something that we can do to help the problem before we would ever, get to any sort of fine. And that would be a process we would really talk to the city about before even, fining a resident in that regard.
As with any transition on a new program, there's always a few bumps in the road, so to speak. When do you anticipate that all those bumps in the roads will be smoothed out and smooth sailing? When do you anticipate the services to be as you expect?
Yeah, I think that the transition is, through the first quarter of this year, and that's where we're going to see, the most disruption, as I said, with new service dates and people getting used to that, our drivers getting used to new routes with the delivery of all new equipment, new bills that our customers are looking at for the first time. So I would really anticipate, even with all of those things going on, it's been an incredibly successful transition. But I would really anticipate that those levels of calls and concerns going down by the end of the first quarter here.
Thank you. I appreciate your frankness and enjoy the transition and look forward to a long relationship with the city. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember McNamee. I see that our council member Bill de la Pena has her hand up as well. Just as a reminder to everybody, this isn't agendized, so let's try to keep our questions short.
Thank you, Mayor Engler. I appreciate that very much. And since we do have Mrs. Guthrie with us this evening, I wanted to also mention that the organic waste is so wonderful and it is so long overdue. Other countries have been doing this for way longer than we have. We are really behind in terms of the organic waste. So I'm glad that it's finally happening in California. That said, I continue to receive complaints or concerns that I forward to Rondi Guthrie. And Rondi, you've been phenomenal in responding to everything that I've been sending you. And I do let people know that it's only about 5% of ratepayers that are experiencing issues with either their bill or their service. And they say to me, it's impossible. Everything we read on Nextdoor, it seems like the whole thing is a mess, but it's not. It's really a small percentage. And I know we're not supposed to talk about this in detail, but I wanted to see whether it is, if you could confirm that it is really a smooth transition overall.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember. It really is a very, very smooth transition. And of course, you know, they're like I said, with anything new, with any change, there's going to be some questions and concerns. But as I mentioned, we've been able to address over 98% of any issues that do arise within 24 hours. We have been incredibly responsive to any concerns that come our way. And it is a very, as I mentioned, our service reliability has been well over 99%. So it really is a small number of customers that maybe experienced any issues.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bill de la Pena. Mr. Jones has his hand up for a comment. I think we are very close to, this is a non-agendized item, so we really can't discuss too much. Dad, do you have a small question or a comment?
I just wanted to thank Rondi. I've turned over 3 or 4 things to her, and they've taken care of them right away. Also wanted to say when I reach that age, I'll let her know for the discount.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you all. And do we have any other public comments, Ms. Clerk?
Yes, our next speaker is Karen Martin, followed by Trevor Zyhert, I apologize, and Keith Baldwin. So Karen's up.
Okay. Hi, this is Karen. Good. This is Karen Martin, Thousand Oaks, California. Longtime resident, longtime business owner. And hey, go Rams, right? Do I hear a hooday? Whatever. All right, just checking to see if you could hear me. And I welcome any comments from anybody on the panel because you never have called me and you never address my problems with traffic. I live on Lynn Road, and recently I went to the Traffic Commission meeting, which they hold about, instead of 12, they hold about 4 a year. This year, or this month in January, they didn't even have the police there, the police sergeant for traffic. I'm trying to get something done here on Lynn Road because we have racing, we have tuner cars, which I don't know if you guys are into car culture. I know the police chief isn't because he doesn't believe noise and speeding is a cause of wrecks. I can give you my personal emails with him. Those have kind of slowed down. He doesn't have time for me, which is different than the other 2 police chiefs that I have dealt with. It's interesting that you're getting ready to go ahead and start a new housing development agenda tonight, and I'll try to keep this short. But if you look at the old agenda, Thousand Oaks Boulevard is supposed to start growing. You look at the heliport and look at the traffic impact once it got going. You keep building and building. And, I thought I had it made because I live here on Lynn and Chance. And I thought, you can't build next to me because I've got a hospital on one side, open space on the other, and residential around me. But you have made my life less than wonderful by not controlling traffic. You don't give tickets to people who have loud mufflers. You don't, when I call, it takes forever to get through because there are so many emergencies. And I would encourage you to look at the traffic and the police that you have doing it, because there's not enough. You're asking them to do too much. You're to handle the homeless. I was at Aldi's the other day at Jance Mall, and I watched a lady who was in flip-flops get taken down by 2 police officers, and I read in the Acorn that she was charged with assault. What I saw, she was an overweight, middle-aged woman being tackled for taking something from Starbucks. We really need to look at the police and the traffic problems that we're having, and we need to stop some of the abuse of speed and noise and traffic concerns.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. Your time's up. Thank you.
Very upset with what's planning on going down there in the wash. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. I appreciate that. Madam Clerk, do we have another speaker, please?
Yes, next speaker is Trevor Zierhut, and our final speaker will be Keith Baldwin.
Thank you for your time, Mayor Engler and City Council members. My name is Trevor Zierhut. I live in Thousand Oaks in the Lang Ranch neighborhood with my wife and son. I just wanted to take a brief moment to give some comments about the new waste hauler at Athens Services. Although trash service isn't typically something one spends much time thinking about, the recent transition brings it more into focus. I have to say, I've been impressed with what I've seen of the new service so far. As for the bumps in the roads that were mentioned, I haven't experienced any of that, and as far as I know, none of my neighbors or friends have either. From their presence and involvement in the community to educating residents on the new environmental requirements, to prompt customer service and seemingly genuine desire to get it right, Athens has exceeded my expectations and those of my neighbors and friends. All that and the rates, aren't bad either. I want to thank the council for the thoughtful consideration. I know it was a sometimes contentious process, but we do appreciate the thoughtful and diligent consideration that you guys all took on the matter. So thank you very much, and you have a great evening.
Thank you, sir, for your comments. Madam Clerk, do we have another speaker?
Madam, Mr. Baldwin is not on, and we just double-checked, and we do not have any new speakers for this item.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
I just wanted to ask a question. The last gentleman said he lived in Lynn Ranch. The fact that we signed a contract with Athens, did that apply to the unincorporated areas also?
I can take that one, Mr. Mayor, and follow up on public comments if that's okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Powers.
Thanks. Yeah, so the new waste hauler agreement only applies to the incorporated boundaries of the city of Thousand Oaks. Portions of Lynn Ranch may be included in that. I think when people refer to Lynn Ranch, sometimes those boundaries are broader than just the unincorporated boundaries of Lynn Ranch when they're referring to their physical designations. So any incorporated boundary is part of our waste hauler agreement. Anything that's in the county unincorporated area is under a contract with the county of Ventura.
So he must live in a portion of Lynn Ranch that is within the city.
Correct.
Then.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yep. And just to follow up, as it's, I think it's important. I wanted to follow up. Mrs. Martin made mention to not having correspondence or not receiving any feedback. Staff from various departments is in almost weekly correspondence at times with Mrs. Martin. Police Chief Jeremy Paris is in regular dialogue with her. Public Works teams have spoken at length with her in the past. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear. Regular dialogue with that particular resident on a long string of issues.
Thank you, Mr. Powers. And just double checking with our clerk, we have no other public speakers?
That's correct.
Very good. Then let's go on to our first item of the night, which is our consent calendar. I believe we do have some public speakers on this as well, Madam Clerk, is that correct?
That is correct.
If you can please introduce it, and we'll have our speakers.
The first speaker is Francesca Puccio, and then followed by Donald Tilquist. Nancy Israel will be followed by Donald, and then our final speaker will be Mary Ann Kenyon. So we'll start off with Francesca.
Can you hear me? Hello? Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Please go ahead.
Good. Oh, good, because I wasn't quite getting the instructions here. I just want to make a comment, a positive comment about the proposal to lease the Cameron Center to the park rangers at Casca. I live right on the corner of Green Meadow and Yellowstone Avenue, and we do have a homeless problem up here. We also have we have a lot of coyotes lately, but having Casca here, I think, would be a benefit for the neighbors in the neighborhood, for one thing, because it would alleviate some of the traffic that we get for the summer school. And also, I think for the city, it's a win-win, because you're going to have the place leased for the next 5 years. And I think it would be a great idea for this neighborhood. And I would say most of the neighbors in Lynn Oaks are absolutely in favor of it. And I just wanted to support these guys and the women that work at Casca. They've been out here doing some things at the Cameron Center and in our neighborhood, and they're absolutely amazing people. And I do hope that they get to lease the Cameron Center. Can't wait to have them as neighbors. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And I know we have one of our council members has her hand up, but let's finish up with our public speakers, and then we'll get right back to our council.
Next speaker is Donald Tilquist.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and council members. My name's Don Tilquist, representing a Conejo Valley-based group, VASA, Swedish Organization of America. We have been renting the Cameron Center for over 40 years now. And I was reading through the staff report of January 25th. It mentions that staff also contacted additional regular renters of the Cameron Center regarding the lease. We were not, other than a verbal, the day we were renting it in December. And it says that the groups were assisted with information on other public rental options. So who can we contact or be contacted by to get information on these other public rentals if this does go through? Was basically our concern.
Okay, I think I'm back. Thank you, Mr. Jones.
I just wanted to say that the city manager has a list of other places.
Correct. I was going to turn that over to the city manager. Sir, I think the staff is willing, and we do have other locations that you could participate in your club at those locations. I would recommend that you give staff a call, Mr. Powers or one of his designees.
Yeah, well, we will follow up at the end of the public comments.
Great, thank you.
Very good.
I appreciate it.
We have two other speakers, I believe. Madam Clerk, if you could please announce.
Nancy Israel is our next speaker.
Hi, good evening, everybody. Thanks for having me. You know, we're always complaining to you council members about one thing or another, and I'm here tonight to say something nice about you and the staff of the city. I am a neighbor who backs up to the Cameron Center. It's the first time I've personally been impacted by a major change in a city structure and how it would impact my life. The first person I heard from was Brian Stark, the representatives from the Casco organization. And I want to say right here that he has been over the top in representation of his Casco organization, but even more so, he's accessible by phone, by letter, by personal relationship. We've had a meeting with them. Those of us impacted, there are really 3 homes directly impacted. They couldn't have been nicer. They couldn't have been more available. And I want to thank particularly Brian Stark. I want to thank particularly Claudia Bill de la Pena for her representation of the city. And I want to thank personally Christy, the gal who introduced me, Globke, for her concern and help in getting to this program tonight and getting the city to know the relationship, the homeowners, and I echo what the first speaker told you. And I am looking forward. It has to do with landscaping and privacy, the lease. So we know because we've had everything.
Oh, don't worry.
Am I through?
No, continue on, ma'am.
Not only have we had verbal conversation with Brian and the Conservancy, Open Space Conservancy, but we have had face-to-face. The whole thing has been a wonderful experience for me personally and my 2 neighbors. And I want to thank publicly the Open Space Conservancy Agency, Claudia and Brian and the city clerk's office, namely Christy. It's a joy to live here. I think we live in nirvana. I don't know. I live here.
Thank you, Miss Israel. Your time's up.
Thank you, all of you, for listening. And thanks for your public servants. You're great.
Thank you, ma'am. We have one other speaker, I believe.
Marianne Kenyon is our final speaker.
Hello, everybody. Thank you, board, for listening to me tonight. I really appreciate your kindness. Thank you, Mrs. De La Pena and Ed Jones, for getting me on tonight. We have met at the Camerons. I have lived a residence here for 55 years. I live at 2994 Camino del Sur, Thousand Oaks. And I worked in the schools for 17 years. And I also opened Save On Drugstore. And we need to meet. If we could find us a place for our lodge. We have met there for 45 years. My son, Ken, is now past chairman, and Ton Kelquist is now our chairman. I was the first past chairman by degree and chairman. I do speak Swedish. Jag talar svenska. And I also understand, I went to George Washington High School with, and Esther Williams went there. And that was a very hard school. It was like a junior college. But what I'm getting to is that we need a place to meet for our lodge. We have 62 members. We need to find a place. We have our Lucia program. I showed the lady about our midsummer. We own a park in Agora, and we really need help. And if I can negotiate with you guys to find a place, I would appreciate it. And I helped Mr. Adams, and I helped you, Mr. McAfee. You know, I put your signs on my property, and I thank you, the secretary and Mr. Jones. I really appreciate all your help for me. If we could just find a place to meet for our lodge, It's only 62 people. And I'm very proud of my heritage. My dad was from Sweden. My mom and dad were married there. I have a cousin that's a doctor in Gothenburg. And we do our midsummer, we do our Lucia program. We can have that. We only need to meet 9 months a year, 9 times a year, a business meeting and a social. We can have our Lucia program somewhere else. I can go to the Masons. I'm an Eastern Star, but we really can't afford their place anymore. So we need a place that if the city could help us find a place, I would appreciate it. You have been very, very kind to me. Thank you for listening to me. I love this town. I've been here. My parents, they moved out here. They absolutely call this paradise. When my aunt came from Sweden, she said, this is paradise because it's very cold in Sweden now. And I just want to thank all of you for listening to me tonight. And if we can negotiate something, I would really appreciate it. You know, for a meeting place for our Oak Leaf Lodge, Vasa Order of America. Anybody can join Vasa now. It's open to everybody. It is not, it's for everybody. Anybody that is interested in our culture can join our lodge.
Thank you. Thank you very much, ma'am. I think our time is up.
Thank you very much for listening to me.
You bet.
Mr. Mayor, before we move on with consent calendar, we have Liz Perez, who is our facilities manager, can speak briefly, but just as a reminder, we do have, and she can speak to this, we do have facilities. This group is a nonprofit. We do have facilities throughout the community where they can meet for free. So I'll let Liz speak to that and a little bit about the outreach efforts that have occurred so far.
Thank you, Drew. Mayor, council, and members of the public. We did meet with various members of the Vasa group. I apologize, I don't think I met you, Don, but we did work. I've spoken to Ken multiple times, who's I think on your board currently. And there are lots of options. There are some free options still with the city. There's a room, I think I mentioned Newbury Park Library has a community room that's the perfect size, has a kitchenette. So if you guys want to reach out more, I'll even be brave and give you my cell, 805-402-2717. Give me a call and we can try and see if we can set something up. CRPD has other options. They have a fee, but we do have multiple locations through the city that there are no fees. So thanks.
Thank you very much. And we did have our consent calendar is on the docket now. Ms. Bilda de Pena, did you have a comment or want to pull one item?
Thank you. I wanted to pull item 7C, which is the lease agreement that we heard about from the speakers.
Okay. I see Mr. Jones with his hand up. Mr. Jones, do you want to pull an item as well?
Well, no, I wanted to speak briefly on that same item about the Cameron Center.
Then I think we'll be having an opportunity just in a second here. I'd entertain a motion to pass the balance of the consent item.
I'll move the balance of the consent calendar.
Very good, with the exception of 7C. Madam Clerk, could you please call roll?
Councilmember Bilda de Pena?
I believe you were muted.
No, yes, my mic is on.
Thank you. Councilmember Adam?
Yes.
Councilmember McNamee?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Jones?
Aye.
Mayor Engler?
Yes.
And that motion carries 5-0.
Very good. Ms. Bilda de Pena, your discussion on 7C.
Mayor Engler, the discussion on 7C was just to make sure that it is on the record that Casca offered to provide screening for the neighbors. That was discussed in their meeting last Thursday that took place
right now.
Meeting at 4 o'clock.
Thank you.
So there was
on that?
Thank you. That was added as well as the mention of operating hours from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. during the summer and then until 7 p.m. during the winter. So I just wanted that to be part of the record as those were being discussed at the COSCA board meeting last year, as well as most recently during the community meeting last Thursday. And then lastly, I know that VASA, we heard from the Kenyan family that they were looking for a place to meet last year. And I thought that COSCA staff would reach out to make sure that they have a place where they can meet. So not sure why that hasn't happened yet, but I look forward to the resolution to a meeting place. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I know we have a couple of, Councilmember Villalpena, I know we have a couple of folks here. Old habits, Madam Mayor, from last year, but I know we have Brian Stark, Deputy City Manager Gary Rogers, and Liz Perez. As Liz mentioned, they did have dialogue with members of the board and have offered opportunities. So we're happy to reach out to the other members there if word's not trickling through to the right channels. So we've got their contact information, and Liz will follow up direct with them. But Gary or Brian, anything else to add?
I would just add that we had a small open house last Thursday where we met 20 of our neighbors, and we really enjoyed the opportunity to meet them and hear their concerns and their hopes for the future. And we're happy that we have a supportive community around us, and we're looking forward to being a neighbor.
Thank you.
Very good. Any other comments on 7C?
I have my hand up.
You have, it's down now, but go ahead, Mr. Jones.
Oh. Anyway, never mind. Let me just say that my initial reaction to this when it came before COSCA was the fact that that building is named for Bruce Cameron. I moved here the summer that we had the incorporation election, and Bruce was the prime mover of the fact that we became incorporated in 1964. He was the chairman of the incorporation committee. And so we named it for him in his honor. And there was a time when it was used rather extensively. And so my initial reaction was, I didn't like to see this like taken into the shadows, like it was not going to be available to recognize Bruce anymore. But there seems to be such an acceptance on this by the part of the neighbors and just about everyone involved. And if we can find a good place for the Swedish club, I think that would take care of it. I was not aware that the public usage had fallen off so much. I read in the packet where the fees were slightly in excess of $2,000 last year. So it would tell me that it's not used extensively. But I just wanted to say that we did really think a lot of Bruce Cameron, and we named it for him. And now it can go into the use, which I think is a good functional use for the COSCA Rangers. So I think Bruce would be happy with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Ms. Villalpena, would you like to move 7C?
7C?
Yes, the item you pulled.
Yes, move 7C, please.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Villalpena?
Yes.
Councilmember Adam?
Yes.
Councilmember McNamee?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Jones?
Aye.
And Mayor Engler?
That would be a yes.
And that motion carries 5-0.
Very good. We have an item now. We're going to go a little bit out of order. We're going straight to item 13. And recommendations. This is an item being brought to us by City Manager Ingrid Hardy, Jamie Boscarino, our Finance Director, Tara Caruth from the county, Ventura County, and Aaron Criswell from Step Up. And this has to do with our discussions of a few months ago of a permanent supportive housing location at the Old Quality Inn in downtown Thousand Oaks. So with that, I'd like to turn it over, please, to Ms. Hardy.
Great, thank you, Mayor Engler. Just give me a moment to share my screen. Alrighty, I think we're all set here. Good evening, Mayor Engler and members of the City Council. Tonight I'm here in follow-up to the September 28th City Council meeting. In September, the City Council authorized staff to enter into an agreement with Shangri-La Industries, Step Up on Second, and the County of Ventura to undertake the acquisition and conversion of the Quality Inn and Suites to provide permanent supportive housing. Before diving into the specifics on the project site and the work that has been accomplished over the last 4 months to prepare for this evening, it's always beneficial to revisit some basic background and information regarding persons experiencing homelessness, the types of homelessness, and a broad overview of a crisis response system. Oftentimes, homelessness is characterized one-dimensionally. However, homelessness afflicts a variety of demographic categories, can be attributed to a range of factors and/or a combination of factors, and can present itself in many forms. According to the National Coalition for the Homeless, the leading causes of homelessness include lack of affordable housing, poverty, unaffordable health care, domestic violence, mental illness, and addiction. Additionally, we know that locally in adult retirement and youth transitioning out of foster care are also contributors to homelessness. Homelessness can be categorized into 4 types. Factors contributing to each type experience can vary, and as previously mentioned, homelessness can take many forms. The chronically homeless are characterized as individuals usually with a disabling condition who have been continuously homeless for 1 year or more, or have had 4 or more episodes of homelessness in the past 3 years. Oftentimes, these individuals are older, have complex long-term health issues, and often live on a street, in a car, park, or other location that is not suitable for human habitation. Episodic homelessness refers to individuals who are currently homeless, have experienced at least 3 periods of homelessness in their previous year. These individuals also often suffer from some type of disabling condition, such as medical problems, mental illness, and/or substance addiction issues. Transitional homelessness is actually the most common type of homelessness and is often attributed to a recent catastrophic event or a sudden life change. And then finally, hidden homelessness refers to individuals temporarily living with others or couch surfing without a guarantee that they will be able to stay long-term and without immediate prospects for acquiring permanent housing. This often describes people staying with friends or relatives because they lack housing opportunities. This population is considered homeless because they may not access homeless support and services despite their need for them. For this reason, they don't typically appear in our homelessness numbers. Again, homelessness can present itself in many different forms. Some experience long-term homelessness while others experience it for shorter periods. When looking at the complexity of homelessness and the various avenues to assist persons experiencing homelessness, we look at the entirety of a crisis response system. The crisis response system includes a multi-pronged approach where one size does not fit all. The goal of this system is to make homelessness rare, brief, and non-recurring. An effective crisis response system identifies and quickly connects people who are experiencing or at risk of experiencing homelessness to housing assistance and other services. One component of the system is outreach, and the purpose is to meet people where they are and get them connected to services and housing. Another component is diversion and prevention, where the goal is to keep persons in their current housing or quickly identify alternative housing arrangements. The coordinated entry connects individuals and households to a wide array of services. This system helps organizations avoid duplication of services or work in silos, and also gets individuals connected to the range of services and housing needed. Emergency shelter housing navigation centers, sometimes referred to as interim housing or transitional housing, is designed to be short-term and ensure the person or persons receiving the services have a pathway to some form of permanent housing. And then finally, you have long-term housing or permanent housing. Examples include permanent housing with on-site wraparound services, scattered housing units where units are specifically set aside for persons exiting homelessness or at risk of becoming homeless and meet certain income thresholds, or other forms of affordable housing. The City Council has taken meaningful action over the last few years, and some of these actions are summarized here. To align and leverage a regional approach, the City Council approved an MOU with the County of Ventura and other local cities. The MOU calls for a joint commitment to address homelessness through actions such as participation in the coordinated entry system, development of a crisis response system, which includes emergency housing resources, and the pursuit of permanent housing units. The city solicited feedback in our last statistically valid survey. 60% of respondents support incentivizing hotels to accept vouchers, 62% support temporary shelter, and 59% support permanent supportive housing. To build awareness, the city has consolidated important local resources and information on the city's website. The city has conducted outreach campaigns, and in addition, the ad hoc committee has hosted a well-attended homeless symposium with representation from the local faith community, representatives from city, state, and county government, as well as law enforcement. The event acquainted attendees to Thousand Oaks specific homelessness issues, efforts, and resources. City Council has approved over $800,000 in funding for nonprofits to provide housing alternatives and emergency services. After the Boise ruling, we updated our municipal code to distinguish between sleeping and camping. City staff from multiple departments have participated in multi-jurisdictional meetings and plans to address homeless encampments. The City Council has actively encouraged the inclusion of affordable housing units in residential projects. This has resulted in the identification of over 150 housing units through the city's pre-screen process. The City Council recently approved the acquisition of Hillcrest Christian School, which will be the future site of for-sale affordable housing. And then most recently, in September of 2021, the City Council authorized staff to enter into an agreement with Shangri-La Industries and Step Up on Second to undertake the acquisition and conversion of the Quality Inn and Suites. And one more accomplishment or key city action by the City Council is to address our shelter or interim housing needs. The council has also authorized staff to work with Mini Mansions and Turning Point Foundation to identify a suitable site for shelter and additional permanent supportive housing units. Tonight, we are addressing or following up specifically on the permanent supportive housing at the Quality Inn and Suites. Shangri-La Industries, the developer, and Step Up on Second, a nonprofit operator and service provider, have significant motel conversion experience as well as experience providing on-site wraparound services, including 2 HomeKey projects from the first round of funding of Project HomeKey. These projects are in geographically and characteristically different cities, demonstrating their agility and ability to be responsive to unique community needs. During the first round of HomeKey, their projects were among the top 10% of the most cost-effective HomeKey projects in the state of California. The HomeKey program is a statewide effort to sustain and rapidly expand housing for persons experiencing homelessness or at risk. and who are thereby inherently impacted by COVID-19. HomeKey Round 2 continues to build upon the success of both Project Roomkey and the first round of HomeKey. The state has committed approximately $1.45 billion to the program for fiscal year 21-22 and is administered by the Department of Housing and Community Development. The program provides grant funding to cities and counties to acquire and convert existing buildings, including hotels, into permanent or interim housing. The funding can also be used for conversion of units from non-residential to residential, new construction, master leasing of properties, or other non-congregate housing forms. Applicants for this program are required to use a Housing First model. Housing First is an evidence-based practice that has demonstrated when persons experiencing homelessness are housed first and offered wraparound services, the chances of returning to homelessness is greatly reduced. Due to this successful strategy, in 2016, Housing First was codified in the state's Welfare and Institution Code. California legislature passed Senate Bill 1380. It required all housing programs to adopt the Housing First model. Tenant screening and selection practices promote accepting applicants regardless of their sobriety or use of substances, completion of treatment, or participation in services. Applicants are not rejected on the basis of poor credit or financial history or behaviors that indicate a lack of quote unquote housing readiness. Duration or chronicity of homelessness, vulnerability to early mortality, or high utilization of crisis services are also a factor in tenant selection. Tenants do pay rent, and they have all the rights and responsibilities of tenancy. The project site being discussed tonight is the Quality Inn and Suites located at 12 Conejo Boulevard. If the project moves forward, the motel will be converted into 77 studio apartments. This site will not be used for interim housing or an emergency shelter. It is strictly for permanent supportive housing. And at this time, I'd like to turn over the presentation to our Finance Director, Jamie Boscarino, who's going to cover the project financing.
Thank you, Ingrid. I wanted to start out by recognizing that there is no one-size-fits-all approach to tackling the homeless and affordable housing issue. As Ingrid highlighted, staff believes that a truly successful approach is multifaceted, and we have been thoughtful and strategic in our efforts to advance progress on one of City Council's top priorities in ways that are in keeping with our sound fiscal approach and prudent investment of funds that look both short-term and long-term horizons. After we received City Council approval in the fall to move forward and work with Shangri-La and Step Up on Second to convert the Quality Inn and Suites into permanent supportive housing, we've been meeting weekly with the team, including our partners at the county and our outside consultant, Kaiser Marston. The financing structure is incredibly complex, with multiple funding sources, including federal, state, county, and city funds. Each funding source has its own set of restrictions and requirements. Project HomeKey funding itself has various levels of award that can be granted depending on meeting certain guidelines. For example, the mix of chronically homeless can determine the award amount. Having occupancy within 8 months increases your award, and providing a local match towards operating subsidy for 4 years maxes out the HomeKey operating subsidy of 3 years, for a total of 7 years of operations funded. Staff evaluated the initial project financing proposal very closely. We questioned costs estimated by the developer team. We worked with county staff to ensure the supportive services costs were reasonable. And due to the strong collaboration between all the parties involved, we got the project financing to a level that we all agreed was reasonable and financially feasible over the initial 7 years of the project. Our application maximizes our potential HomeKey award by having a reasonable tenant mix of chronically homeless households, endeavors to meet the 8-month renovation timeline to occupancy,
and has 4 years of operating subsidy match to receive the maximum 3 years of home key operation funding. Based on the lessons learned from Project Home Key Round 1, HCD recommends the award amount in the city's resolution be at least 120% of anticipated award in case there are additional funds available. Although staff does not anticipate an award of $28 million, if our award is higher than requested in our application, our resolution would allow the city to receive the higher award. The funds from Project Home Key would go towards acquisition, construction, and also towards operations for years 1 through 3. This is a funding source that is ready and available in the state's budget, and if not spent here in Thousand Oaks, will be spent elsewhere in the state to benefit other cities. Project acquisition costs equal a little over $200,000 per unit based on the selling price. And it's, of course, a seller's market right now, as we all know, with the market in Thousand Oaks in particular at record-setting levels for residential. Construction costs for the site are approximately $60,000 per unit. This project is required to pay prevailing wage since we are utilizing state and local funding sources. Additional funding up to $5.8 million is being allocated to this project by the county. Earlier today, the County Board of Supervisors approved $2.5 million from its Home American Rescue Plan funds towards operating subsidy for years 4 through 7. Shangri-La also applied for an additional $3.3 million in county CDBG funding, which would go towards capital costs if approved by the county board in the spring. The final local funding source, which is part of staff's recommendation tonight, is approval of $1.8 million expenditure from the city's Housing Successor Agency funds. Approval of these funds not only meets one of City Council's top priorities this year and was budgeted, but also complies with health and safety code requirements on the expenditure of housing successor funds. A minimum of 30% of housing successor expenditures are required to be spent on the development of rental housing, serving households that are at or below 30% of the area median income. And this requirement has to be met by 2024, or we risk turning these funds over to the state to be spent elsewhere. As part of our evaluation of the overall project costs and in an effort to reduce the project costs by the developer, staff is also recommending waiver of city planning, permit, and developer fees, which total approximately $25,000 based on staff estimates. As the city is a co-applicant and this project is 100% affordable, it is financially responsible to approve waiver of these fees. As I mentioned, the operations for the project, which include ongoing costs such as insurance, utilities, maintenance, security, as well as the supportive services, will be fully funded through the first 7 years. This maximizes the amount available for operations from Project Home Key. At this point, it would be premature to contemplate additional city funding beyond the 7 years due to a variety of factors. First, the project financing assumes there are no housing vouchers available. The Area Housing Authority of the County of Ventura serves the city of Thousand Oaks, as well as Camarillo, Fillmore, Moore Park, Ojai, Simi Valley, and unincorporated Ventura County. At this point, we do not believe there are any project-based vouchers available from the Area Housing Authority for this project. However, there may be individuals that are placed into housing at the project site that have housing choice vouchers. Staff wanted to ensure the project was financially feasible without any vouchers. Thus, this revenue is not included in our projections, but this would assist in reducing the ongoing annual operating costs of the project into the future. It's also too early to estimate how much would be available in future funding from various sources, including federal, state, and county funding. Housing is, of course, a key priority for the state, and we do anticipate that there would be state funding available in the future for operations of Project Home Key sites. In addition, we have revenue that does come into the city's Housing Successor Agency Fund annually from residual receipts payments. This is eligible to be spent on this project in the future as well. With the lack of RDA funding available to the city due to the dissolution of RDA, Project Home Key provides an amazing opportunity for the city to access millions in dedicated funding towards achieving City Council's priority of addressing homelessness and affordable housing in the city. I would like to hand it over to Tara Kruth from the county to discuss the tenant selection process for the project.
Good evening. Thank you, Jamie. As Assistant City Manager Ingrid Hardy mentioned earlier, the countywide MOU commits to participating in the coordinated entry system. The state's home key program also requires that all units of home key sites are filled through Ventura County's coordinated entry system. The coordinated entry system is part of the continuum of care structure, and the lead agency that oversees that process is the County Human Services Agency. The way that process works is homeless service providers in the community, including the Thousand Oaks service providers who all participate, screen, assess, and refer their clients into the coordinated entry system for matching to available housing units. Those referrals are brought into the coordinated entry system, and case managers and service providers from across the county participate in case conferencing to match individuals with the housing unit that they're eligible for and best meets their service needs. There is a prioritization process for this matching, which is based on serving people who have been homeless for the longest lengths of time and have the most severe service needs. This is intended to serve the most vulnerable members of the community that are least likely to be able to get out of homelessness themselves. One key thing that we wanted to mention to your council and to the residents is this home key site will serve eligible homeless residents from the city of Thousand Oaks. Local preferences are honored, and we work through that coordinated entry system to match individuals with their home community where they're connected to services and have community and natural supports. We find that most homeless individuals prefer to move or prefer to stay in their home communities. And so we work really hard to honor that through the coordinated entry system. Do I turn it back to you, Ingrid?
We're now going to turn it over to Erin.
Oh, to Erin.
Thank you, Tara. No problem.
Thank you, Tara. Thank you, everyone. So supportive services are offered to all tenants of the project on site and free of charge to every tenant. And we really focus on some primary categories of housing retention, independent skill building, and community integration and resources. And we'll talk a little bit more in detail about each of those components. So housing retention is critical. You know, getting folks who are homeless housed is just the start, and they really rely on services to support them in keeping that housing. And of course, it's better for everyone, the tenant and the community, if we can keep folks in this housing, as opposed to having a revolving door, which is not good for anyone. So we focus on helping all tenants understand the lease, what they've committed to, how the rules govern their behavior while living on site, and making sure that they understand what their choices are. And we help them to comply and stay in compliance. We also help them promote pro-social behaviors. We want folks to start to think beyond their individual needs and start to develop a community, which is a big part of operating permanent supportive housing. We want folks to be able to build a community of neighbors and reintegrate into the broader community around them. Next slide, please. A big part of helping to engage that housing retention is to help people learn or relearn the skills that will help them stay housed. So these independent living skills of budgeting, grocery shopping, how to cook, hygiene and housekeeping. You know, these are things that if you've been on the streets for any length of time, you've either forgotten or really never had the chance to develop fully. And so our team of staff work with each individual to see and do assessments to see where are their skills today and what do they need to do to improve them. And we have a fundamental belief that no matter where you are, skill-wise, everybody has the capacity to grow and change. So everyone has a goal plan that helps guide their service delivery to make sure that they're improving and constantly moving forward. And these activities of daily living help promote that housing retention. Next slide, please. So a large part of permanent supportive housing is providing that housing as a platform for people to reintegrate into the community as a housed person. You know, there's a very different experience when you're living on the streets. You're still in that community and you're still a resident, but it's not the same as being a participating citizen in that community as a person who's housed and is afforded the respect and dignity of that housing. What we can't do on site, such as clinical mental health services, physical health, medical, dental, these are all services that we want to connect each tenant to based on their level of need. So we will help them set up appointments. We will help them navigate those appointments. We will help transport them to those appointments and help them understand how to work with whatever treatment plans or treatment recommendations that they were given. You know, helping to build up new ways of getting their needs met, such as physical health care, having a primary care physician, as opposed to utilizing the emergency room for medical treatment. You know, it's better care, it's more cost effective, and in the long run, the tenants will benefit from that. So our services are there to help promote that housing retention, and currently Step Up in our portfolio of housing is operating with a 97% retention rate after the first 12 months of housing. And we're very excited to come into Thousand Oaks and get this project moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. If the City Council approves the item before you this evening, we will submit an application to HCD tomorrow. And according to HCD, it takes approximately 45 days to receive notification of whether or not the project has been funded. If the project is funded by HCD, Shangri-La will start construction in April, and occupancy would begin as early as October and would be completed by December. The recommendations before the City Council this evening are to adopt a resolution to apply for and accept Home Key Program funds in an amount not to exceed $28 million for 77 units of permanent supportive housing. Authorize the city manager to execute the agreement with HCD and any and all other documents deemed necessary. To authorize an expenditure in the amount of $1.8 million for the local match required for rehabilitation costs. To approve a fee waiver for all city planning, building permit, and development impact fees. Wastewater connection fees are excluded from this waiver. And then finally, to authorize the city manager to enter into an operating agreement with Shangri-La Industries and Partners to operate the Quality Inn and Suites as permanent supportive housing. As I wrap up, I would like to thank the Council Ad Hoc Committee on Homelessness for your leadership. I also would like to thank the County of Ventura, including Mike Powers, the Board of Supervisors who approved the funding this morning in the amount of $2.5 million as an operating subsidy. Also would like to thank Tara Caruth, who leads and oversees our county continuum of care, and Tracy McCauley, our affordable housing financial guru, who has been instrumental in working with our team on the finances of the project. I would also like to thank our finance director, Jamie Boscarino, who has leaned all the way in on the negotiations for the city's contributions and ensuring the project makes financial sense for the city. Tracy Friedel, who has handled any and all legal aspects related to Project Home Key, and then Dusty Russell, who's our economic development analyst and has been my right-hand person and has helped keep all of the moving parts organized and on track. And then lastly, Shangri-La Industries and Step Up on Second for their cooperation and engagement with the city of Thousand Oaks and the County of Ventura. We have staff available tonight from the city, county, Shangri-La, and Step Up on Second to answer any questions the city council may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hardy, for the excellent presentation on the work that's been done in the past and where we might be going tonight. I'm sure we have some questions from our council for all the staff members, and we do have, as you mentioned, representatives not only from our staff, but from Shangri-La and Step Up and from the county. So I see that first up was our council member, Kevin McNamee, for some questions.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that. Before I begin, I would like to digress off the topic. As council voted in December to fund the license plate readers, I went through a list of people to thank. And Jamie, I forgot to thank you for the great effort in finding the funds to put the license plate readers forward. I thank you very much for that effort, and I'm sorry about the omission in December. The other is want to talk about waiving the city fees. Fully support that. I think it's a good thing to do to help keep the cost down for this and something that our city can absorb. You went over the section there about how we're what's going to happen after 7 years. I'm hearing vouchers are an option if they are available. State, federal, and county funds are available. And then it also talked about city funding. So if the first two aren't there, Ms. Hardy, does that mean then that is falling upon the city and the taxpayers to fund these services, assuming the first two are not available?
I think that's a rather unlikely situation that would occur. We feel pretty confidently that there would be state funding. The federal funding through CDBG is available. The county talked about potentially funding from CDBG in the future as well for operations for this project. We also, as I mentioned, our own city funding, so the housing successor funding from residual receipts. That is money that comes in every year, and it is restricted to be spent on projects such as this, affordable housing, homelessness type projects. So we can't spend it, on any other general fund type purposes, police, none of that. It has to be spent towards affordable housing and homelessness types projects. So since that funding is restricted to those types of uses that would be available for this project in the future, we get several $100,000 annually in residual receipts payments from our housing successor that would be available each year. If you recall, with the Lakes project that was passed, we also included a funding source every single year for many, many years, right? That would be coming in that we also talked about putting forward towards affordable housing types projects as well. So that funding is available in the future as well, especially once we get to year 7, past year 7 with this project, that Lakes money that's coming in each year would it be available for this as well. So there's all sorts of different funding sources. So at this point, I am not concerned that the entire amount would fall on the city. I think there's other funding sources that would readily be available. And then our own city restricted funds that we would have to put towards affordable housing.
Thank you. Ms. Hardy, again, thank you for you and your team for doing such a wonderful job. It's a lot of moving parts and very difficult to put together. So again, my hat's off to you and thank you. The next question I have, and again, I'll limit to 3 and come back and circle back and pick up any other ones, is that the preference would be for Thousand Oaks residents from the county, but no guarantee. It could be 0 people from Thousand Oaks in this housing, could be 100% people in the housing here. But we don't know, but other than just give them a nod, is there any consideration for the people that are going to be in this housing to be U.S. citizens? Is that a criteria, or is it just open to anyone regardless of their residency and citizenship?
I'm going to lean to Tara for that since they run the coordinated entry system. Thank you.
Yes. So thank you, Councilmember McNamee. The folks that move into this housing I am very, very confident are going to be Thousand Oaks homeless residents currently. The reason I say that is because if you think of coordinated entry as like a funnel, there are referrals coming in from our behavioral health system, from Lutheran Social Services, from Harbor House, from the healthcare agency. All of these agencies are funneling in. Then we are matching the most eligible individuals with that unit, knowing that there's layered on a preference for Thousand Oaks residents. The reason I am confident is because we have looked at data from Project Roomkey, from our outreach programs, all of the services in Thousand Oaks, and we know that we have enough eligible folks in Thousand Oaks to match with these units. Then as far as your question about citizenship, that really is dependent on funding sources, but most federal funding sources do require that that people are legal residents or a household member is. So that is likely going to serve citizens and residents of Thousand Oaks, if that answers your question.
Yes, it does quite nicely. Thank you. My last third question, Mayor, and I'll come back to the last one after everyone's through, is that I guess this would be for Ms. Boscarino. If my math is correct, if we take the $28 million divided by 77 units, I'm coming out with $363,000 per unit. And yes, some of this is divided up into soft services, and then some of it's hard costs for construction and so forth. Can you break that down a little bit? Because $363,000 per unit is a pretty big number. And could you walk me through this?
Yeah, so as I mentioned, the 28 million was what we anticipated would be 120% of our award amount. So we don't think we'll receive the 28 million in total. A little over 200,000 is just for acquisition of the property. So a little over 200,000 per unit is just related to acquiring the motel from the current owner. So most of the cost is tied up in the purchase of the property. And then we had a little over 60,000 per unit is related to the construction costs. So renovating each unit to make it a studio apartment. So that's the bulk of that per unit cost. And then, as you mentioned, there's a chunk that is part of the ongoing support services and other services. So the ongoing operations for 7 years of that project. So it wouldn't necessarily be accurate to include 7 years of operations in that total per unit cost upfront. You'd more want to focus on the acquisition and the construction.
Very good. I wanted to separate that out for people reviewing in as well as myself. So you said it was $200,000 per unit for the actual physical acquisition of the property. Is that correct?
It was a little over 200,000.
So we're talking $15.4 million for that hotel that needs a lot of repairs. Is that correct?
Yeah, it was over $15 million.
Okay, thank you. And prevailing wage, again, if it was open to the market, are we looking at the construction and so forth at prevailing wage, which again is 3 times what open market is? Or are we looking at open market rates for doing the construction?
Yeah, so the construction cost estimates included the developer having to pay prevailing wage because we are using state funding sources and county funding sources and city. They are required to pay prevailing wage for the project.
And for those who don't know, what does prevailing wage mean and how is that relative to the open market?
I'll turn that one over to Tracy.
Hey, Councilmember McNamee. So prevailing wage is basically it's a tool that requires significant accounting and reporting on salaries and benefits that are provided to the workers on the projects. Realistically speaking, it results in a significant increase in cost to construct public projects.
So if I hear you correctly, it's because this is state money coming in. We have to go with the state mandated prevailing wage, which is usually 3 times what fair market wage would be if it went out to competitive bid for people in the same industry to do the same work. Is that correct?
Yeah, it can be as high as 3 times as much. That's correct.
Very good. Mayor, thank you so much. I've got one more after this, but I look forward to questions from my other council members. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McNamee. Appreciate the 3 question rule. I like that. Very good. Do I see any other comments or questions from my colleagues? Very good. I guess we can go right back over to you, Councilmember McNamee, for your next question.
Sounds like a radio show after a while. Back to you. Last question, though, is the 97% retention after so many years. What is the program, motivation, to get people back into being functional people again, as far as having purpose in life, being able to support themselves and move forward? Or is that not a realistic goal for the population that will be in these 77 units? I'd like to get some ideas to where we're going with this. Is it going to be forever and ever, 77 people living there? Or will they be trained in voc rehab and so forth to transition out and stand on their own 2 feet?
I'm going to have Aaron Criswell, or a member of Step Up on Second, address your question.
Thank you, Ingrid. Yes, certainly. It's our goal to offer the rehabilitation opportunities to every tenant that moves in. So anything that they're capable of gaining skills to re-enter the community in a different way, we're there to support that. The reality of folks who have been chronically homeless and even just sporadic episodic homelessness, there's often an associated mental health disability. And that tends to mean that it's going to be a long road of recovery until they can become financially self-sufficient. So often permanent supportive housing sees individuals stay for long periods of time, and for many it's their forever home. However, we have had many successes where folks got either the education or the employment training, were able to move on to increase their income and their choices. And so they no longer needed that voucher or subsidy to remain housed, and they were able to move on to other choices of housing out in the community. And we celebrate those as graduations and successes.
Mr. Criswell, again, you've run several other facilities. What's your experience of the percent of those that have been in the other facilities that are able to become independent of the government, the state, your facility, to lead a productive life? What's your best estimate? Now, I'm not going to hold you to this. Just want to get a flavor as to where we're going with this particular project.
Certainly. Well, this project is a mixed project, serving both chronically homeless and homeless. Typically in the Step Up's portfolio, we're targeting the most chronic people with co-occurring disorders such as mental health and physical health disabilities. So our graduation rate, that percentage is fairly low. It's below 10%. But there is a different expectation with folks who maybe haven't suffered homelessness. Many of the folks we have housed have been homeless 10 years, 20, 30, 40 years. And so the ability to change and grow and change your life, we believe it's absolutely possible, but we also understand it takes a long time and a lot of supportive services to get there.
Thank you for your frankness. And yes, the homeless population runs the spectrum, and this is the more difficult end of the spectrum to work with folks. And I appreciate that and the work that you do. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McNamee. I see Mr. Adams has his hand up.
Well, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'd like to make a comment and follow it up with a motion. I want to thank staff for an incredibly thorough presentation. It was really very well done. Didn't leave too many questions to ask, frankly. I also want to appreciate the fact that Jamie brought up the Caruso project with the $80,000 a unit that they'll be paying to us over the next couple of decades. It creates a funding source for projects just like this. A homeless permanent supportive housing project, or perhaps other low-income housing projects that might come down the road. So I think that was a very well negotiated agreement. As far as this project goes, this is a perfect example of government working in cooperation to address a problem that's been nagging our city now for a number of years. Federal, state, county, and local all working together to do just what we're supposed to do. Solve problems. Now, this may not solve it completely, but it's going to make a huge dent in it. I mean, how many citizen complaints and how many calls for service have we gotten with people desperately asking us, do something? Well, tonight, we're going to do something. We're going to respond to a crisis and we're going to have a very effective response through this permanent supportive housing project. It's in an ideal location. I visited a number of times. It's close to social services. It's close to the county medical center. It's close to transit. There's no residential around it. It couldn't be in a better spot. And I really look forward. You know, I went on a tour with some of our vulnerable population officers and looked at the state of the homeless people here in Thousand Oaks, and it's not pretty. And now we have an opportunity to address that, and I think this is going to provide shelter, yes, but a pathway, and the word was mentioned, a pathway to reintegration back into society. I mean, we start with somebody living in a tent or under the freeway, and then they can go ultimately to an emergency shelter, and then through the coordinated entry system, qualify for permanent supportive housing. And once they get there, there'll be wraparound services that will help rehab them and eventually hopefully get them back to work. I mean, what better function can government do? To me, this is the highest function that government can operate at. And I'm very enthusiastic about this project. It's something that we're addressing that many communities wish they could do what we're doing, I'm sure. And I think the only one in Ventura County right now is Oxnard. And here we are on the verge of doing the same thing here in Thousand Oaks. So obviously, as you can tell, I'm leaning up to a motion in support of this of 13A and all the recommendations that staff made within 13A. And I just want to congratulate everybody on their hard work on this. I think it's going to be a huge step forward for the city of Thousand Oaks.
I think, and thank you for that, those comments, Councilmember Adam. We do have other questions from our council colleagues, and we do have some public comments to go through before I can entertain a motion. I do see that.
I thought the question period was over.
No, we haven't even had public comment yet.
Okay. Okay, Bob.
So, Ms. Bill de la Pena.
Thank you. It's wonderful to see the enthusiasm that has started to wrap around this subject that was taboo not too long ago. It was taboo to talk about homelessness, how to help the homeless people. It was an uphill battle to convince the residents of Thousand Oaks to see that something needed to be done, that the status quo could not remain any longer. And I want to not really ask any questions, but I just wanted to make sure that we did hear from some of the public before we circle back to the motion that is long overdue. And this is just a moment of immense gratitude to the staff and everybody, especially Tara, who is leaving and who helped us get this, basically to help us get this to start and off to a good start, I should say. So I look forward to the public comments, and then when we come back, and as Mr. Adam will state his motion, I want to make sure that we do acknowledge Tara Caruth, who will be leaving and will be acknowledged for the hard work that went into this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Bill de la Pena. I believe we do have no other comments. I don't see any hands up right now from my colleagues or any questions. So I'll open it, please, to any public comments. Madam Clerk.
Our first speaker is Adam Haverstock, and our final speaker will be Armando Delgado. So Adam Haverstock.
Thank you, Mayor Engler and council members. My name is Adam Haverstock. I'm the Director of Government Affairs and Tourism for the Greater Conejo Valley Chamber of Commerce. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of the Chamber's Executive Committee in support of the proposed action to move forward the conversion of the Quality Inn and Suites to supportive housing for the homeless community, and we did submit a letter to that effect earlier this week. This proposal will allow staff to access $28 million in grant funding provided by California Housing and Community Development through Project Homekey. This funding is vital to making conversion projects like this one feasible. The Chamber of Commerce is in support of this project, and that is in spite of the fact that it will mean the closure of one of our local hotels, taking 77 hotel rooms out of the local supply. That will have a negative effect on room rates for travelers to our region. We are comfortable with this action because this city council approved a new hotel project at the Timber School site and are likely to review another proposed hotel at the Jan's Marketplace in the near future. These two proposed hotels will more than make up for the loss of rooms from the conversion project. Please approve this action item and move forward the conversion of the Quality Inn to supportive housing for the neediest in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Haverstock. Madam Clerk, do we have another speaker?
Yeah, our final speaker is Armando Delgado.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, staff, and fellow residents. First and foremost, where did the theory of 3 times more expensive come from? Right now, our carpenters are working on multiple privately funded projects throughout TO. We are competitive. Our contracts are competitive. My name is Armando Delgado, and I represent 1,900 working families with the Carpenters Local 805. We're no strangers to local municipalities as we address the impacts of new developments throughout our communities. Now, I want to be clear, we're not opposed to housing projects. We advocate for fair housing everywhere to include affordable, workforce, and veteran housing projects. Ventura County's economy is diverse, offering specific strengths in agriculture, manufacturing, biotech, and many others. But don't forget the thousands of tradesmen and women nearby. These industries are what make Thousand Oaks so desirable to live and build. As we address regional housing needs, we need a plan for a future that enhances social equity and economic opportunity. So tonight, you'll consider a resolution for participation in the Home Key program in accordance with Assembly Bill 140. Follow me for a second so we can dive into the conversation that is not being had. Let's take a look into some of the text from SECA exemption in AB 140. Now, your city attorneys are aware of this, and the wordings reads as such. The project proponent shall require all contractors and subcontractors performing work on the project to pay prevailing wages. We know that. It also states that the project proponent obtains an enforceable commitment that all contractors and subcontractors performing work on the project will use a skilled and trained workforce for any proposed construction. Now, according to the state legislation, this project requires the use of journeymen and women who have graduated from a joint labor management apprenticeship training program approved by the state of California and the use of registered apprentices of the state approved apprenticeship program. We have one right down the road, right in Camarillo. Throughout much of the construction industry, there's been a race to the bottom as employers compete for jobs, primarily reducing labor cost. This is typically done by paying low wages and also wage theft, off the books employment, and misclassification of workers. So how exactly will workers be protected on this project? Does the city have a real way to protect taxpayer dollars on this project? If so, I'd love to hear it. The city can address this by simply including labor provisions that require this project to be built utilizing a local, skilled and trained workforce. Yes, the city can legally require the use of local and skilled trained workforce to benefit the community's economic development and environment. We're talking about better jobs, area standard wages, and worker benefits, right? So these construction projects nearby can increase the skills and employability of our locals. Now, our apprenticeship program only works when developers, contractors are partnered with us and the community. So you're the key to creating better community wealth. Please include a local hiring provision to this project. And I know we'll never really solve the homeless issue, but we can understand that tonight, by giving more employment opportunities, you can at least address those who are at risk of being homeless.
Thank you, Mr. Delgado. Your time's up.
Thank you. Time is up, and I appreciate your comments. Thank you.
And Mayor, we do not have any new speakers.
There are no new speakers. Okay, then I think we return then to any comments or more questions from our council members. We have Ms. Deliberations with her hand up.
Thank you, Mayor Engler. My question is for staff. What can we, the city, do to include these labor provisions and to concentrate on local hiring for this particular project? Who would be best to answer that question?
Well, I can answer the questions that were raised by the public speaker regarding prevailing wages. Again, prevailing wage law is set forth by the state. It requires certain rates be paid for different genres of construction and public works projects. With respect to the question on how do we ensure that this is being complied with, prevailing wage laws not only set forth a specific pay rate, but also have a very stringent reporting requirement. And that stringent reporting requirement ensures that the prevailing wage laws are being complied with. The city, as you know, has many public works projects that we conduct on an annual basis. And based on those reporting requirements, that's how we ensure that they're complied with state law. As for how do you go about adding a local hiring preference in there, that is something that's significantly complex. It's not something that can just be done without any thought or research or anything like that. It's a very complex issue.
Thank you. When would be a good time to consider adding this to any of the projects that are now being considered in the future?
I'll jump in to that, Councilmember de la Pena. It's a policy question at the end of the day, and what I would tell you is there are, as the city attorney laid out, there are significant implications when you start down a path to which you're basically confining the marketplace and putting different preferences in place. So it would be something that we would want to have some significant internal dialogue about in terms of even how we would bring the mechanics of that back and what it would be affected by. So it's something that we can certainly follow up in writing with the council about.
Thank you. I do recall that we do give bonus points when we do RFPs for certain projects that give preference to, say, local vendors. Perhaps this is a pattern or a basic sort of formula that could be used so that we could hire locally, because it makes sense to consider that to me.
And that's a great example. There are a very narrow set of things that fall into that under those guidelines, and because there are implications around purchasing in regards to that as well, in constraining sort of the marketplace piece of that. There are areas in which we have done that and have pursued that. When you get into labor related issues like this, it just gets significantly more complicated.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bill de la Pena. I see that I have a Councilmember Jones's hand up. Mr. Jones.
Yeah, I'd like to compliment everybody involved in this. I think the real test of government at any level is, does government meet the problems that are facing them? And we, if you watch the national news, you see all these, it seems like games that are going on. But I really think, maybe it's just because I've always been at the local level, but I really think the local level really understands people's problems better and can work to solve them. I'd like to thank, I guess, Mayor, were you and Councilwoman de la Pena on a committee that was active in this endeavor? I think I remember that.
Yes, myself and Councilmember Bill de la Pena were part of the ad hoc committee addressing this issue.
Well, I'd like to thank you for that. I'd like to thank staff. I'd like to thank Ingrid. I'm sure she did a lot of hard work on this. But I believe it's an example of government, efficient government in action, that we see a problem and then we go out and we try to meet it. And I believe this is a step in that direction. I'm sorry that the governor back in the 70s closed the state mental hospitals. Of course, the Camarillo Hospital now is the Channel Islands Cal State College, so I guess that was a good use. But, in retrospect, this won't help to recall it, but I think that was fed into this problem, that some of these people ought to have mental health. But just in conclusion, I really applaud all the work that was done in this, and I think it'll really help those people. I like all the words that begin with like reestablish and rehabilitate. In other words, it shows that people who have maybe been down for a while can get back in the game, and they can contribute to society, and they can have a life they can be proud of. And I think we're enabling a lot of people to do that, because it's so sad to see these people pushing baskets from Ralph's or wherever around the street, and you know, you just feel for them. But if we can start this and maybe even do more in the future, I think we're on the right track. And I just applaud everybody involved. I deeply appreciate what's been done. Thank you.
Thank you for the comments. I had one question, and then at the risk of opening up this issue again, but I wanted to follow up a little bit with what Ms. Bilda Pena was asking about the prevailing wage and local hires. We do have a couple of people from Shangri-La here, Mr. Myers and Mr. Holmes. Has this issue come up in other cities, and how have you approached it? Mr. Holmes or Mr. Myers, are you on?
Cody Holmes is on. So as part of Project Home Key last year, we, for the two projects we participated in, we also had prevailing wage requirements. We have an in-house compliance department that ensures that we are compliant with all prevailing wage requirements that are set forth by the state of California, which includes Davis-Bacon. At the end of the project is also audited to ensure that all contractors complied with the prevailing wage law. And we also have numerous projects with the city of LA and other cities too that are outside of Home Key that also have prevailing wage requirements too.
Very good. And have you been able to use local workers as opposed to outside area workers, or how do you approach that issue?
This is Andy Myers. Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you. Thank you.
Yeah. So many times there are local hire requirements. I think what the gentleman from the Carpenters Union was really referencing is more referred to as a project labor agreement. So some cities, you know, under some circumstances would require a project labor agreement to be signed with certain labor unions themselves. That would require the general contractor and the developer to pursue basically union labor, and you know it would give a preference to the union, and would limit, you know, in some cases some other subcontractors from participating, but other subcontractors, you know, would have the option to that were non-union by signing up to this single party labor agreement, which goes to what the city attorney was saying is a bit complex, which is the city of Thousand Oaks would probably have to make a decision to begin to utilize project labor agreements on any city funded project. And those project labor agreements range in, you know, the trades that they cover, the types of work that they do. Typically on affordable housing projects of this size, we find that we end up using, you know, a mix of both unionized labor, as well as non-union labor who sign up, who pay the prevailing wage. And the reality of it is, this project that we're talking about is a relatively small construction budget. When you typically see the project labor agreements, they're on larger capital projects. So it would be perhaps on a city hall, or you know, a large, you know, University of California, or something much larger than this project. And the prevailing wage is fairly close to union rates, if not the same. And the criteria that we follow for the local hire is basically, it's done by zip code, and that would also be something that the city would have to adopt inside that labor agreement as well. We typically do hire as local as we can. I mean, you know, we're a Los Angeles-based company, so our subcontractors come from far north as Camarillo for our projects here in LA. So we'll be doing our best to hire local subcontractors that are qualified to do the work.
Yeah, thank you. I think we're a little late in the game to be putting those types of requirements on. I would encourage you to do so, but simply because these are our neighbors who are working. I had a hand up from Councilmember McNamee, but also I had a hand up prior to that from our city manager Powers. So City Manager Powers.
Thank you so much, Mayor Engler. Just a quick follow-on point to that, and I want to just remind the council that when we get into talking about these, I think we all like to support our local businesses. We all like to support our local economy. There's no question about that. But as a reminder, there, as you start down these paths that appear to be well-intentioned, and they are, and they have good intentions in them, they also have impacts. And when you're talking in this type of situation, Thousand Oaks is a city of 126,000 folks. When you're talking about a marketplace, as Mr. Myers mentioned, in the greater Los Angeles area, the pool, when you're doing a local preference in a greater Los Angeles area, is much greater, much deeper, and the competition is such as well. That is somewhat more limited when you're talking in Thousand Oaks or in Ventura County specifics. So I just want to make that point out there. Even with our local preference on automobiles and some of the other things that we have in our purchasing manual, we often don't get local bids, even during that.
Thank you, Mr. Powers. Mr. McNamee.
Thank you, Mayor. This would be for Mr. Myers. I would like to share the following thought. Again, I like the idea of buying local, hiring local labor. I'd like to make the observations, as I've spoken to people who have worked in Los Angeles, where they were compelled to hire out of the union hall, rotate people in and out of jobs, is that you as a developer have your team of people, and they've worked together as a team. So when the manager starts the sentence, the other employees can finish it and know exactly which way to go and what to do. They are an efficient team because they've worked together on other projects. What was shared with me is that as you introduce other people from outside the team, outside the company, because there's a compelling rule for the city of LA and some of the larger projects that you must hire people from outside of your team to bring them into these jobs, that it slows down the project, drives up the cost. People don't know what to do with working with the other team members. Thus, it's a more advantageous, listening to these folks talk about it, that you stay within your team in the same way that a basketball team, you're working with the same players that you've had all season, as compared to inserting someone in there, really bogs down what you're trying to do. For those folks that shared that comment with me, having worked in Los Angeles and having been compelled to hire outside team members, is that a fair statement regarding the efficiency of working with your team versus others coming in compelled by city government?
That's kind of a hard question because it's a mixed bag. And, we work with a group of subcontractors. It's fairly a large subcontractor base. Many of them are union signatory companies, and many of them are not union signatory companies, just depending on the size and the scope of work. I haven't found, because we, as a developer, we don't mix with the team as much as, if, for instance, a non-union subcontractor is going to get some union labor folks to come in when they don't usually have them. That's the team you're talking about. So perhaps a plumbing company going and picking up two laborers from the union hall. Typically, I haven't seen that it's caused any real issues on the site as far as productivity. What's kind of difficult, what really drives up the cost, is the administration of prevailing wage in general. And frankly, the union guys do this reporting all the time. So getting union guys to do the reporting and all the paperwork is typically easier. And it's really on these projects, like we're talking about currently, getting a union contractor, which would be building, potentially the Ritz-Carlton in downtown Los Angeles, or, a large publicly funded project or something, 50 million plus, they're very competitive on those things. It's these union guys don't necessarily want to do these smaller projects. So for instance, on the quality end, we're anticipating buying most of the products domestically, made in America. Our cabinetry is going to be made local. We're not shipping things from China. They're manufactured in the Inland Empire. Our flooring is made in Atlanta, Georgia, from a union flooring company called Tarkett, because we're buying so much of it on an annual basis. And those kind of relationships are really quintessential to making this project as affordable as it is. And so, you know, again, I think it's just the right fit for the right thing. I'm sure that Thousand Oaks has some opportunities that are larger, that it would make sense on. The ship has sailed here on this particular project just simply because it's so small. And even in the city of Los Angeles, on these Triple H projects, which is a bond initiative that focused on affordable housing, that was done much before HomeKey, the projects that were smaller in nature were not really required to do a project labor agreement. But the projects that were larger, ground-up projects, those projects were required to sign a project labor agreement. Not in either case, we are constrained by very much the same reporting. The reporting with a PLA is not much different than a project labor agreement is not much different than just prevailing wage.
Excellent.
I hope that
Thank
answers
you.
the question. Sorry.
Yes, no, it does very well. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the answers there. I don't see anybody else with their hand up for questions or comments. I think I'm going to ask one more time if there's been any late additions of public speakers, Madam Clerk.
We do not.
Then very good. I think we're at a point where I could entertain a motion for this.
I'd like to make the
I already
motion that we
made one,
accept,
Mayor.
13A, please.
I think I already made one, Mayor. If
That's right, you
recall,
did
my
previously.
point-
That's
point
right.
You are. I stand corrected. Thank you, Councilmember Adam.
Just wanted to remind you. And I will just finish by saying that I think this project is going to provide some relief to a lot of the homeowners and the neighborhoods that have been impacted by homelessness, and some hope to those that are homeless, some hope for some shelter and some eventual reintegration back into society. You know, in all the years that I've been on this council, I think this is probably one of the most significant community benefit projects I've had the honor of voting for. So I reiterate my motion, 13A, and all the recommendations included therein.
Ms. Bill de la Pena, you have your hand up.
Yes, thank you so much. Of course, let me lower my hand. Yes, without a doubt, I will support this motion. Having been on this train, so to speak, that left the station, say in 2018, hoping to get the word out to our residents who were so resistant, with the start of a symposium in 2019, and then continuing the education and the outreach campaign just to see that this is actually a good thing, and that we cannot just collect all of the persons who are without a home and ship them someplace else. Simply not possible. Also want to say that the statistics show, and maybe Tara Caruth can correct me if I'm wrong, the majority of the residents are from Thousand Oaks. They're legal residents. Very few are not legal residents. And so the majority are white residents. They're not minorities. And so just wanted to get that out there. Nonetheless, we want to take care of our homegrown people and anybody who has spent time here, who is now down, perhaps finding themselves in a downtime in their life. We will not be able to help all of them. Other services are needed for the severely mentally ill. But this is a good start, and this is really a point of pride. Very glad to see that it's receiving support, and appreciate the motion very much. Thank you. And Tara, to you, thank you. You helped us guide in in the right direction, and Ingrid was on board, and so many others, Jamie, Tracy, Mr. Powers, so many people have made this happen. This is not just one person, it's an entire village. And as we said at the County Board of Supervisors meeting this morning, we would not have been able to do this without the help of the county and the state. So this is a wonderful moment in the history of Thousand Oaks. Thank you all to everyone who made this happen. And bon voyage, Tara. We'll miss you.
Thank you.
Very good. I don't see any other hands up. I just have one comment as the other member on our ad hoc committee. Quite a bit of work has gone into this, and just to echo all the people who have worked on this and worked behind the scenes, up front, everything else to make this happen. This is, in my opinion, what government is for. Government is to address problems that we have noticed in town, and also that, as Councilmember Adam pointed out, we all have received emails from people to please address this issue, to please do something about our homeless issues in town. I've always looked at homelessness not as a homeless problem, but as a people problem. The way you address this is by helping those people reintegrate into the community. And what better way to do this is by providing them with a roof over their head and then helping them find their way back. I am more than proud, of our efforts on this, and I wholeheartedly approve of it. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, this is Claudia. Just wanted to mention you as well. I didn't mention your name. I apologize as my partner on the ad hoc committee. So my gratitude to you as well. Thank you.
It's all part of the team. Councilmember Bill De La Pena, we're part of the team, and the amount of government agencies and private agencies have been working on this. It's a compliment to the cooperation and the ability of people to work together. With that, I would call for a vote.
Councilmember Bill De La Pena?
My vote is yes, but I see Mr. Jones has his hand up.
Yes.
No, I just wanted to add to what you were saying. I think another thing we're doing that maybe the best is that we're allowing people to restore their dignity. And I appreciate the word that the mayor said, reintegrate, and get them back in a place where they can be proud of their lives. And so I think it's wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Jones. I'm sorry I missed you there a second ago. Again, I would call for a vote. Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bill De La Pena?
I'll say yes again.
Thank you. Councilmember Adam?
Yes.
Councilmember McNamee?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Jones?
Aye.
And Mayor Engler?
Yes.
And that motion carries 5-0.
Very good. And I just want to give City Manager Powers just an opportunity, I think, to express his thanks as well.
Yeah, just as we're transitioning to our next item on the housing element, I'd be remiss if I didn't say a big thank you to my partner up at the county, Mike Powers. He's been online tonight watching. Mike and his team have been, as has been stated numerous times over, huge support and partners in this. We wouldn't be able to get through it without some of their assistance and their sophistication on their team working through these very complex matters. I also just want to mention again, Ingrid Hardy, our assistant city manager, has spearheaded this. Jamie Boscarino on the financial aspects, Dusty Russell managing the logistics, and Tracy Friedel from the city attorney's team, amongst many others. When the council set this as a priority back last spring, I knew this was going to be ambitious and challenging. This is step one. There's more focus that needs to be brought into other aspects of addressing homelessness, and we'll continue to do so. Appreciate the council's leadership and action tonight. Appreciate all of our partners and other government entities in their support, and we'll get the application filed first thing tomorrow with the state of California.
Thank you, City Manager Powers. Appreciate that. We now have another public hearing coming up.
Hey, Mayor.
Yes, sir.
The housing element may take some time. Can we take 5, please?
Of course. Why don't we take 5 minutes, everybody?
Thank you.
And we will be adjourned for 5 minutes. Coming back at, let's make it 8:30. I believe most of us are back. Thank you, everybody, for being prompt and returning on time. We do have another public hearing coming up, but first I'd like to have Madam Clerk, if you could do the roll again once more to make sure we're all in position.
Yes, one moment. Councilmember Bill de la Peña.
Present.
Councilmember Adam.
Here.
Councilmember McNamee.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Jones.
Here.
And Mayor Engler.
Here, very good. I'm glad we're back. We have a very interesting public hearing, 8A. This is a 2021-2029 housing element discussion. And we do have Kelvin Parker, our community development director, Ian Holt, one of our senior planners, and Veronica Tam, our consultant on this, to make the presentation. And then we have several people for questions as well. So I will turn it over to Mr. Parker.
Mr. Mayor, I'll go ahead and open that hearing.
Oh, thank you.
Hearing advertised as required by law is open to consider agenda item 8A, 2021 to 2029 housing element. Speakers are requested to state their name and community of residence for the record. 21 individuals have presented speaker cards, and pursuant to council standards, each speaker will have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council. This agenda item involves the city's 2021 to 2029 housing element for your review and adoption. The housing element is one of the 8 mandated chapters of a general plan. The housing element must be updated every 8 years to comply with state law, and it's strictly regulated and reviewed for compliance by the Department of Housing and Community Development at the state level. The adoption deadline for housing elements in this cycle is February 11th of 2022, and it must be then submitted for state certification. The Planning Commission originally reviewed the preliminary draft of this document back in September of 2021. It was then submitted for the state for their first review. This version that you'll see tonight addresses the public comments, the Planning Commission, and state HCD comments. The Planning Commission reviewed this version earlier this month and recommended approval to this body this evening. Our general plan update team is here to assist in ushering us through this particular item, as well as our housing consultant, Veronica Tam of Veronica Tam and Associates. Ms. Tam will provide a detailed presentation on the details of the plan. But first, I will turn it over to Mr. Ian Holt, our senior planner, who's the project manager for the housing element for the city. Ian?
Thank you, Kelvin. Good evening, Mayor Engler, council members. So this 6th cycle of the housing element represents a significant shift and sets new standards for how communities must demonstrate our ability to allow housing opportunities for all income categories and special needs communities. The regional housing needs assessment allocation of housing units is one of the main components of the housing element before you and the analysis that is contained therein. After extensive public outreach during the initial 1.5 years of the general plan update, the City Council endorsed the preferred land use map in May 2021. This map enabled staff and our consultant team to commence with the site inventory that accommodates the RHNA distribution of the housing across all income categories. Also, housing law requires that housing elements include new areas of analysis that weren't there in the previous cycle, such as affirmatively furthering fair housing, and also additional programs to ensure that our local codes are updated to meet housing legislation, as well as ensure that adequate sites remain available for housing production over the next 8 years. As a result, the housing element includes 17 programs and 43 objectives as part of the city's commitment to expanding our housing opportunities. So Veronica Tam and Associates is recognized as a foremost expert in the preparation of housing elements. Over her 17 years of experience, she's established a strong working relationship with HCD. Now I'd like to turn it over, the presentation, to Veronica Tam.
Thank you, Ian. Tonight, I'd like to give you a brief, hopefully brief overview of the housing element with the process that we have taken in order to update the housing element and also the comments and revisions that we have made to the housing element since you last saw it. The housing element definitely is part of your most important, one of the most important components of the housing of the general plan. As Kevin mentioned earlier, it's part of your mandated element of the general plan. It's one of the 8 mandated element, and it also has to be updated every 8 years or so. And that's a little different from the rest of the general plan in that your general plan has a longer horizon, usually about 20 to 30 years, but the housing element has to be at least updated every 8 years. There is a statutory deadline, October 15, 2021, with a 120-day grace period ending on February 11, 2022. That's the adoption deadline for the housing element. There are certainly consequences for not complying with state law, particularly with litigation. Housing element, unfortunately, is the most frequently litigated element of the general plan. There will be fines in the event that you're engaged in a litigation and also ineligibility for state funds. Housing element cycle, we're talking about the 5th cycle. We're actually, your current housing element expired on October 15, that's the 5th cycle, and we're working on the next cycle, so 6th cycle update for 2021 to 2029. Kevin and Ian both mentioned that the housing element is very strictly regulated by state law, and it has to be reviewed by a state agency for compliance. And the state agency responsible for that is the State Department of Housing and Community Development, HCD. So you'll hear the term HCD quite frequently tonight. The contents of the housing element are also strictly regulated. We do have to provide an assessment of the current and future housing needs in your community. We need to look at the constraints and opportunities as available to the city in meeting your housing needs. When it comes to opportunities and resources, we're focusing on the concept of adequate sites to accommodate your regional housing needs allocation. As part of the housing planning, we also need to look at past accomplishments. What is the city's accomplishments in the past, what works in the city of Thousand Oaks and what may not be as effective. And then that, with all the context information on needs, constraints, and opportunities, and also effectiveness of your existing programs, we update the housing plan for the city for the next 8 years. One added component to the housing element based on new state law that passed in 2017 and 2018 is the affirmatively furthering fair housing. So all the land use, all the policies related to housing have to be reviewed from with an equity lens. Overarching requirements of the housing element are to provide your projected growth as mandated by the state, and this is through the regional housing needs allocation or regional housing needs assessment process. We'll go into that a little further later on. To increase housing production to meet the demand or needs in your community, to preserve existing affordable housing in your community, recognizing that it's very expensive to build new housing. Improve the safety and quality of your housing stock and neighborhood conditions, facilitate the development of housing for all income groups and special needs populations by focusing also on persons with lower income and moderate income. And last but not least, the new requirement to affirmatively furthering fair housing. When the housing element is sent to the state for review, the most critical component of that review is the city's ability to meet the regional housing needs allocation, RHNA. And the RHNA is somewhat of a top-down process. It's determined by the state in terms of how much housing is needed in the entire region. Each county, each jurisdiction within the region gets an allocation from that overall need that is assigned by the state. For the 6th cycle housing element, the Skag region received a very an enormous allocation, and Ventura County get less than 2% of that at 24,000 and change. The city of Thousand Oaks got assigned an allocation of 2,621 units. That is quite significant compared in terms of an increase compared to your fifth cycle RENA, but your number is comparable to jurisdictions such as your neighbor Simi Valley. The RENA is also divided into income categories: very low income, moderate income, and above moderate income. It doesn't mean that you're going to have to build the units by these income distribution, because it's extremely expensive to build low income housing. You may not have all the resources you have available to build all the units. What the RENA requires the cities to do is to make sure that you identify adequate sites using density as a proxy for feasibility. Do you have land use policy planning? Do you have development standards that are appropriate to facilitate and develop housing for all income groups, including those with low income? And for the state, based on state law, the default density for a jurisdiction like Thousand Oaks is that your density needs to be about 30 units to the acre to be considered feasible for facilitating lower income. And it also has size restrictions to it. Parcels that are sites that are too small, less than half an acre, or sites that are too large, more than 10 acres, are not considered to be adequate sites to facilitate lower income housing, because too small is difficult to build on, too large a nonprofit is unlikely to be able to buy a large site and build affordable housing. So sites that are between 0.5 acre and up to 10 acres, that's the focus of sites for facilitating lower income housing. Again, besides state law doesn't require the city to build the units, but you must maintain a site inventory at all times that is available and adequate to accommodate your low income or your RENA throughout the entire planning period, not just low income, but all income. There is a no net loss component to it, meaning that as your sites are being developed with fewer units or not necessarily at the income distribution as identified in the site inventory, you want to make sure what's remaining capacity in the city continues to have the ability to meet your or to accommodate your regional housing needs allocation. Because of the no net loss requirement, HCD recommends a buffer for at least 15 to 30% for your RENA for low and moderate income. There also, when it comes to site inventory for meeting the RENA, there's a fair housing requirement. We need to look at how the distribution of sites, that you're not concentrating low-income housing in specific neighborhoods, and you're not putting just low-income housing or potential for new low-income housing in areas that are disproportionately impacted by lack of resources or environmental constraints or hazards. So we have to look at the site inventory in terms of its geographic distribution, whether it would be in areas where you can provide resources and services and opportunities, and how the city is going to complement the land use strategy with improvement strategies. So when preparing the site inventory for the city of Thousand Oaks, we have some basic assumptions. We used the preferred land use plan that was endorsed by the City Council on May 25th, 2021. We based on the proposed land use, particularly for the mixed use and the residential medium high and high density for facilitating the housing production in the city. New housing will primarily rely on recycling of some of the commercial sites in these areas, in the residential mixed use areas. The preferred land use map that was endorsed by the City Council back in May create a new mixed-use we just now actually call it mixed-use destination that allows both residential mixed-use development at a minimum density of 20 units to the acre up to a maximum of 30 units to the acre. This particular category meets the default density requirement of 30 units to the acre. The units that we distribute between income groups, we try to do it in a way that affirmatively further fair housing. Particularly, we consider whether there's an overconcentration of special needs population and resources, and also some other issues such as environmental hazards. So this demonstrates the city's ability to meet the retail housing needs allocation. With a RENA of 2,621 units, the city has already met a portion of that with projected accessory dwelling units. We're allowed to project future ADU development based on historical trends of the last 3 or 4 years. And based on that, we estimated about 21 units a year up to 168 units a year. The income distribution of the potential ADUs is based on a rent study conducted by SCAG and pre-approved by the state. So when we are allowed to use this income distribution based on the study. And we also have some pending projects that are under review right now. And so with all of that, we do have a credit of over about 936 units with a remaining regional housing needs allocation of 1,685 units that we must identify sites to accommodate that. So we looked at sites that are in the mixed use category. We also used some of the mall sites that you have available, and we also looked at residential medium high and residential low medium density for other income categories. Your existing residential neighborhoods are pretty developed already, and there is not a lot of potential there, even though we were able to find a few vacant properties. They're not really adequate to meet your regional housing needs allocation. That's why the majority of your low and moderate income housing in the future potential for us in the future are concentrated in the mixed use and the mall sites. With all the sites that we identify, we do have the ability to also accommodate the buffer that's recommended by the state. I think one thing that we do want to emphasize is just because this inventory is entirely consistent with the preferred land use alternative, and just because a property is identified on the site, it doesn't mean that the property owner is compelled to do anything. It's still up to the property owner's desire what to do with the property they own. Here is a map that just shows the distribution of the sites. We try to more evenly distribute the amount along the commercial corridors, but there are certainly a couple of the concentrated areas primarily in the mall sites. But for those particular areas, we proposed more, especially we emphasize on the mixed income strategy. So for larger properties, we recommend that the developments should be mixed income. Affirmatively furthering fair housing is one of the requirements. So when we looked at the city, we have to look at not only how the site is inventory is distributed, but we also are required to look at the existing fair housing conditions in the community. One thing that some issues identified as part of the city's participation in the regional housing, the regional analysis of impediments to fair housing choice. I think that was approved by the county and the city back maybe about 3 years ago. That we utilized some of that analysis and also looked at some of the updated data to look at some fair housing issues existing in the community. One, fair housing outreach and education and fair housing testing that has not been done frequently enough, so something that we will recommend in the future that the city may want to expand fair housing outreach and education. Segregated living patterns. There are a couple of areas where there are concentrated minorities and special needs population, primarily at the intersection of Highway 101 and Highway 23. There are also areas that have lower access to opportunities. These are census tracts defined by the California Tax Credit Allocation Committee as low resource areas. There are a couple of census tracts that are considered to have lower access to opportunities in the city. There are also neighborhoods and communities within the city that has disproportionate needs when it comes to cost burden, housing cost burden, overcrowding. Those primarily, again, is concentrated along Highway 101 and 23. So as part of the housing element, we created a goal, affirmatively furthering fair housing, goal number 5, and then we have also programs to address some of the issues identified in the affirmatively furthering fair housing analysis, and also to address the distribution of sites. The housing element has 5 main goals, and I think that relates to what we had talked about earlier about what are the requirements of the housing element. A range of housing choices for all income groups, providing housing opportunities for persons with special needs, improving existing housing conditions, preserving affordable housing opportunities in the city, and also affirmatively furthering fair housing. There are a total of 17 programs and 43 actions, and these programs and actions are directly related to the goal we mentioned before. Some of the programs are new: adequate sites for WINA and monitoring for no net loss, by right approval of projects with 20% affordable units. This is new requirement under state law. Accessory dwelling units, while you have ADU ordinance for a while now, new state law requires the city to provide incentives and tools to facilitate ADU construction, including affordable ADUs. And so these are some of the new requirements, streamlined review pursuant to SB 35 and SB 330. These are primarily new programs due to the recent changes in state law. There are goals related to a range of housing opportunities, providing affordable housing development, working with your nonprofit partners to provide affordable housing, and zoning code amendments. Since 2017, there's been a lot of changes to state law relating to different types of housing. The zoning codes must be amended to comply with this state law. Providing housing opportunities for persons with special needs, working with your homeless task force and working with your nonprofits to facilitate housing, and certainly what you've been doing with the supportive, permanent supportive housing for the homeless. That's an important part of your housing element. To maintain and improve existing housing stock, the city does have a few programs that relate to housing conditions, particularly your residential resale housing program. That program was discontinued due to, I believe, funding, but one of the suggestions is to reinstate that in the future. But you also have a rental rehab program that you work with nonprofits such as Many Mentions and the Housing Authority to provide multifamily housing opportunities for lower-income households. To preserve affordable housing is important, but that is also an existing program that we're continuing. And last set of programs relates to affirmatively furthering fair housing. State law is pretty restrictive in terms of how the city needs to pursue fair housing goals, outreach and education, promoting housing mobility, providing new opportunities in high resource areas, and neighborhood improvements. Those are all considered to be fair housing programs and actions. So now I'm going to go over the city's process in updating the housing element. It took certainly longer than expected due to COVID, but we originally started outreach as part of the general plan back in 2019. We went to, the city spent the next couple of years in working on the preferred land use plan, and that was released May 25th, 2021. Once we got the land use plan, we started working on the sites inventory and prepared the draft housing element. It became available to the public to review on September 22nd, and the Planning Commission reviewed that on September 27th. And we took about a month to address the comments from the public and make sure that the housing element is in good condition before we send it off to the state for its review. The state has 60 days to look at the housing element. We heard back from the state in December, and we spent the next month or so to make all the revisions that we feel are necessary to address the comments from the state. And we had the Planning Commission meeting back on January 10th with the Planning Commission recommendation for adoption. Outreach for the housing element is an important component. And certainly the housing element outreach was conducted in conjunction with the general plan update. There were 3 phases of the outreach, exploring existing conditions that we did back in 2019, really getting community input on what's important to the community. That also happened during the visioning and listening process back in 2019. And then the city moved on to policy direction, development and alternatives development. And we were able to get the preferred land use plan in 2021. And this is, the process is still kind of underway in terms of developing the overall general plan and policies. We have a very comprehensive list of outreach activities detailed in the housing element. During the process of updating the housing element, we received a lot of comments. We've heard a lot about strengthening actions to promote and incentivize affordable housing. We also received some information about farm worker housing and income distribution in the community. We were asked to clarify the language on the methodology and site selection. Also, we've heard communities, public comments relating to speed up move up the city's timeline for its inclusionary housing and linkage-free review, and to remove promotion of gas rebates in its energy conservation efforts, and lastly to clarify some technical discussions about flooding. The next 2 slides, I'm going to go over generally the detailed comments are outlined in here, but we received comments from the state. It's very typical. It's going through HCD review is an iterative process. No jurisdiction would be able to write the housing element and get approved by HCD without at least 2 or 3 rounds of review from the state. The first set of comments relates to affirmatively furthering fair housing. The state wants us to really add discussions about disproportionate needs, also homeless issues in the community, and how they relate to fair housing. So we've since edited the housing element to provide those additional information. We were also asked to further analyze the land use inventory about using mixed use projects and sites that are large in meeting the regional housing needs allocation. We rebalanced the sites inventory, the strategy for mixed income to make sure that we have a better balance of the sites geographically and income distribution of the sites geographically. We also added discussions about what are the new actions that the city will undertake to improve conditions in certain neighborhoods. goals, policies, and milestones for the housing element. The state wants the city to be more specific about when the city is going to be able to achieve some of the actions. So we beefed up on the timeline and specific actions. We also got comments, technical comments from the state about the city's how the city estimate its units in need of rehabilitation and what kind of co-enforcement activities the city implement in the city of Thousand Oaks. Site inventory, just clarification on pipeline projects. We have taken that comment and we looked at the list of pipeline projects and make sure that we were able to provide information on the timeline of these projects, when they were approved and when they're expected to be constructed within the next 8 years. We deleted one project that's still under review right now as a pipeline project. In terms of the site inventory, the state asked us for about zoning information. We don't really have zoning yet because this is a new zone, but we'll just, one of the comments that we added in the housing element is that in updating the zoning code to implement the general plan, the city will make sure that appropriate development standards are incorporated. Realistic capacity, we use actually minimum density in estimating capacity, so that's very realistic. But because the city has no past trend of developing mixed-use projects, that's the reason why we use a relatively conservative estimate at 20 units to the acre for potential. The state question, like how likely some of the mixed-use sites are going to be developed for 100% non-residential. The conclusion is it's relatively unlikely because of the frequent requests that the city received on rezoning from commercial into residential. The state also questioned about the small sites for meeting lower income RENA. We really don't have a lot of small sites. We only used a couple of sites that totaling 83 units in sites that are less than half an acre. We don't really need it. However, the city does have examples of using small sites for affordable housing, and that's the Hillcrest Villa and Granville Terrace projects that the city partnered with the Housing Authority and Many Mentions. These are affordable housing projects on small sites. Site inventory, again, the state is very critical of all jurisdictions in the state about the site inventory because of the new state law, AB 1397. It wanted us to really talk more about how the existing uses is not an impediment to future housing. We looked at a lot of the mixed-use destinations. Some of these is based on trends that, again, we for how developers been requesting to amend the general plan to allow housing. And also there are some areas that we're looking for, particularly with the mall sites. We're only looking at the area that's currently used as parking. So in terms of future development, it's not expected that the existing uses will go away or entirely go away. We're only utilizing a portion of the mall sites and particularly focusing on just the parking areas. There are some comments about emergency shelters, making sure that the area that allows for emergency shelter does contain adequate capacity, and also to add actions about facilitating the city's ADU development. The next set of comments relates to governmental constraints, and we added an analysis on the current height standards, particularly, and so one of the response that we have is in developing the new zoning and development standards to implement the general plan, the city will pay particular attention to appropriate development standards. Processing and permit procedures, the state has questions about how what is the city's procedures for processing, and is that causing delays and additional costs to housing. We have added narrative on the city's procedure and findings for project approval, but most importantly, the city will be complying with objective standards based on SB 330 and to streamline development review and approval process. And also there is a by right approval for projects that has 20% affordable as required by state law. Housing for persons with disabilities, the state has particularly comment on that and wanted cities to look at residential care facilities serving 7 or more persons. The housing element's been added to revised to show that the city will look at its zoning provisions and amend the zoning code as appropriate to address potential constraints for housing for persons with disabilities. And the last set of programs relates to housing programs. Really may need to make sure that we have more quantified objectives and timelines for a lot of the actions. So to the extent we can, we have revised the housing element to reflect specific timelines for implementation. Regarding the adequate sites for your regional housing needs allocation, we basically revised it to indicate that the city will establish appropriate zoning standards to facilitate the development of housing. There is a requirement to add a replacement housing component to the city's site strategy, and that's again required by state law. We added that, even though we're not using a lot of existing residential sites for your regional housing needs allocation. There is also a requirement that the state wants to have a stronger program to provide incentives to facilitate the development of the mall sites and commercial sites. And so we have since updated the housing element or revised the housing element with more specific actions to explore incentives. Housing for extremely low-income households, with an emphasis on the fact that extremely low-income households have more difficulty in finding housing. And so we revised Program 6 to one of the programs in housing element to emphasize special needs and extremely low-income households. That when city considering affordable housing, the city will pay special attention to these groups. Also, the last program relating to housing programs, we revised some of the programs to address potential governmental constraints as it relates to new state laws. AFFH, I think throughout the programs 14 to 17, we added more specific actions and goals that the city will undertake to affirmatively furthering fair housing, and to promote. The city will also promote grants available to homeowners when it comes to developing ADUs. The state, California Finance Housing Agency, does have a grant of $25,000 available to homeowners interested in building ADUs. So with that, I'm going to turn the presentation to Ian, and he's going to go over the next steps.
Okay, thank you, Veronica. Actually, since you're driving, can you, next slide, please?
Yeah.
So first off, we would, given that we've addressed the comments from HCD and have also incorporated other comments that we received from the public, staff recommends that the City Council adopt the 2021-2029 housing element pursuant to the findings contained in the resolution. Also find that the item is exempt from CEQA pursuant to the California Code of Regulations 15061B3. And on that note, actually, I do have an adjustment to make within the resolution. which is in attachment 1, section 2, under finding number 4, we would like to remove the wording for government code and replace it with the California Code of Regulations, just to be precise about that section that we're referring to under CEQA. Also, we would like to incorporate the revisions that are contained in attachment 6 in your report. Then next slide. So next steps, we basically adopt the housing element to meet our statutory deadline and incorporate the comments and the revisions from the council tonight. Also then submit it to HCD by February 11th so that we can go through the certification review process. And ultimately, the housing element will be included as part of the general plan update as that advances forward to ensure consistency. And that would conclude staff's presentation, and we're available for any questions.
Thank you for the presentation. That's very in-depth. I have to compliment everybody on their the amount of work that went into this, and appreciate what this represents to the city, this housing element helping us to go forward. I do see that my colleague, Ms. Bill de la Pena, has a question. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Engler. I'll ask my first 3 questions, then give my colleagues a chance to ask as well. We received, as I'm trying to call up attachment number 6, it's can't quite call it up, about the revisions. So the question I have are on page 78 of the housing element, does it still mention the incentives for switching from electric to fossil gas appliances?
So I don't think, Councilmember de la Pena, I think you're not referring to attachment 6, but attachment 6 is the edits to the SOAR and Measure E section. But in regards to your question, on page 78, that's essentially citing programs that exist through Southern California Edison and the gas company. And so those are incentive programs that are out there. And so basically the section is just providing that background information. It is not to say that this is a program that the city is implementing.
If the city is not implementing it, can we delete it? Because we're all trying to move away from fossil and gas and go to a solar electric for various reasons, not only climate change, but also because of the unreliability of our power grid. So is that something that has to be in there? I would prefer to delete that.
Veronica, could you provide some background on that?
Delete that. Yes, we can delete it.
Veronica, no, I would like to leave it in there. Before we make a move like that, I think council should weigh in on this. And I am one to leave it up to the open market and natural gas versus all electric. To say that we all are trying to move in that direction, I think is a falsehood and incorrect statement. So I'd like to open up to council for discussion on that, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I will correct that statement to say that most are moving in that direction. There are a few who don't. That's true.
Let's, Councilmember McNamee, let's give Claudia her 2 cents worth, and I'll get to you as far as.
I appreciate her 2 cents, but Veronica, to make a decision like that without rest of council, I wanted to correct that, and I will.
And if I could just interrupt for a second, I just want to be clear. The section that's being discussed right now, this is not any of a policy or a program, a goal, a priority. It's nothing. This is just information as to different types of programs that are available throughout the community. So whether it stays or it goes, it really has no impact on what the programs and the policies are in the housing element. And I'm gonna kind of jump a little bit ahead, even though this is just time for council comments. But when we are talking about environmental considerations such as energy standards, et cetera. You know, what the housing element, the purpose of the housing element is to focus on housing mandates. And those housing mandates are strictly set forth by the state under HCD. So the housing element is very different than the other elements in the city. The reason why we're doing the entire comprehensive general plan is to provide us more latitude to look at other types of policies, such as energy type policies, environmental sustainability policies, et cetera. And those are going to be looked at in other elements of the general plan, not necessarily in this housing element.
That's
Thank
great
you.
to hear that.
Thank you, Ms. Milne. Go ahead, Claudia.
No, that's good to know, because then it means we can take it out because it has nothing to do with the housing element, and we will discuss energy reliability and all of that separately. So I'm suggesting to my colleagues to eliminate that. And then my second question is on page 48, and I'm reading from the Conejo Climate Coalition letter that every council member received. On page 48 refers to Title 24, building standards from 2009, although we do have really adoption of 2019 building standards. So I was wondering whether that is correct, if it's an oversight that we didn't change it to 2019, or why are we using 2009 building standards? I don't know who could.
Council Member De La Pena, the version of the housing element that is in attachment 2 has it referenced as 2019.
Very good. Okay. So then that is addressed. And then my third question is, and this has been talked about for quite some time now, since the beginning of last year, which is the inclusionary housing ordinance. It says in the housing element, we're now, we were initially hoping to discuss it last summer. We didn't get to it. Now it says December of 2023. This is such an important issue because we saw all of the comments from the housing department, HCD, how important it is to have mixed income housing, for example. So rather than waiting until the end of next year, I was really hoping that we could move that deadline to December of 2022 rather than 2023. Who could address that?
I can, Council Member. The date identified for the completion of the housing or the inclusionary housing ordinance and the non-residential linkage fee update was basically to allow some cushion. It is already underway. An RFP has been released. It is the staff's preference to complete it within 2022. The dates that are included in the housing element and the programs are dates that are to satisfy HCD. If we advance forward of those dates, that is under our own volition. And the thing is that to complete the inclusionary housing ordinance, there'll be multiple visits with the City Council to consider the findings of the feasibility analysis and nexus study to determine what would be the adequate ratios and potentially fees that would be applied for inclusionary housing and or non-residential development as well. So the inclusionary housing ordinance work is underway. In the meantime, there are projects that are being reviewed right now, and effectively through the development agreement process, those projects are getting negotiated for affordable housing, the majority of them.
So those were my questions. I will give my colleagues, of course, a chance to weigh in, and then I have additional questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bilda Pena. Next up, I think, was Councilmember McNamee.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Holt, you mentioned that the question on energy natural gas versus electric and so forth. That was there for informational purposes because that's out there in other programs and so forth. Is there any other informational aspects of the report that you have in there that are not compelled for the housing element?
Well, to be frank, I mean, you have attachment 6, which provides, I mean, so let me step back for a second. In terms of, the energy topics, those are under the housing constraints or opportunities. And so there's a whole background section that talks about energy conservation opportunities. And that's where some of the language as far as meeting Title 24, and then under the constraints, there is the discussion of, what needs to be done. Also included, we have done some edits to the background information for SOAR, Save Our Agricultural Resources, and the Parks Initiative, as well as Measure E. We did receive some correspondence, and we felt that in order to address that, we could clean up those sections. However, those corrections have no bearing whatsoever on the housing programs that are before you tonight and the actions contained therein.
And therein, those other items are there for informational purposes from perspective.
If I can help clarify this item, the housing element in general includes a lot of background information and information just in general, and it goes to set the stage for the housing element and to help the reader understand the full picture of what's going on. So not every line of every section is literal in terms of a goal or policy of the housing element.
Very good. So it's sort of like building a house, if you will. This is the foundation, and now we're talking about the structure above, which is what we're voting on. Is that a fair analogy?
That's fair.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Adam, you had a question.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I mean, just looking at the housing element, to me, it's really a policy document. It's not an implementation tool. And I don't have any problem keeping energy information in there because I don't really think it's binding per se. What's binding and what we'll be able to act on later is our climate and our environmental action plan. If you all remember, that's being worked on right now. It's going to be included in the general plan update. That's where the work will get done, that Councilmember Bill LaPena is talking about. That's the implementation part. And as far as the inclusionary housing ordinance, a lot goes into that. There's a lot to think about. You got to get an RFP out there. We need a nexus study. And again, that is the implementation part of the housing element plan. And, if staffs need some time to get it right, I say give them the time. I'm sure they'll try to get it done as quickly as possible, but I'm not so sure I want to put a time limit on it for them because this is, as Claudia said, it's a big issue. And I certainly want time to think about it and debate it and talk about it. So that's the way I feel about that.
Thank you, Councilmember Adam. Any other comments? I see Councilmember Bill LaPena with her hand back up.
Yes, thank you so much. Again, I'm going through concerns that the residents of the city are raising. So the next one is that the city of Ventura's housing element, and cities are required to give an annual update. And so we give what is called the APR. We give an annual update that is part of the consent calendar in order to comply with the requirements that by HCD. So the city of Ventura, I'm told, conducts workshops just for complete transparency and to get input regarding affordability and other issues. And I was wondering whether that was given any consideration to do a more formal update to the housing element, rather than putting a report on the calendar.
I will begin that answer, and then I'll turn it over to Ian, who will provide a little more technical detail. Just in terms of the annual progress report, that is something that staff is willing to bring to council as a director's report. Of course, that would allow additional comment from the public as it goes forward to provide additional details related to that annual progress report. And just one of those details that's included is the progress we're making on our certified housing element and the goals that we set forth in that. And in terms of the meeting you reference, I'll allow Ian to answer that question as it relates to a goal or policy in the document that's drafted before you this evening.
So yes, Councilmember De La Pena. This comment did come up during Planning Commission, and the suggestion that there are annual reports in addition to the annual report that's presented to City Council, where we conduct meetings with various housing advocacy groups, nonprofit and for-profit developers to evaluate the programs. The component of taking recommendations in the Planning Commission and then ultimately City Council, having that basically would imply that there is an annual amendment process to the housing element. And to do that would take a lot of staff resources and time. But at the same time, if the Planning Commission and the City Council decided to amend that housing element by virtue of what the results of these meetings were, we would end up in a cycle of having to get certified with the housing element possibly every year, which defeats the purpose of retaining certification for the 8-year cycle. Yeah, so that's basically the answer for that.
And
I mean, part of the suggestion was to replace the existing program that we have, that is a biannual, every 2-year workshop. But that workshop is specific to evaluate the sites inventory, the sites that become available, identified in the housing element, to have discussions with developers and the nonprofit builders to basically evaluate the feasibility and to help promote development on those sites.
And just to close the loop on that, the staff does bring forward an annual progress report every year. It's typically in March, and we do have one slated to come up before council later this winter. But it's something we do on an annual basis. And it's typically on consent calendar. Obviously, that can be pulled or people can comment on it as well. But if necessary, we can take the extra step.
Thank you. And my next question is regarding housing for people with disabilities. I saw on the slide that residential care facilities, if they have 7 or fewer people, that is something that the state is discouraging. Ms. Tam, if you could just explain that a little bit further.
I think actually it's the other way around. Under the State Land Disability Services Act, residential care facilities for 6 or fewer are considered to be a residential use, a single-family residential use, and that's how all jurisdictions in California regulate residential care facilities for 6 or fewer. Now the state is using the affirmatively furthering fair housing rule as a way for jurisdiction to really look at what about residential care facilities for 7 or more. And so the state wants the city to really look at the way you currently permit it or prohibit or conditionally permit it, and see if there are ways to facilitate residential care facilities for 7 or more persons.
So my question is, would it be used only for persons with disabilities, or could there be a loophole so the use could be for others, such as a halfway house or something like that?
It's strictly talking about residential care facilities, and that usually is for persons with disabilities.
Okay. All right. And let's see. So yes, so again, the request that and it's a really, really minor request in the overall scheme of things, since is the mention of energy that doesn't seem to be adding much to this housing element draft. So that's something I would like to get voted on if possible.
I think Ms. Pena, at the time of when we go into voting, we can bring that up again at that time and do an individual vote if you want on something like that. But right now, I'd like to get to Councilmember Adam for another question, and just we do have quite a few public speakers that I'd like to hear from as well.
Understood, Mayor. Real quick, that energy issue, as I stated earlier, the climate and environmental action plan that we're working on diligently, that will be part of the general plan update, is going to answer a lot of those questions. Can I surmise then that based on the comments we got from the Housing and Community Development Department and our responses, that we're at the point now where the HCD approves of our housing element?
I would say that, yeah,
yeah.
Yes, we've done what we think is adequate, but there is never a guarantee from the state. If there are additional changes, that will be brought back to the City Council later on.
All right, thank you.
Okay, I don't see any more hands up. I would like to get straight to our questions from our public. So, Madam Clerk, if you can please call for the speakers.
Yes, Mayor. The first speaker is Marianne Van Zyl, followed by Clint Foltz, and then Jackson Piper. Marianne, you have 2 minutes.
Go ahead, Marianne.
Great. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Great. I didn't know that I would be first, so it took me a while to come on. Thank you very much for taking a look at this housing element critically. I appreciate all of the comments that Council have made so far. I would like to bring up, just as I did before Planning Commission, the idea that the city conduct an annual workshop with affordable housing advocates, affordable housing builders, and market rate builders to discuss the city's annual progress in implementing the adopted housing element. The purpose of the workshop will be to review progress toward the housing element goals and objectives, and to evaluate the effectiveness of individual housing element programs, and to consider actions that will improve our outcomes. The results of the workshop will be provided to the Planning Commission and City Council, including any recommendations for improvement. If we find that the housing element is failing and we are not meeting the goals set out by the state, why wouldn't we want to make changes? This is an 8-year contract with the state. The Housing and Community Development Division is staffing up a 25-person enforcement division. And they will be looking at people's progress. They've said they will also be doing a review every 4 years that takes a look at the city's progress. So I honestly don't understand why we would not want to gauge our progress and to get input from stakeholders who are the ones who perhaps are having problems working with the city, getting affordable housing developed, and might have suggestions that may or may not affect the housing element, but may affect the inclusionary housing ordinance, which is explicitly outside of the housing element. There are a lot of zoning regulations which are outside of the housing element that we could be improving to increase our ability to build affordable housing in the city. This idea that we have to revisit the housing element every year if we have a formal look at it is, I think, just not the case, because so much of what makes things better are outside of the housing element.
Ms. Van Zyl, your time is up. Thank you for your input.
Thank you, Mayor Engler.
The next speaker is Clint Foltz.
Hello, my name is Clint Foltz. I'm a member of the Conejo Climate Coalition and I live in Thousand Oaks. We here in the Conejo Valley truly have so much to be thankful for. And what's more, we have the opportunity to protect what we already have by ensuring that the city can meet the housing needs of all Thousand Oaks residents facing a future impacted by climate change. We need to ensure housing for all of our residents, not just the wealthy, and we can do that by prioritizing access to affordable housing. Essential workers have been on the front lines of the COVID-19 pandemic, and yet many of us can barely afford to make ends meet due to high housing costs. The housing element needs to address the housing crisis while at the same time promoting green building and energy efficient building standards that exceed Title 24. We must electrify everything, build with sustainable building materials, and prioritize solar power systems with battery backup. That is why we are recommending the city immediately research the feasibility, funding, and benefits of adopting an all-electric reach code and retrofit program. In its current iteration, the housing element fails to address the preservation of housing as it relates to the potential loss of vital housing stock due to inevitable climate-related extreme weather impacts, including concurrent or serial heat waves, extreme drought, wildfire, and wind events. Climate change is a threat multiplier, and any problems we have now will only be made worse in the coming years. Please use the housing element to address these issues while we still have time. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jackson Piper, followed by Kat Selm, and then Rosanna Guerra. Jackson?
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to everyone who is assembled here, and I know it's been a long time and a lot of hard work getting here. I appreciate what Mr. Holt said about the intent to get the inclusionary housing ordinance revision done this year, if it is possible, and I understand it could be a burden on staff to try and achieve that, but I do think it's very important that we have that in place as soon as possible, along with a very strong in lieu fee that doesn't give developers an easy out to just avoid producing affordable units. I wanted to also bring up the idea, could there be an interim ordinance if for instance, December 2022 is not possible and we have to wait another year for the full inclusionary ordinance? I'd like the city to incentivize development that includes affordable housing beyond what the state already encourages with its density bonus, and also to incentivize development that includes climate conscious features such as the REACH code and on-site wastewater treatment, recycling, car sharing, stuff like that, by considering reductions in, or considering loosening density requirement, density limits, height requirements, parking requirements where possible to incentivize developers to make these changes. I also want to echo Marianne's ask for a commitment to the city to be accountable somewhere along the line through the housing element cycle so that we can adjust and make changes as necessary where things are not working. I realize that once a year is not really feasible, but I think maybe once every 4 years, middle of the cycle should be something we can do. I'd honestly like to see once every 2 years. Also, I want to thank you for voting in favor of the...
time's almost up.
Voting in favor of the quality in housing development today. And I want you to please approach homelessness from the other end by enabling much more affordable housing construction to prevent people from falling into homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Time's up.
Next speaker is Kat Selm.
Hi, good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. I want to quickly thank the Council for unanimously passing the Shangri-La project, as Jackson just mentioned. I think that's so cool and very excited about that. But regarding the housing element, I think that you have a really wonderful opportunity in front of you to guide our beautiful city into what's most likely a difficult future and an uncertain one. I don't say this to be dramatic, but to actually be clear-minded about the future that we face. That's why Conejo Climate Coalition believes that all city policy going forward should incorporate climate change as a problem to be solved and a challenge to overcome. And this is why we've come here tonight with some recommendations on how we feel you could strengthen and future-proof this policy document. We, some other speakers that have come ahead, would like to see the deadline to adopt an inclusionary housing ordinance moved up to December of 2022. We think that city staff should provide a more thorough analysis in the housing element of all energy conservation opportunities, which is a required section of the housing element that the city could adopt, starting with recommendations from the HCD. And we recommended how you could find those recommendations in the letter that we wrote. There's many opportunities that aren't explored in this document. We also think that the housing element should include policies that encourage private developers to exceed Title 24, similar to the mechanisms that are used to incentivize affordable housing, like density bonuses, reduced parking requirements, plan check, and permit streamlining. The city should also immediately start researching the feasibility, funding mechanisms, and benefits of adopting an all-electric reach code and retrofit program. Both the housing element and the safety element, as mentioned in the housing element, should acknowledge, plan for, and address the increasing and future impacts of climate change to preserve existing Thousand Oaks housing stock. City council members, we also believe, should keep the public apprised of the progress made through regularly scheduled staff reports presented at noticed council meetings to ensure that the city is meeting its obligations. You can find more information about our recommendations in the comments that I mentioned, and thank you so much for your consideration and time tonight.
Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Rosanna Guerra, followed by Leanne Holland and Roseanne Witt. Rosanna? Rosanna is not with us, so we'll move to Leanne Holland.
Good evening, Mayor Engler, council members, and city staff. My name is Leanne Holland, and I live in Newbury Park. I'm the parent of a child with developmental disabilities, and I live with the constant worry of what will happen to my child after I die. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of other parents who live with the same fear, including the over 500 households in our community that have an adult with a developmental disability still living at home with a parent or guardian. Please understand that this is not an intended outcome that most of us desire for our kids, but is a result of having few options or alternatives. The lack of affordable and supportive housing for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities is widely recognized as a national crisis in the disability community. Californians are even more impacted due to the higher cost of living here. While there are currently housing programs meant to serve people with developmental disabilities referenced in the housing element, I don't believe there is a proactive strategic plan to assess local needs and address the crisis. Would you please consider making an addition to the housing element to help address this issue? Under goal number 2 of the housing plan, please add the creation of a community partner group from across the developmental services, affordable housing, and homeless sectors to develop an inclusive, empowering, and supportive housing plan for people with developmental disabilities in our community. My dream for my daughter is that she is able to live and thrive as an adult in the city she calls home, where she is attending school and learning to live as part of our community. One of the biggest struggles that families like mine face is that we are constantly having to convince other people, especially those in power, that our kids are worth it, that they matter. I recently heard another parent sum up this sentiment with a mantra that she borrowed from a favorite TV character: everybody counts or nobody counts. I hope you will keep this mantra in mind as you're weighing decisions tonight that could open the door to affordable and supportive housing for people with developmental disabilities in our community. Families like mine are counting on you. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments.
The next speaker is Roseanne Witt, followed by Carol Shelton and Adam Haverstock. So Roseanne.
Hi, I'm Roseanne with the Conejo Climate Coalition. Recent news headline: U.S. emissions surged in 2021, putting the nation farther off track from its climate targets. Greenhouse gas pollution increased 6.2% over 2020. Rising GHGs drive heat, drought, and fire that guts housing, displacing ever more people. Destruction of some 1,100 homes in Boulder suburbs, where firefighters were helpless to stop a winter firestorm that burned entire neighborhoods, shows how fast housing is being lost to extreme weather. The climate crisis is a housing crisis. California requires housing elements to include both housing development and preservation. Including no climate mitigation in our housing element is negligent, short-sighted, and fiscally irresponsible. Our whole community knows, like Colorado, we will face a wind-driven wildfire where evacuation is our only defense. We can't address this danger soon enough. HCD lists many measures TO could, but has not included to meet city GHG reduction goals and lower residents' risks, like encourage installation of solar and battery storage that exceeds state requirements, provide incentives to build housing that exceeds Title 24 requirements. California encourages cities to adopt energy efficient building codes that exceed state standards. CCC urges this council to require housing element changes that at least adopt the 2022 building codes so we can reap their energy conservation, fiscal, health, safety, and climate advantages now. Boulder shows we've no time to lose. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Carol Shelton.
Thank you. My name is Carol Shelton and I live in Thousand Oaks. I am a parent of 2 children with intellectual and developmental disabilities, or IDD. As a parent of an adult with IDD still living at home, I am concerned that there is not a proactive plan for addressing the affordable and supportive housing needs for people like my children in our community. My oldest is 23 years old and reaps the benefits of living in Thousand Oaks. He has peers and allies in Thousand Oaks because he has lived here his whole life. Individuals like him want to live independently. Parents like me often care for our children well into our retirement when we likely need to care ourselves. This is often not by choice, but rather necessity. This is a crisis. In Thousand Oaks, there simply isn't enough affordable housing for children like mine. Both of my boys will need affordable housing, or they will face restrictive placements, or worse, life on the streets once I'm gone. According to the housing element before you tonight, 90% of people with IDD in Thousand Oaks live with family. Statewide, that average is 63%, and even that number is considered far too high. California closed developmental centers, and individuals with IDD and their families were promised that they would be able to live with dignity in their community, as is their right. We have turned our backs on this promise. Part of that promise must be kept by cities like ours by ensuring that we have a safe, affordable, and accessible housing for those who call Thousand Oaks home. Just this morning, I had to convince someone in power that my son is worth it, that he matters. As part of Goal 2 of the housing plan, would you please add the creation of a community partner group to develop an inclusive, empowering, and supportive housing plan for people with IDD in our community? I would like for my children to be able to live and thrive as adults in the city they call home. My boys and others like them are counting on you. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your comments.
Adam Haverstock.
Thank you, Mayor Engler and council members. My name is Adam Haverstock, and I'm the Director of Government Affairs and Tourism for the Greater Conejo Valley Chamber of Commerce. I'm speaking tonight to advocate for approval of the proposed City of Thousand Oaks housing element as presented by staff. This updated version has been scrutinized by the California Department of Housing and Community Development. It represents the next step after updating the land use element that the City Council endorsed last year as part of the Thousand Oaks General Plan update process. That process included the input of thousands of local residents and hundreds of hours of work by city staff. In this document, staff has added a lot of additional detail to satisfy the requests of HCD. While a lot of additional detail has been added, the intent of the document remains the same, to add additional housing within the city, including both workforce housing and low-income housing. This housing is desperately needed by our growing biotechnology sector to provide for the thousands of employees they intend to hire. It is a statutory requirement of each city in California to update their housing element every 8 years, and new housing must be added to meet the requirements of the next RHNA cycle. If this requirement is not met, millions of dollars in state funding for the City of Thousand Oaks will be put in jeopardy. Please approve the updated housing element as presented in the staff report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Haverstock.
The next speaker is Liza Dina Akos, followed by Timothy McDougall and Anthony Ventura. And Liza is not on, so we'll move to Timothy McDougall.
Good evening, Mayor Engler, council members, and city staff. My name is Tim McDougall. I am a resident of Newbury Park, and as we've heard tonight, we need all types of housing, not just affordable or we just need all types of housing for our residents. And this plan has been put before you. A lot of effort has gone into it. There sure will be some tweaks and stuff like that where we consider places where we can have green energy and stuff, which I'm a big proponent of. And I'm just speaking in support of this recommendation from staff to adopt this housing element. And I'm going to leave it brief, and thank you very much for your service.
Thank you for your comments.
The next speaker is Anthony Ventura, followed by Alex Perez and Armando Delgado. So Anthony's up.
Good evening. My name is Anthony Ventura, and I'm a member of the Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters. I'm a first-generation carpenter, and I live in Ventura. I was raised in low-income housing, and my family struggled with housing back in the 60s and 70s. And here we are with a huge housing shortage that's much worse, with rentals going for well over $2,500 for a two-bedroom apartment, and that's on the low end, with most closer to the $3,000 mark. I believe that every person should be given an opportunity to be able to have housing, but first we need to provide job opportunities for local residents that pay a livable wage so we can afford the housing in our area. We do this by having a local hiring clause on any housing development that is being built within the city. With the skilled and trained local workforce, that gives local residents an opportunity to uplift themselves, give them the chance to stay one day to purchase a home like myself. As a skilled tradesman, this has opened so many doors for me and my family, with our oldest daughter graduating from a state university. The benefits of a local hire are many. Having a skilled and trained local workforce will stimulate the local economy by residents that reside right here to spend money at local retail stores, restaurants, and even impact the environment by having less vehicles on the roads coming in from LA or Riverside counties. I just want to close by saying that more than ever, residents need and deserve good housing. But let's not forget that they also need good paying jobs so they can lift themselves out of the low income housing and empower them to have a livable wage. Remember, affordable housing is not guaranteed. You heard it from other speakers. All we're asking is that we give people a livable wage so they can have a nice house. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your comments.
Alex Perez, followed by Armando Delgado.
Good evening, council members. My name is Alex Perez, and I'm a member of the Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters, and also a representative of almost 2,000 members from Calabasas to Morro Bay, who are a part of Local 805 and also carpenters. I live in the local area, and I'm actually currently looking for a home in Thousand Oaks. I've been trying to find a rental. There's one rundown home that I found that was $3,200 for a 3-bedroom, 2-bath. I also believe that I'll be impacted by the environmental impacts of the projects in the housing element. The housing element should require or highly encourage projects to utilize local skilled and trained workforce. Local hire and skilled and trained workforce requirements reduce construction-related environmental impacts while benefiting the local economy and providing new opportunities for our younger generations to start a career in the trades. In a recent poll, only 40% of high school graduates go on to college and study for a degree and a career. So what happens to the other 60%? We should not only work on our environment, but our local economy, which a big part of it is our younger generations. Earlier, I heard some comments regarding Shangri-La and prevailing wage. So with Shangri-La being out of the LA area, they're bringing all their workforce in from LA, and there's plenty of contractors that do work in this area and can provide a local workforce. And another thing that was mentioned with the prevailing wage, yes, they turn in records. Yes, they turn in certified payroll, but who checks that? Do you guys check that, or does just because they say they have an in-house labor compliance department, Do you guys review that or?
Time is up, sir. Thank you for your
Thank you.
comments.
Our next speaker is Armando Delgado, followed by Manley McNitch and Jonathan Duran. And Armando is not on. Armando is not on, so we'll move to Manley. And it looks like Manley's not on as well. So our next speaker is Jonathan Duran.
Good evening, Mayor. It's been a long one so far, and council members and staff. My name is Jonathan Duran. I'm also a representative. I'm also a carpenter at Local 805 and also a resident of Newbury Park. My oldest goes to Sequoia, my middle son goes to Banyan, my daughter goes to Newbury Oaks over in Dos Vientos. So as a carpenter, hey, that's our dream, to be able to own a house, be able to have opportunity to purchase something. For myself, I'm a third generation carpenter. So I understood what the value was coming into the trade. To see my grandfather be able to build a lot of homes here in the Conejo Valley, Simi Valley, and Ventura County, also with my father. And then as myself, I also built a lot of infrastructure throughout the county, in Santa Barbara and throughout other counties. But as a union carpenter, the opportunities are, hey, you go where the work's at. Our view is, hey, we need to have more opportunity to have local jobs for individuals that live here and have an opportunity to spend the money back here in our own community. Some of the opportunities that are needing to be addressed is, I heard earlier today, or this meeting was Moore Park College speaking about opportunities for students going out to college. Hey, we're also the four-year university in the construction trades. So opportunities for individuals that are graduating from high school have a pathway to come into our trade and be able to work here locally. So all we're asking is to include some type of provision to skilled and trained workforce in this upcoming update on this housing element. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Our next speaker is Evan Powell, followed by Robert Fallon and Faith Grant. Evan's up. Evan Powell. He's not on, so we'll go ahead and move to Robert Fallon.
Good evening, ladies and gents. My name is Rob Fallon. I am a member of the Local 805 Carpenters, and I live over in Moore Park. So my members who came before me have pretty much been describing me. I'm a working member out in the field. I live here, I build here, I play here. Well, that's what's supposed to happen, but unfortunately, I have to travel all the way down to Long Beach or LA to find work right now. I heard a few comments earlier on with a bit of animosity towards the union. But I mean, think about it, guys. If we live in Conejo Valley, we want to be able to come home every night. We want to see our families. We want to raise them properly so that we don't have these problems, again, that lead to homelessness. So what we ask for you guys is, when you're going to be building in the area, please consider a local workforce hiring clause. Now, I heard some people say, oh, yeah, but we're going to hire a local contractor out of LA. Well, that's all very well. You may hire a local contractor out of LA, but then he's going to sub the work to the cheapest guy. It's exactly what was happening over in Simi Valley. They hired a local contractor who pulled some guys from Texas. So now a crew comes into Texas who don't spend their money here. No money stays in the community. We don't raise any taxes. And it's basically a vicious circle where we keep the money low in our area. So again, going back to workforce community agreement, where we can live here, work here, and build here. Going back to some of the other comments too is, oh, well, you should keep a team together because they'll work better together. In the union, we're all brothers. We all work together on a daily basis, just on different projects. So please don't ever think that because we're called a union and not a certain company that we don't work well together. Another comment that was raised is, felt like you guys are almost implying that we make too much. Well, let's think, how much do we make? We get $45 an hour, then $20 in benefits. That's $65 an hour. And you're saying we make 3 times as much as a non-union person. Well, so you're saying I should make $20 an hour? How can I afford to live in Thousand Oaks on $20 an hour? Guys, the inflation's getting worse. Things are getting more expensive. You guys need to be realistic. $65 an hour for a guy to live, work in Thousand Oaks is pretty pretty right on right now. It's pretty spot on. So again, we live here, we build here, and we want to have a workforce community agreement in everything we do. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Faith Grant, followed by Lisa Powell and Veronica Haverbeck. Faith?
Good evening, Mayor Engler and council members. My name is Faith Grant, and I live in Westlake Village, and I am with Conejo Climate Coalition, a group focused on climate and environmental impacts to Thousand Oaks and surrounding areas. We understand there have been challenges with drafting a housing element due to COVID, and we appreciate the work that has been done under the current circumstances. However, here are some ways that the housing element can be bolstered. To address our code red climate condition, the housing element must acknowledge that housing and our climate crises are interconnected. Building accounts for 24% of greenhouse gases in Thousand Oaks. Reducing greenhouse gases from buildings can be achieved by including incentives to exceed 2019 Title 24 building standards, such as density bonuses, decreased setbacks, prioritizing plan checks, and permitting for zero net energy projects. And regarding the Title 24 standard dates, 2009 is noted on page 43, while on page 77, 2019 standards are referenced. Sticking to referencing 2019 standard reduces confusion for the reader. With regard to affordability, a topic that has been raised and discussed for new residential developments submitted for approval to the City Council, who acknowledges the need and yet fails to insist these units be included. To ensure affordable units are built, we recommend a new inclusionary housing ordinance be adopted this year. And lastly, accountability. A plan that can be measured will keep the city on track. We're recommending wording be added that the city have a yearly review of progress on its housing element and have staff present the report to the City Council. Again, we understand that time is of the essence in submitting the housing element to the state. Asking staff to focus on these few changes will yield big benefits to our city. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Lisa Powell is our next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. As a longtime Thousand Oaks resident, I have some thoughts as you consider the current updated draft of the housing element, which will serve as a blueprint for housing needs and goals of our city for the next 8 years. I'm so inspired by so many passionate residents who've spoken tonight. I don't want to discount the hard work by staff that goes into a massive planning document such as this, but we must acknowledge that the current version of the element is not robust or intentional enough in providing what's needed to increase the diversity of housing in our city. At bare minimum, it needs stronger committal language and better accountability measures. We shouldn't settle for adequate. We failed in the last housing cycle. Why not do what we need to do to ensure that we don't fail again? Why fight accountability and transparency? Planning Commission Chair Newman chose to vote against this current version of the housing element. He felt that an opportunity had been missed to produce a more committal document, one that improves access to housing for all Thousand Oaks residents. I agree. The lack of clear and decisive wording and unwillingness to include stronger review mechanisms makes me wonder if this city actually wants to create the affordable and accessible housing it needs. Finally, I'm so glad that Project Home Key was on the agenda tonight. Council showed its support to help those who are unhoused with a 5-0 vote to approve. We know that a root cause of the unhoused crisis in California is the lack of affordable housing. Actually, it's any type of housing. So let's be a part of the solution by addressing the root cause of homelessness by doing what our city needs to do to create the opportunities to develop more housing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Powell.
Our next speaker is Veronica Haverbeck, followed by our final speaker, Christina B.
Good evening, council members and Mr. Mayor. My name is Veronica Haverbeck, and I live in Newbury Park. I have lived here for some 35 years. And I will keep it very, very brief. I support what Lisa so eloquently spoke and other residents. stating that this housing element lacks the clear, supportive language to show the city's commitment to build affordable housing. I understand clearly that the city is not in the business of building affordable housing, but the city holds the civic and moral responsibility to hold developers accountable to build affordable housing. The city has failed to do so with this whole Thousand Oaks Boulevard revamp. All the developments there didn't have a single affordable housing unit. You failed. And this housing element needs to be stopped until the language is very clear that any housing development that will be built must include affordable housing and inclusionary housing. Let's not limit the inclusionary housing to developmentally disabled people. I have a 40-year-old disabled daughter. She's not developmentally disabled, but she has traumatic brain injury. And there are many folks in our city with traumatic brain injury lacking affordable housing. Thank you. Thank you for all your work and your service, and good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Hefferbeck.
Our final speaker is Christina B.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you so much for the opportunity to speak here, and thank you to Lisa and Veronica for your thoughts as well. The community members who keep this community going, the teachers, the firefighters, the restaurant workers, and so many others cannot afford to live here. I oppose the 8A housing element because there are not clear guidelines that make affordable housing accessible and a reality. I'll speak from personal experience. I was born and raised in the Conejo Valley. I absolutely love it here. I went to UC Berkeley and UCLA, two amazing schools. I also incurred an incredible amount of student debt. So coming back to my hometown where I was born and raised, where I would love to give back, it's not a reality. I can't afford to live here. So, I mean, I oppose this, and I really hope that you all can find it in your hearts to think of the community members here, the teachers, the people who are really hardworking and love this community, to make affordable housing a reality. I think it really gets a bad rap. So I really hope that we can make this a reality. I've seen this for over 30, 40 years, that it keeps getting passed around, and it's not a reality. So I hope that I can see the change, and all of the younger generation of students who I am teaching, who also are struggling, and I see their families struggling as well. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your comments tonight. And Madam Clerk, do we have any other speakers?
Mayor, we do not.
Very good then. So I will then turn it over to staff for some staff responses to some of the speakers. Mr. Powers.
Thank you, Mayor Engler. I know that a number of our staff team will have some answers to more technical aspects of questions and points that were brought up. But I did want to touch on just one high-level piece, just as a reminder. And I know that Veronica Tam mentioned it during her presentation, but it bears repeating and reminding, because I think we are have a lot of folks who are very passionate about housing policy, very understandably so. And I think we are as well, as demonstrated by the action earlier this evening, and the City Council's affirmation of a permanent supportive housing project that moved forward. City Council also has advanced a project at the former Hillcrest Christian School site with a $10 million investment to acquire property with the intention of doing affordable housing on the site. I mention these only because these are discretionary dollars. There was a time in California's history when we had a funding source associated with affordable housing. We do not build housing today. We're reliant on the private sector and nonprofit sector to do that. Our main responsibility, and that's what this document does, is to ensure there is land and development codes that permit and encourage the development of that housing. And the council took a big step forward with that, with revisions to the land use map to create opportunities to place this housing. As a reminder to the community and to the council, when we had redevelopment era funding streams associated with affordable housing, the city produced over 2,500 units of housing and expended almost $70 million in doing so, going back to the early 70s. Some of that was in new construction, some of that was in rehab construction. Things like the Shiloh Gardens, or Shadow Hills, projects that folks may or may not be familiar that it was the city that funded those projects. You look at Shiloh Gardens, I pulled up some numbers. The city put in $10.8 billion into that. So it's just a reminder that we all would like there to be a magic fix to this, but it does require funding. It does require cooperation, and the city has a role to play. And those that are passionate and advocate about this, I would encourage them to also advocate in Sacramento for funding streams. The way we're able to pull projects like the one we had earlier tonight is because there's state funds being attached to the priority, and we do need to see more of that. I'm going to pass it over to Kelvin. I want to talk just a little bit more about some of the other aspects and questions that are brought up, and perhaps Ian and Veronica as needed.
Thank you, Drew. So one of the things that I wanted to reiterate as we begin to respond to some of the comments that we just heard is the purpose of the housing element from a city perspective is to provide adequate sites for the future building of housing to suit various housing types and need categories throughout the city. The primary purpose of this element is to satisfy the state requirements, which are quite strict, quite stringent, and very detailed of what they're looking for to lay a broad policy framework of our plan for the next 8 years. The plan will not be realized in year 1, 2, or 3. It is truly an 8-year plan for strategic and managed growth throughout the city to meet the needs as defined by the state. Many of the comments that we've heard so far fall in the categories where they should be implemented through implementation tools and not necessarily through a policy document, which is the housing element itself. Further, there's confusion between what the state would like to see and what they expect in a housing element versus what people seem to want a housing element to be. While the end result may be the same, how you get there and how you go about those documents are not. They're actually two different things. So in regards to some of the technical details as it relates to the comments, I'm going to turn it over to Ian, who will begin to address some of the other comments that came up.
Thank you, Kelvin. Just to start off and actually to tail off of what you were saying, Kelvin, about it being an 8-year plan. The city, we do conduct our annual progress reports, which is the sole purpose is to monitor and to report that progress to HCD. And, with the various legislation, there is additional monitoring requirements by HCD. So they have a lot more teeth in their ability to oversee our progress. There was also a comment about the possibility of having an interim inclusionary housing ordinance. Again, the inclusionary housing ordinance and specifically the fee, both they need a feasibility analysis. What is the appropriate percentage that would fit for the city of Thousand Oaks and the market that it's in here? And and the development potential that we allow. All those things that need to be evaluated to create a realistic percentage and not necessarily an arbitrary percentage to providing affordable housing within projects. And the same goes for the fee. You can't establish a fee without a nexus study, and those will take time. And then ultimately, the fees will need to be discussed and agreed upon by the city council. In terms of the comments regarding, energy and water conservation, those will be addressed in the conservation element as part of the general plan update, as well as any kind of reach codes are going to potentially exceed any kind of California Green Building Code requirements. That would have to be addressed during the building code updates. The city, every 3 years, as California updates its the building code, will then update its own local code. Also, what I had, there were, comments regarding special needs folks, specifically people with IDD. And currently, they're under our program 6. It is specific for lower income households and those with special housing needs. And there are goals in there that include, or within the program, components such as encouraging affordable housing providers to give priority to housing needs of persons with disabilities, including but not limited to persons with developmental disabilities. And then there's objectives within that. Furthermore, as part of the zoning code amendment package, we will need to update our residential care facilities for 7 or more. Those type of facilities can house people with special needs. And if the city updates its zoning code to allow these through a more clarified process and amend the code to be consistent with state law, that will allow another opportunity to provide housing for those special needs people. There was talk about putting the housing element on hold so that it can be worked on to have more teeth in it. I think that would be self-defeating for the purposes of the city because we need to submit this to HCD so that we can at least get into a certification review. Putting on a hold, and the reasoning behind that, as Kelvin had mentioned, really was based on implementation tools. As far as putting more teeth into the actions of the housing element. And those would be something that would follow as part of actually adhering to the objectives identified in the housing element. So I think that covers there were comments about from the Climate Coalition regarding, added incentives for density bonuses. There is a program that we have now to update that per state law, and given actually the makeup of the current land use and even the proposed land use, density bonus law will still probably be utilized on projects moving forward. Parking reductions. Again, that's something that needs to be analyzed and would have to be ultimately an implementation tool and discussed and looked upon based on some data analysis. So to come up with a requirement to reduce parking at this juncture is not prudent. I think that covers the bulk of them.
Mr. Mayor?
Hold on one second, Mr. Jones. I want to make sure we don't have any other comments coming back from our staff.
I'd like to just add one thing. Thank you for all the comments. We appreciate everyone's interest in the subject. There is Kelvin and Mr. Powers and Mr. Holt have all covered most of the items I was going to cover. However, I do want to point out one more time that this is a policy document, and within it we have 11 goals, and in those goals there are identified 43 objectives, which are implementation actions to achieve those goals. It's an 8-year plan, and as you can see from all the efforts Ms. Hardy and her team put together just to bring forward one amazing project, a lot of these programs take a big amount of effort as well. And we are committed to pushing the inclusionary housing ordinance forward. It's on our work program and it's underway. That's all I wanted to add. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. No other comments from staff. So I would close the hearing right now and open it up to any comments and questions of council. First hand up tonight was by Council Member Adam. If he can please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, I feel compelled to add on to what our city manager just said. And as a reminder, what he said was that when it comes to affordable housing, the city, in my opinion, has done an amazing job. When we had redevelopment funds, I'm repeating what Drew said, we spent $70 million and had 2,500 units of affordable housing built. But that's not the end of it. Okay, that's not the end of it. In recent times, we have required affordable housing in virtually every project that's come before us. 299 on the Boulevard has affordable units. The Kmart project, which we cleared on a pre-screen, even with a no vote, has 50 affordable units, the most ever. The Lakes project, we extracted $13 million, $80,000 per unit to use for affordable housing. The Timber School project has affordable housing units in it. And tonight we voted on the Quality Inn, which it doesn't get much more affordable than 77 units for homeless folks. That's about as affordable as it can get. So this implication by the Climate Coalition that somehow we're not dedicated to affordable housing or we're ignoring it, that's a total mischaracterization, period. And furthermore, we'll be voting on the general plan update, I don't know, maybe a year from now, 9 months from now, whenever that might be. And if you recall, when we did our land use survey and we all voted, we concentrated a lot of housing along the boulevard, which is exactly what Governor Newsom wants us to do in his latest initiative. In fact, he's providing funds to build housing in the core downtown of cities. Why? Because we need housing, number one, but there's an environmental factor because the Climate Coalition knows that the biggest culprit of greenhouse gases is VMT, vehicle miles traveled. So if we have housing on the boulevard, hopefully that will take people out of their cars and be more pedestrian oriented. So hopefully this time around, the Climate Coalition can see fit to support that notion because it has a direct effect. And you're right, Climate Coalition, housing does have a direct effect on greenhouse gases. So I'd appreciate your support when that issue comes around. I have more to say, but I just want people to know where this council is on this issue of affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Adam. Councilmember Jones, you had your hand up. Thank you.
Yeah,
sir.
I don't completely understand this inclusionary housing ordinance. I wonder if someone might explain it and what it is supposed to achieve.
Are you asking for staff to explain?
Yes, I was trying to get Ian to answer. That's when I raised my hand.
Very good. Ian, can you cover that for us?
Yes. Yes, Councilmember Jones. The inclusionary housing ordinance, it's a component of the municipal code of the city. Actually, and basically, inclusionary housing ordinances have one of two components, or could have one or two components to it. One is that requiring residential development, and there might be some set parameters as far as the size of the development or the type of the development, whether it's for rent or for sale, and require a percentage of the units within that project to be affordable.
Well, aren't we doing that right now? As council member, just excuse me, got a problem with right. Just Councilmember Adam just said. I mean, we have been attaching affordable to a lot of these projects in the last 3 years that I know of.
That is correct. However, most of those projects had gone through a pre-screen process, and it's the development agreement that has been the tool. So it's been more of a negotiation process that the council or staff and the council ultimately has embarked with the developers. So the inclusionary housing ordinance, in the event that you don't have a development agreement or some other kind of legislative act, and you're having housing development by right in a land use category or a zone, then it automatically requires a development per code to provide affordable housing or pay a fee.
Yeah, that was done with air pollution control. A lot of companies that were polluting could keep polluting if they paid a fee. I mean, if you keep paying a fee to create affordable housing, you're not creating affordable housing. You're creating a fund. You're creating a fund that could later be used for that purpose. But Drew was right on the mark. You can't just legislate. Let me just finish. You can't just legislate this area or that area. Something Kelvin said, provide adequate sites to accommodate housing of different, levels of cost. Well, you can't just designate an area of the city and say, we'll put affordable here or something here. That's going to take being subsidized if you put affordable there, because by the time that the developer has bought the property at a very high price, and we've had arguments tonight for various amenities to help being green and so forth, which I agree with, and pay higher costs to workers, union labor. But all these things, don't they contribute to the price of building a house? And the developer is not, an eleemosynary organization. He wants to make a profit. So don't you think, Ian, that we would have to subsidize housing to make it affordable somewhat?
Well, that is an option. And again, that's where if a fee were to get adopted as part of the inclusionary housing ordinance as an option, instead of having a project provide it, that fee would have to be based on what's the realistic dollar amount that's needed to help support the construction of affordable housing. That being said, as Drew said, the city is not really in the business typically for building affordable housing. I mean, we do have some examples that the city has embarked on, the Hillcrest School site and, the item before you, previously.
Yeah, let me just say in conclusion, I think that, I appreciate all the people that mentioned affordable housing. I'm with them. But I got the impression that they thought we could just designate a certain part of town for affordable housing, and therefore there would ipso facto be affordable housing. To my thinking, with the high price of real estate and, land, whatever land may be available, which is very little now, you are going to have to, charge a high price in order for the developer to make a profit. That's all.
Thank you, Councilmember Jones. I can see we're going to have a long discussion on any affordable housing, inclusionary housing ordinance that we might want to look at down the line. Claudia, please, you have your hand up.
Yeah, let me lower it. I thought I lowered it. Here we go. All right. Thank you. So I just wanted to say that, first of all, there is no doubt that this is a topic that, about which staff and residents equally are very passionate. A lot of work went into this, without a doubt, by staff. This is something that is a pretty big project, and it takes time. I do understand that. But we have various groups this evening. I know one was mentioned, the Conejo Climate Coalition, but there were other groups that spoke tonight about affordable housing. So it wasn't just the CCC. And I think we by now understand that the city does not build affordable housing. We just have to have the tools to give to developers to get them to build affordable housing, workforce housing, whatever it may be. So the inclusionary housing ordinance is something that is very important. We had one. We have an inclusionary housing ordinance right now. We just don't have an in lieu fee. So, and it has been talked about for a very, very long time, several years now. And yes, it is extremely frustrating to see that the deadline is now being moved yet again. We were hoping to have an inclusionary housing ordinance last year at the latest. So, you know, so many groups here. We have the Carpenters Union that is trying, and they're at every meeting, whether it's the city or the county or at LAFCO, they're everywhere. And you know, and the message is strong. They want local labor to stay local. It's something we should definitely consider. So regarding the housing element, Mrs. Tam said that it is adequate, which means it might be satisfactory. And I wanted to ask Mrs. Tam what she thought we could improve upon tonight so that it would be better than just adequate.
I think in general, like the housing element, you can go as far as you want to, but I think the important thing that staff mentioned is funding. That's probably the most critical component of what makes affordable housing feasible in any community, but that you're lacking. Certainly working on your inclusionary housing and move fee in the future will provide you a little bit of the funding capacity, but in general, the most important thing is to make sure that you have the land use capacity, you have the development standards, you have the appropriate processes to remove the roadblocks. And then think the other thing then you will be you can look at is how do you increase your funding capacity? What are the things that you would want to pursue in terms of additional availability of funding from the state or from HUD? That's the most critical part, is to what extent you have the ability to actually help facilitate that with funding. I don't know if there is any particular programs or that the staff would like to pursue in the future and that can be incorporated into the housing element. But the most important thing from something that you have the ability to do is to make sure that you provide the land use capacity and remove the roadblocks.
Yeah, so I'm reading about the Build Back Better Act that could help with funding, and we need to really lobby at the state level for more funding, like we used to have a few years ago when we had the redevelopment agency. So while this plan is probably going to pass muster, it's not something that will be exceeding anything that perhaps other housing elements do, correct? Maybe, Mrs. Tam?
I think the city you have to evaluate the reality and like market conditions that you have right now, and that you don't necessarily have a historical kind of trend or pattern yet. So there is nothing to prevent a city to exceed the housing element. And if you, as you start implementing, you have more ability and opportunities in the future, there's nothing to just because your housing element said that, just I think Ian mentioned that, just because your housing element said that you're going to do something by 2023, it doesn't stop you if you're able to do it faster, that you get it to, you know, to get it done by 2022. If your housing element says that you're going to try to pursue 200 ADUs, there is nothing to prevent the city from doing more. But I think you have the opportunity also as part of the overall general plan to maybe look at that later on and see if there are more realistic capacity that you can add. Staffing is an issue. You know, I think I want cities to be realistic. One thing you'd want to avoid is to be overly aggressive and then not delivering. I think that would be very difficult to when you submit your APR to the state, and year after year, and the accomplishment is not accomplished, not yet accomplished, not yet accomplished. I think that would reflect poorly on the city. But if you over deliver, it's a better message to the state.
Okay.
And if I may, Councilmember Biddle-Pena, one great example to build on what Veronica just said is the item that the council advanced earlier this evening, assuming it moves forward and is constructed, the permanent supportive housing, 77 units. That's not included in our current housing element. That didn't preclude us from bringing it forward and the council from advancing it, and it will receive credit accordingly for it. So we're already exceeding in that regard.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and also with an inclusionary housing ordinance, if we have an in lieu fee, for example, that is a fee that goes to a fund, and we cannot really do anything with that money until we have enough in that fund. So having payments made out over 35 years or so is not necessarily taking care of the workforce housing crisis that we have now. So I am concerned that we're not hard hitting enough, in the sense that we're not going to make it clear that we are completely committed to providing affordable housing, whether it's a purchase of another parcel or so. And of course, the inclusionary housing ordinance. We are so lacking in that area, and we've just let it go by year after year after year after year. What's also being requested is a more thorough analysis on a yearly basis. So instead of putting it in a consent calendar, maybe it should be really a full department report where people can have input. It's not, instead of pulling it from the consent calendar, just something to keep the people in the loop, just to have complete transparency. Yeah, it's not great, but we are on deadline, I guess. I don't know. It's just a little unsettling. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Biddle-Pena. Councilmember Adam, you have your hand up again.
Thanks, Bob. This inclusionary, we talked about it here, the inclusionary housing ordinance and the non-residential linkage fee. It's really not actually on the agenda, but the Nexus study will give us all the information and all the parameters we need to make an intelligent assessment of how we need to handle that ordinance. But right now, what we have are development agreements with projects whereby we can insist on affordable housing, and we have done just that, and we're getting that. I mean, it just takes a yes vote from council members to make that happen. And that's coming up, particularly with the Kmart project. It's due in a few months, and we'll see where we go with that, but that's going to have at least 50 affordable units. I just wanted to bring up one thing, though, that for me anyway, there's a lesson to be learned in this housing element. that really struck me about the demographics in our city. The fact that our population is dwindling. We've actually lost ground in population over the last 11 years. Our median age is 44. It's the highest median age in the county. The fastest growing demographic group in the city are people between the ages of 65 and 74. That's up 36%. The declining group in the city are kids. To me, they're kids. People between the ages of 25 and 44. That group's declining. It's going backwards. We've lost 10%. I mean, there's really a lesson to be learned from this, and it was rather eye-opening to read this housing element and see these kind of numbers. Not to mention, you know, our housing growth over the last 10 years it's been small, but it's getting better. It's getting better. So affordable housing, yes, we need it, but I'll tell you what, market rate housing isn't so bad either. And I'm going to give you an example. The 1710 project that was approved on the Boulevard is our first mixed-use project in the history of the city. It's got 36 units in it. So I talked to the owner of the project just recently. It's a market rate project because there's been a notion out there that somehow young people can't afford market rate. Only seniors can afford, you know, they've accumulated enough money to afford this kind of project. Well, the facts are say differently. Please listen. 90% of the people that live at the 1710 project are between the ages of 25 and 45. 90%. They have high incomes. They're entrepreneurs. They have kids. If you drive over there, you'll see toys and bicycles on the balconies, etc. There's only 3 tenants there that are over 60. Furthermore, as we speak, there's 108 people on the waiting list to get into 1710. 108 people. And this is a market rate project. All right? So our young people can afford to live in these kind of places. They want to live in these kind of places. They want to live in a vibrant, downtown, attractive type environment. So this bodes well for the Caruso project behind the lakes. This bodes well for 299. And it's not just seniors that can afford these types of projects. I'm not trying to say we don't need affordable, but we need a mix of housing. And I think the facts behind 1710 illustrate that. 90% between the ages of 25 and 45. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think this is the kind of demographic we're trying to attract to the city. Because the aging city, although there's nothing inherently wrong with that, but in the long run, I don't believe it's sustainable to keep the city moving forward when the population just gets older and older and older. I mean, I'm getting older and older. I need somebody behind me, the younger generation, to come up and fill that gap. Anyway, it was an interesting set of facts I pulled from the demographics, and I thought you might want to know how 1710's doing. And point being, we need a mix of housing, affordable and market rate both. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Councilmember Adam. I don't see any other hands up. Let me just put my 2 cents worth in. The question before us tonight, I appreciate all the talk about our affordable housing, inclusionary housing ordinance that now is set at 0, basically. And I agree with many of our public speakers, and I agree with our council member Bill de la Pena that this is something that we need to visit and include, as I think it was maybe Mr. Parker said that that is a tool for making this system work, for our plan to work. And I also agree with many of our public speakers that we need to address our climate issues. But I think there's a confusion amongst many of our people in our public, as well as I think in my own mind to some extent. This is a land use element of our general plan. The land use element of our general plan, we are tasked with coming up with locations whereby we can satisfy the RENA numbers that we've been asked to come up with. That is the crux of what we are voting on tonight. Have we accomplished that goal? And we've been told by staff that there have been enough locations put aside, plus a buffer for no net zero loss to be able to accomplish that goal. The goal of inclusionary housing, and we've had a spirited discussion on it tonight, and I'm sure we will have another spirited discussion coming up. That is an ordinance that's already in place that we need to put a little bit of meat on those bones. But that's a discussion really for another night. The environmental aspect, the environmental element of our general plan will be the place that we include any increases in reach codes and that sort of thing. But tonight we're looking at, did we do a good enough job with our land use element to give the state what it needs and gives us the goals that we need to be able to do enough housing for our workforce and to meet the needs going forward in our city. To me, I think we've done that, and I don't discount the other items that we need to talk about. And we've been having discussions offline to make sure that we do have an inclusionary housing ordinance come to us prior to the end of this year. We are working on that. We are getting a consultant in to get that nexus study that we deeply need to know where to set the number of homes or a number of units and the amount of an inclusionary housing in lieu fee. We don't know what that is yet, so we can't do that now, but we will be doing that. So with that, I would entertain a motion if we would so choose to approve this general plan amendment and adopt the housing element. So I see
I'd like to make that motion, Mayor.
Motion by Mr. Adams. Any comment on the motion?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well,
yes.
I'll just say what Bob said. Everybody's got to remember this is a policy document. It's not an implementation tool, but we are implementing. As has been said ad infinitum here, we're going to look at that inclusionary housing ordinance. We're going to do an annual progress report that's transparent. We're going to address the energy concerns through the climate and the environmental action plan. But right now, we need a housing element because the consequences of not having one are very negative to the city, as it was stated in the staff report. Lack of funding, fines, who knows what else. But anyway, so with that, I will move that we adopt the housing element that's been proposed tonight. And I commend staff. I know there's been a lot of work. It was a good read, I must say. For me, it did a lot more than talk about housing. It talked about the demographics of the city, which was very interesting. So I will move that we adopt the housing element as presented to us tonight.
Al, did you read all 600 pages?
Of course.
Mayor, I'd like to, Al, consider the following. I believe there was a change to wording on 8A2. Government Code section is now California Code of Regulations. If I remember correctly, am I in error, or should that also be part of the motion?
You might have awake, Councilmember McNamee, but yes, you are correct.
Well, then I'll include that as part of my motion. Thanks, Kevin.
And I just have one other quick comment before I get to my colleague, Claudia de la Pena. Thank you for reminding me, Mr. Adam. One of the comments by a couple of our speakers was to really highlight this annual review of where we're at so that people know where we are and how we're doing. And, if we need to look at other course corrections, we can do that. But I would encourage our future council and city staff to make sure that that is incorporated into our annual review of this. Very transparent presentation by staff. Ms. Bilde Le Pena, thank you.
Thank you. I wanted to just bring up the need to update our zoning to provide for housing for persons with disabilities or special needs. I would like to see that brought back if possible. I know there's a lot to do, but that is something that we absolutely need to look at. And I would very much appreciate that. And that's just a message, a note to staff and my colleagues that is very important. I would have preferred to have a deadline set for the end of this year for the inclusionary housing ordinance.
All right, motion stands.
Motion stands. Any other comments? Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bilde La Pena,
I abstain.
Councilmember Adam,
Yes.
Councilmember McNamee,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Jones,
Aye.
and Mayor Engler.
Yes.
And that motion carries 4-0 with Councilmember Bilde La Pena abstaining. And also, Mayor, can I get concurrence from the City Council to continue past 11 o'clock to complete the agenda?
Yes, thank you. I was keeping my eye on the clock that we'd have to have an extension. Is that amenable to my colleagues to extend past 11 o'clock?
Yes.
Stand moved.
Yes.
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 Very good. We will extend past 11 o'clock. We are closing in on a couple of our items and we should be finishing up soon. Our next thing on our agenda tonight is department reports. It's an interim urgency ordinance regarding self-storage facilities. Stephen Kearns, our planning division manager, will be presenting. Also available for questions is Kelvin Parker and Patrick Heher. Take it away, Mr. Kearns.
Thank you, Mayor Engler and members of the City Council. As mentioned before you is consideration of adopting an interim ordinance declaring a moratorium on self-storage facilities. The city has the ability to adopt a moratorium based on section 65858 of the California Government Code. This section allows the City Council to adopt a moratorium for uses that may be in conflict with existing or contemplated general plan or zoning standards. This same government section requires that a supermajority vote for the moratorium, and this means in this case that 4 out of the 5 members of City Council vote to adopt, or the motion does not pass. If it's adopted, then the initial ordinance will be in effect for 45 days. And then after that 40 days, at a public hearing, City Council can consider extending the moratorium for another 10.5 months. And then once again for another year after that for a total of 2 years. The why moratorium? The primary purpose of adopting a moratorium is to provide the city time to review existing municipal code and general plan policies related to self-storage facilities, in this case, and evaluate potential new or modified standards to ensure that the general plan is implemented as intended. This would include evaluating findings or reasons to approve a request for a self-storage facility. So over the past year, the staff has received an influx of inquiries to build new or modify existing industrial buildings to self-storage. In fact, our economic development division has received 11 inquiries over the past 2 years, and the planning division has received over a dozen just this past year. So currently in the city, there are 15 traditional self-storage. And by traditional, I mean they have actual units. They're not big box where they have storage for large profile vehicles. And it's consisting of nearly 1.1 million square feet of building area. So all these developments, all the developments that exist have been considered and approved utilizing general development standards as permitted in the C2 zone, the M1 zone, in the M2 zoning categories, either through a special use permit or a development permit. And again, depending on the location, that's what determines if it's a development permit or a special use permit. If it's in the C2 zone, it's a special use permit by code requirement. If it's within 400 feet of residential zone, then a special use permit is required in the M1 or M2 zone. But if it's outside of 400 feet of residential, then it's just a development permit is required, and the city has less discretion to approve or deny. The 9 of the inquiries from our Economic Development Division were located in the Rancho Canaria, basically the area of Rancho Canaria Boulevard, Amgen location, the new biotech areas that are popping up in those industrial buildings. 5 of those 9 were located outside of 400 feet of residential. So they would go in with a development permit. They can convert an existing building to self-storage, and it's done solely by issuance of a development permit. Now, shown here in this slide, this is a map of the city, of course, and there's a table that lists the first 15 are self-storage units that are existing in the city. Number 16 and 17 are under review through the pre-application review process. And then the map depicts the location with corresponding numbers to the table. And again, as noted in the last column, there's over 1 million square feet of self-storage existing in the city. So if City Council adopts an interim ordinance, the city would be precluded from processing requests for self-storage, including requests for new facilities or substantial modifications to existing facilities. And during this period, staff would evaluate standards related to these facilities and if necessary, bring it back to the City Council at a public hearing. That would be a request to extend the moratorium for an additional 10.5 months. That would provide us enough time, city staff, to initiate a municipal code amendment and consider establishing explicit standards for these facilities, including new processes if necessary. And then after that 1-year period, staff can bring back another extension if we don't have standards in place for up to another 1 year. It's important to note that there are 2 pre-applications for self-storage facilities active. Both these requests would not be able to submit applications for the formal development permit if the moratorium is adopted. So during the moratorium, staff will utilize the time to review applicable development and procedural standards appropriate for these uses, including parking, lot coverage, minimum and maximum lot sizes, design standards, and appropriate processes for considering these types of uses. If the moratorium is granted, staff will provide a report back to City Council to consider initiation of the municipal code amendment for evaluation of specific standards related to the self-storage facilities. As part of the evaluation, staff will survey other jurisdictions and their standards, in addition to the existing standards contained in our municipal code, and develop standards for consideration by Planning Commission to have a recommendation to City Council. Now, the findings for moratorium are suggested for City Council to adopt if there exists a current and immediate threat to public health, safety, welfare requiring an interim urgency ordinance, that this ordinance is necessary for the immediate preservation of public peace, health, safety, and welfare, and permitting of additional self-storage facilities in the city of Thousand Oaks without evaluation of the near-term and the long-term impacts of utilizing valuable commercial and industrial land without establishing specific development standards. Findings and processes would be detrimental to the city and would be inconsistent with the goals and policies of the general plan of City Council. So these are the findings we're asking you to make as part of this interim urgency ordinance. So staff's recommendation for City Council this evening is to adopt the urgency ordinance based on those findings set forth in the report, proposed ordinance, the hearing, and as described here during this present presentation. And then direct staff to return within 45 days to consider extension of the moratorium to give us time to consider new development standards. This concludes staff's introductions. Staff is available for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Kearns. Do we have any council questions for staff? I'm seeing Councilmember McNamee's hand up.
Thank you, Mayor. Question I have is that you said there's 2 that are currently in process. How far along are they? Because I would think it would be unfair to have developers or whoever's going to be the ownership of this put funds into developing it to only have our city staff say, nope, we're going to put a moratorium on this. How far along are they, and anything that can be done for that may be in the pipeline?
That's a good question. The 2 that are in pipeline, one is at 120 VM Rita. The second one is at 530 Hampshire Road. The Hampshire Road project just concluded the pre-application process. We haven't heard back from them as whether or not they're going to move forward through the formal review process. That was a special use permit, and we did give them comments based on their design. That location is the former cancer site on the American Cancer Society building on Hampshire Road, and then right across from actually the Kmart location. And then the VM Rita is just adjacent to the west of Oaks Christian, and there's an existing old Anthem Blue Cross building there. They have not gotten to the pre-application stage at this point. We haven't had the meeting, so they're just at the very beginning.
So we're not looking at spending $500,000 on plans and permit fees and all that at this point. Is that what you're telling me?
They did go to some degree of architectural rendering of the site, so there was some expenditure there. I couldn't give you a dollar amount, but we haven't got to the point where we've required full architectural plans, and have started the process in that capacity.
Okay. And if I can just add one additional point to that, these are informal applications. Nothing formal has been submitted yet, so they're extremely early in the process. Early enough where they're at a point where we can give them feedback. So if council were to take an action tonight to approve a moratorium to allow staff time for further study, we can actually provide that feedback to them before they go further down the path.
Now, again, there's discussion to council over the last month or so, if I remember correctly, that we may be looking at a moratorium. Were these developers aware that there could be a moratorium coming into effect?
Yes, that's something that staff has communicated with each applicant. Additionally, prior to even receiving an informal application, staff made it clear that this is a type of use that would probably not be desired by the city, particularly in these particular locations, which is why we're here before council tonight, asking for additional time to actually study this, to come up with specific development standards and location requirements for this type of use.
So in some ways, if we ask them to wait, we set up the standards, location, whatever the case may be, it would actually help them, because then they would not come to council with something that council would say no to after they've expended a lot of expenses to get it to that point. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's a fair statement. And part of our reasoning in asking council this question, if we want to proceed in this manner, is that surrounding cities to TO, some of which we share a border with, have already enacted moratoriums of their own, which has resulted in an increase in self-storage inquiries and activities here in town. So this is a good time from a planning perspective to take a step back and evaluate this use going forward.
Thank you, Mr. Parker. Mayor?
Thank you. Next hand up was Councilmember Jones. Please go ahead.
I like the way you say Jones. When was this decision made, Kelvin, and what were the criteria used to make this decision?
Well, we brought the item forward just based on the circumstances we just discussed, in the sense that this is a use that has been in our code for quite some time. However, we never actually developed use-specific development standards. We're using the tools that we have that are best available to regulate the use. But what prompted us to bring this item before you this evening is we're receiving an influx of inquiry and activity for this type of use in prominent locations throughout town. As you all are aware, we're going through a general plan update process right now, where we're evaluating uses throughout the city and trying to identify appropriate locations for housing throughout the site, as well as uses that would support our burgeoning biotech sector. So that was a factor as well. And as Mr. Kearns mentioned in the staff report, currently as we speak, there's over 1.1 million square foot of self-storage facilities here in town. So rather than allow this use to continue to move forward as we're evaluating land uses through this general plan process, we're asking for council to allow us an opportunity to evaluate this use to identify appropriate locations, design criteria, and other development standards for it.
Did you have any other, just a follow-up question, these two sites that you mentioned, did you have any other uses that you have thought would be appropriate other than storage?
There are a number of uses that could go in those particular locations. But the item before you this evening obviously relates to the self-storage uses, which is what we need to evaluate. Other uses that would be allowed on that site, we're not experiencing an influx in those particular areas.
What are they zoned for right now, the two sites?
If I could, Kelvin, the site over off Via Marita is zoned M1, which is industrial park. They have a broad list of uses. They're more manufacturing related, but there are some, it would allow for biotech, lifestyle, life sciences, professional offices, vehicle sales, manufacturing of various types. They provide a lot of employment centers. And then the site over on Hampshire Road, it's also M1, and would have similar uses, but they are located within 400 feet of residential, so they would have a different process. And those are really the differences between the two. So the uses, there are a number of uses listed in the code that could go there, but right now what was presented to us was a self-storage facility.
And Councilmember Jones, I'll just add one other piece of color for you, and you're talking about the deliberation of bringing this item before the council. Moratoriums are not something that we approach lightly. They're a blunt force object. The council member, the last time we did this was the moratorium on hemp uses, and that at the time ended up preventing an industrial hemp drying facility from siting out in the Rancho Conejo area. In this case, the dynamics are really different. You have a general plan process that is midstream and zoning codes that are going to be updated regardless as you move through this process. But in this intervening time, you have a post-pandemic era that is dramatically changing the office environment and land uses that are have traditionally been office spaces, and things are being contemplated for other types of uses. And so that landscape is evolving right now. Now, one of these locations is a former headquarters operation for Anthem. They have relocated. So we're seeing that play out. So it's not just about these two projects as well. We're getting a lot of interest after Camarillo did enact a moratorium, interest in other parts of Rancho Conejo and other areas. So whenever you see sort of a fairly dramatic shift and change occurring like this, we think it's an important question to bring to the council to weigh into, especially given where we're at in the general plan process and relatively finite land opportunities for different types of development, whether that be housing, commercial, et cetera. And the fact that once you put in a use like self-storage, there are certain uses that are easily convertible to something else. Self-storage is not as easy to convert downstream into a different type of use. So just a little bit more color in some of the discussions that happened internally.
Have these two applicants paid significant fees as yet?
The filing fees for the pre-application, they've each paid $7,000 for the pre-application. It's a flat fee. We haven't got to the pre-application meeting for the one La Tienda or Via Marita. So we haven't spent a lot of staff time on that one at this point, but the other one has run its course through the pre-application process.
Well, has the 7,000 been used up in staff time? I mean,
well, it's a flat fee for one, but the short answer is, if we actually broke down how much staff time we put into this, wouldn't reach that $7,000 mark at this point.
Well, I think that if we turn these down and they've paid fees, we ought to refund whatever money is appropriate.
I think that would be an appropriate course of action as well. Councilmember, should the council like to go to that path?
Very good. Thank you, Councilmember Jones. I see Councilmember Adam has his hand up.
Thanks, Mayor. Well, I think we have to remember here that a moratorium doesn't necessarily mean no. A moratorium means we just step back and evaluate a situation, as we've done with a couple other moratoriums. And as it's been mentioned, we already have 1.1 million square feet of storage capability in the city. I think we might be getting close to a saturation point. And we're not the only city looking at this. Drew mentioned Camarillo's adopted a moratorium, and there's moratoriums in cities all across the country, because people are looking at this and thinking to themselves, well, wait a minute, do we want to legislate where these things should go? Should they go in an industrial area or do we mine them in a denser area near our downtowns, where we're looking more for pedestrian traffic, we're looking for apartments, stores, restaurants. What about the aesthetics? They take up a lot of land. They don't offer a lot of jobs. And the two that are pending that has been mentioned, that's another 300,000 square feet on top of the 1.1 million that we already have. I don't know if you've noticed the project going up on Willow, on that promontory overlooking the city. That's a storage facility, is it not, Steve?
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Yes,
a couple of times, what is that up there? Well, you're going to see it pretty soon. And it's a fairly, like I said, a very prominent point of the city. Anyway, other speakers?
We have 8 speakers.
I was wondering if you had a question or for staff or make a comment.
If there's no speakers, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Mayor, we do have 8 speakers.
We do have speakers.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. All right. Wasn't sure about that. Did you say we have 8?
That's correct.
Oh, okay. Well, anyway, those are my concerns. And so we'll listen to the speakers and talk about it. Thank you.
Very good. I don't see any other comments from my colleagues. Madam Clerk, could you please introduce the speakers?
Our first speaker will be Tom Cohen, followed by Zaya Yaunen and Mark Leonard. Tom, you have 3 minutes.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
Sure.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Tom Cohen, a resident here in Thousand Oaks. I'm here tonight representing Capital 360 and Prudential. First, we understand the city's desire to relook at its zoning ordinance regarding self-storage in the city, land availability for uses that generate the need for jobs and housing, where it's best located, what it looks like, how many is too many in a process going forward. Our concern is that we entered into the planning process back in November after engaging with city staff in September about the use at this location that we're interested in building this new facility. And staff acknowledged the use was allowed, somewhat begrudgingly, but they indicated it was allowed. And it's identified in the code as a by right use if we deliver a project that meets all the city standards, which we took great care to make sure we did. Height, setbacks, landscape coverage, parking, avoidance of protected trees, all in conformance with the code. My clients, in reliance on the code and the feedback from staff, invested significant capital, over $200,000 on design and engineering professionals, an arborist, and various feasibility studies. And then we submitted an application. You heard what that fee was. Appreciate the comment from Mr. Jones. We would have filed a formal application if we were allowed to, but city first requires you to go with a pre-app. But the level of detail that goes into a pre-application is pretty darn close to what goes into a formal submittal. We take the comments that we get at a pre-app review meeting and we tweak our plans to conform. Thus, it's a fairness issue to wrap this applicant into the moratorium while you evaluate the future of self-storage in the community. We only learned of this moratorium 2 weeks ago after numerous inquiries as to when our pre-application review meeting with staff was going to take place. And we're well aware that there has been anecdotal inquiries driving concern of an overpopulation of facilities, and there is worry that the Camarillo moratorium will drive these facilities to our city. And your sensitivity to these issues is warranted. Having said that, you, as our city's policymakers, have the ability to go the moratorium direction while also protecting those who are already in the pipeline and exempt this applicant from the effects of this moratorium. We think it makes sense from a policy and practical perspective for several reasons. First, the project is proposed in a location that has been vacant for a few years now. It's been marketed by multiple leading commercial brokerage houses in the area with no interested tenants.
Mr. Cohen, your time is up. If you can just finish up.
Yeah, I just want to also mention, we submitted some photographs that show that this property is well hidden from the public view. You can't see it. Third, this is an important point you should know. This property is 3 parcels. It was designed with a single user in mind. And
Mr. Cohen, sorry, I have to, Alex, I go to our next speaker. You're already about a minute past. So thank you for your comments, and we'll go forward with our next speaker.
The next speaker is Zaya Yaunen.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, council members. My name is Zaya Yonan. I'm the CEO of Yonan Properties. We own this property and a property adjacent to it. We purchased this property over 2.5 years ago. We invested $40 million on investing on this property. What intrigued us about this property was almost 20.5 acres of land. And we had a lot of plans, a lot of ideas to improve this land and create a value added for the community and for the city. I've been a resident of Thousand Oaks for 20 years, so I know the area very well. I live there. We own a lot of properties in that area. And for the past 2.5 years, the city has been telling everybody what they want to see in our property. But we, the owner of the property, and there's a general plan and zoning codes that have been established for this purpose. This property has been vacant for over 2.5 years. We have major issues with homeless people living in there. We had to hire a security guard 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And some council member indicated that there is 1.1 million square feet of self-storage in the area. But keep in mind that 1.1 million square feet is 95% occupied, highest occupancy of any other self-storage area in LA County or Ventura County. And also keep in mind the average construction of those 1.1 million square feet is 25 years old. None of those storage facilities, for example, are air conditioning, which is something very important for people to store furniture and other components in it. We've been talking about affordable housing. The first thing affordable housing needs is self-storage. They need to put their extra furniture and extra stuff into the storage. And right now at 95% occupancy, there is not much room for them to place these things in it. The city is interfering with our ability to operate our business right now. We have had significant losses in millions of dollars. And if the city insists on this course of action, we will continue to have $1 million of the losses, which we do not take lightly. We think the city is being unfair and unreasonable and based on incorrect data implementing this moratorium. This is incorrect. First, they declined the use, which was to bring luxury housing by the best in the class developer, Greystar, on our parking lot side, which was denied. And now they're denying another application, which is totally different. This is a major issue for us that we, if the city stays this course, we have to consider our alternative. And make no mistakes, these alternatives would be harsh because we cannot incur having 20.5 acres of land in there and city basically and unilaterally deciding on what we can do, even within the proper zoning, they rejecting it and finding the loopholes for us to stop and not proceed with our business.
Time is up. Appreciate your comments.
Thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, which property is he talking about?
This is the property on Via Maria, I believe.
Yes.
Up on South Oaks Boulevard, near the old hospital.
Is that correct, the Emerita property?
Yes.
That is correct, Mr. Jones.
Thank you.
The next,
Madam Clerk.
the next speaker is Mark Leonard, followed by Jared Smith and Scott Cooper. Mark.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. My name is Mark Leonard with Lee & Associates. I was hired by Union Properties along with my partner, Jared Smits, about close to 2 years ago now. I've been a 30-year veteran in the Conejo Valley commercial real estate area and specializing in office leasing and sales. I can tell you from my own experience that, this whole process has been a bit of a tough ride for us. With, the obvious COVID happening, the office market has just gone down drastically. Our vacancy's gone up to close to 25% in this area. And we're not seeing the influx of what we'd like to have seen in the biosciences groups. They're really staying out in the Newbury Park or the very, very north end of Thousand Oaks. This property is well hidden. And so again, it presents a little bit of a challenge for us to get active parties to the site. It's a 100,000-foot building, antiquated, built originally as the corporate headquarters for Anthem, that they moved out and they occupy the La Tienda building. It's been a struggle, to say the least, for us to get activity on this building. So when the buyers came to us and proposed self-storage, and we knew it was in the M1 zone, we didn't think that this was going to be an issue. Which is what it's become, and it's disheartening. And I think I think you heard it in Mr. Union's voice that this has been again a struggle. If this was not to happen, this moratorium is approved, and we're not grandfathered and approved for our permit, well then that puts us back to square one to lease a 100,000 square foot office building, which is a grave challenge right now. There's probably 15 buildings that could occupy a single 100,000 foot tenant throughout the Conejo Valley. And it's been a struggle. And we just hope that the council looks at the fact that our permit was put in and considers us excluded from the moratorium if you vote on it tonight. I appreciate your time, truly do.
Is this Via Merida also?
Yes, sir. Yes, Ed, that's Via Merida.
Thank you, sir.
I think it's Merida.
Madam Clerk, our next speaker.
Jared Smits.
Good evening, Mayor Engler and the council. Thank you for allowing us to speak. I'm Mark Leonard's partner. I work for Lee & Associates, lived in the Conejo Valley since 1992. Gora High School graduate, know the area extremely well. I've been working in commercial real estate for 15 years, also with Lee & Associates. My partner Mark touched on a lot of the issues that we're seeing in the marketplace. To kind of add on to that, we've got about 500,000 square feet of sublease space in the market. He touched on the 25% vacancy, which is the highest it's ever been in my career, higher than the recession indicators that we saw. You've got WellPoint next door, who just put 120,000 square feet on the market on La Tienda for sublease. You've got Farmers, who just announced this week that they're putting their Agora Road building on the market for sublease, as well as the tower they have on Owensmouth and Woodland Hills. So when we are representing Zaya, thinking about alternative uses for the site, storage was one of those. And instead of being one of 30 fish in the pond that can attract a tenant of that size, we wanted to, adaptively look to reuse the site and add something to the inventory in the market that is 96% occupied, as Zaya earlier indicated. So, we hope you guys kind of see the time and the effort that we put into this and exempt us from the moratorium. Leasing space in this market has also been constrained by the fact that tenant improvement costs have gone up by about 40 to 50% because of supply line shortages, increases in labor, a lot of things that are just making it harder and harder to put deals together nowadays. So that's basically all I have here to cover, guys. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, sir, for your comments.
Our next speaker is Scott Cooper, followed by Brian Schneiderson and Joseph Foreman. So Scott, you're up.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Scott Cooper with Capital 360, the applicant of 120 South via Merida Way, which proposes much needed self-storage to replace what has long been a vacant, functionally obsolete building. Within Thousand Oaks, the existing occupancy for all self-storage is at 94%, which shows there is substantial demand for this public serving amenity. Within Thousand Oaks, the average year built for all self-storage is 1979. Within Thousand Oaks, the storage per capita is well below the national average and also below the average for California. The staff report mentions over 1 million square feet, but that is gross square footage. Cushman & Wakefield, a third-party export and self-storage, identifies that amount as 623,000 square feet of usable. The staff report also mentions that Thousand Oaks has the second highest number of facilities within Ventura County, but Thousand Oaks also happens to have the second largest population of all cities within Ventura County. Clearly a direct correlation. Self-storage is often an overlooked amenity for residents because our minds usually think of a park or a public swimming pool, but storage affords people more space than they otherwise have at their residence. As we heard earlier tonight, with the state of California requiring municipalities to meet their housing element, more dense housing will need to be approved and built. Multifamily developers are now building smaller units, and tenants and future residents of Thousand Oaks will need a place for additional storage. Additionally, self-storage is now used more and more by commercial users. Gardeners storing equipment, plumbers storing supplies, medical sales reps storing samples, CPAs storing files. As much as 40% of our end users require self-storage for commercial purposes. In some ways, self-storage can be viewed as an indirect ancillary provider for jobs within a community. Self-storage has many misconceptions because of first-generation facilities that were developed over 4 and 5 decades ago. The days of single-story CMU block facilities with rows of metal garage doors are long gone. Our facilities push the design and are more than just a box. I believe a package has been provided, and the last page would potentially show a rendering of what the facility could look like. The proposed new facility for Thousand Oaks will be climate controlled, and almost all the facilities in the city are non-climate controlled. The proposed new facility will provide wine storage. The proposed new facility will be technologically advanced, provide top-of-the-line security, and be energy efficient. The proposed new facility will be architecturally unique by incorporating varying materials that evoke the natural environment with wood and green screens to provide a development the community can be proud of. Lastly, Capital 360 believes it's important to be a good member of the community. On another one of our developments, we designed an area for public car charging stations. This site will be an ideal candidate for providing a similar community benefit given its location and access to the 101 freeway. We would look forward to the opportunity to work with staff to see how we can provide a community benefit that satisfies the residents of Thousand Oaks. I stand before you today to respectfully request that you exempt this project from the proposed moratorium. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper.
Our next speaker is Brian Schneiderson.
You hear me? Okay, can you hear me?
We can hear you now, sir.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and council people. My name is Brian Schneiderson. I'm the CEO and president of Capital 360. Our development is a partnership with one of the largest life companies in the world, Prudential Real Estate, a long history with the city of Westlake Village. And they're also currently the investor behind the senior living facility that's being built next to Oak Christian. We take great pride in building institutional quality, intelligent community design self-storage facilities. When we go look at a site, the first order of business is to make sure there are no issues with the community with the neighbor. We do deep dive into the zoning codes and into the community plan. We started doing this about 9 months ago. So it's important to understand that within that 9 months, we haven't just spent a $7,000 fee. We've spent well over $200,000, maybe $250,000 based on architectural plans, third-party reports, arborists, everything that Tom had mentioned. We go into the city and we work with local third parties like Tom Cohen, Land Use Council, like local architects, like local legal. So it's very difficult for us to be going through this process for 9 months, and then all of a sudden in the last 2 weeks, when we're a by right project, where the zoning lines up, where the general plan amendment lines up, where back in the summer we had approached planning and asked the question, is self-storage allowed? And then spoke with our local land use council. Then all of a sudden we find out a week ago that it's not allowed after we spent all this money with all these plans. I just want to make sure it's very important for me to let council know that it takes a tremendous amount of effort on our part to even put the part together. The amount of work and money that we have to do to go ahead and submit that is significant. So we submitted that, and then right when we did, they cashed our check, and then we got a letter saying, hey, we'll be back to you in 40 days, which was at the end of last month. And now a month later, which is a week ago or 10 days ago, we hear that you guys are planning a moratorium. So if somebody had just said something, even 6, 3, 4, 5 months ago, would have saved us a significant amount of money, or we would have figured it out. But for us to ask Zaya, who has 13 acres besides what we're on, to step aside and wait with us for potentially 6 months to 2 years is not realistic. And so, we would hope you guys do the right thing, which is allow us to continue on outside of the moratorium. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Our next speaker is Joseph Foreman, followed by our final speaker, Mark Rebstad.
Joseph, are you there?
If Joseph, if you could unmute.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. I've been a resident of Conejo Valley and Westlake Village for over 30 years. I have a business in this community, and I'm in the commercial real estate finance business. I think I take exception to the thought that just because there's 1 million square feet of self-storage, that means that we're saturated. Nothing could be further from the truth. The fact is that when you have a developer that is willing to put out the kind of money that Capital 360 is willing to do, they're not doing so with the understanding that they're going to be overbuilding in the market. They could not get the property financed if there's overbuilding in the market. They're building a state-of-the-art, climate-controlled facility, and based on that, I think there's going to be huge demand for it. We have an affluent community. People are expecting, when they put their goods in storage, to have a safe and proper environment that will maintain the quality of what they have, and it's not here. So I think it's just not a correct assumption to say that just because we have 15 facilities here that we're saturated. I understand that you've received a lot of inquiries, but inquiries don't necessarily turn into projects. So I encourage you to accept this project and perhaps the other one as well. And if you want to impose a moratorium, it puts everyone else on notice that they have this issue to deal with in the future. But it's not fair to the Capital 360 people to incur this kind of loss when the code is clearly defined in favor of what they're doing. And this is sort of an after-the-fact thought on the part of the planning group. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And our last speaker, I believe.
Yeah,
Madam?
Mark Repstead.
Hi, my name is Mark Repstead, and I'm an investor looking to invest in the Thousand Oaks area, primarily due to the very high vacancy rates that are being experienced in office buildings, which is why I've been on this call. I'm concerned with the self-storage moratorium I see proposed, as any by right use within a city should never be subject to any moratorium. If a city wants to change their general plan, then they should do so. But as an investor, if I don't know what a city will permit, I'll look to bring my capital investments to another city. Additionally, I'm very interested to find out what exactly is the immediate threat to public health, safety, and welfare, as stated in the staff report. To the contrary, a vacant property, which is primarily what would be redeveloped for this purpose, is in fact an extreme threat to public safety, and redeveloping such a property to a by right use will help to protect the community's safety, welfare, and health. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Are there any more public speakers, Madam?
We do not.
Very good. Then I'll turn it over to staff for comments and
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll begin with some preliminary comments, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Kearns. I just want to make it clear, we are not evaluating any one specific project here tonight. This is a broader policy discussion, and this is about more than just one particular site. I want to reiterate that no formal applications have been filed as it relates to self-storage uses. Along those lines, there's also have been no housing applications filed on any of the sites that are proposing self-storage uses now currently. There has not been a formal application filed on any of those sites. Staff has been utterly clear with each individual inquiring about self-storage uses where we stand on these uses. It's been to discourage it for the very reasons we're moving forward with the question to council to explore this moratorium. As with any business, self-storage included, there is inherent risk with moving forward with projects. This falls within that category. Whether they spent $1 or $2, there's inherent risk with any development, not just self-storage. The uses that we're discussing are in the preliminary phase of an application. It is entirely appropriate in the preliminary phase to provide comments and feedback and let people know about the self-storage moratorium. That is part of the reason a pre-application is required before you submit a formal application, for the specific reason to provide feedback such as this if council were to take action on that here this evening. Even if there was a preliminary application filed, that doesn't necessarily translate into a formal approval, which is again why preliminary applications are required. And staff is asking for this time as it relates to this moratorium to specifically evaluate the use and how it'll move forward in terms of locations that are deemed appropriate from a planning perspective, design criteria, and development standards for this particular use. As Mr. Kearns mentioned earlier this evening, this is something that hasn't been evaluated or done in our code in the past, which is why it's entirely appropriate to consider doing something like this now. We're in the midst of a general plan update evaluating land uses citywide. This also falls within that category. Steve, did you have anything else you want to add to those comments?
I think you covered it very well. I just want to reiterate that the moratorium is not an outright prohibition of self-storage in the future. It's just a sort of a pause, take a step back, look at the development standards that would be appropriate and applicable to these types of uses, including building setback size, minimum or maximum lot sizes, those kind of things. Just to preserve the city going forward as to our appropriate uses of our land, our valuable commercial and industrial land uses. So this is not intended to establish a prohibition tonight. This is really just to give us time to further evaluate this, come up with processes and development standards, and have a path going forward for these types of uses.
If I may make a final comment before we come back over to the council, just to reiterate once again, after hearing all the speakers and completely appreciating their point of view and representing the projects that they're seeking to bring forward. This is one of those difficult situations where a question comes to the city council in your role as the land use authority for the entire city of Thousand Oaks and 55 square miles. And the fact that you are in the midst of a general plan process with these changes coming and the speed and pace and frankly the magnitude of size in some of these projects, it was an important question we felt to bring to the city council, because once they do move forward based on the zoning code of the past that we're working to update as we move forward, there's no changing it. So that's why the question's in front of you. Recognize it's a difficult one. We never like to pit our business community against the issue of land use authority. So recognize and appreciate the challenge there, and we simply felt it was important to bring the question to the city council this evening.
And Mr. Mayor, if I may,
Sure.
It is important that, as Mr. Powers has mentioned and Mr. Kearns mentioned earlier, this is within the land use power of the police power of the city council. And this government code section is very specific, and this is why we call it an urgency ordinance, an interim ordinance. And we take this process as we go forward with and analyzing it. And in the staff report, Mr. Kearns, as we wrote, is very clear about the public's safety and welfare. And the welfare aspect of it, frankly, is that permitting additional self-storage facilities in Thousand Oaks without evaluating the near-term and long-term impacts of utilizing viable commercial and industrial land, and without establishing specific development standards, findings, and processes would be detrimental to the city and would be inconsistent with the goals and policies of the general plan and the city council. We have the economic development strategic plan, we have the general plan policies and updates that we're doing. This is why we bring this. It is a urgency ordinance. We do have to go through a whole process to evaluate this, bring it back to council to have it studied even further, have another public hearing on this matter. But all this are steps that we take. It is not something, as Mr. Powers said, that we take lightly. But we thought at this time it was urgent to bring this matter based upon the number of requests we've had in the last few years, and also the size of these requests that are in the pre-app stage at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Heer. Councilmember McNamee, you had your hand up first, I believe.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Kern, could you please go over, even though your wonderful presentation, of the steps that if a moratorium does go in place, walk me through the timeline and what decisions are made during that period?
I can start backwards with it. I think that'd be frame it up nice. The overall time period for moratorium with extensions is 2 years. We can't exceed that period. Initially, it's 45 days for us to get it back to City Council to give us our initial feedback on our research and how it's progressed, and if necessary, request an extension for up to 10.5 more months. So that'd be the first year, and then after that 1 year, you can have another extension of up to another year, but again, not to exceed 2 years. So the moratorium, it's basically its life is 2 years.
So during that time period that staff is evaluating this, is it possible that the sites that these two applicants have come forth, is it possible that it could change for that property that they could not do self-storage?
Well, it's possible. I wouldn't say anything at this point. We have to go through an evaluation process and take a look at what's most appropriate for what specific geographic area. Our properties that we're looking at create standards for. Right now, as I mentioned in the presentation, there's a special use permit process required just generally in the C2 zone. The C2 zone is basically everything. It used to be the boulevard, but it's like anything you see along the freeway corridor. That requires a special use permit for obvious reasons. The M1, M2 zone, it's only if they're within 400 feet of residential, but anything outside that 400 feet is basically, as Mr. Cohen stated, it's a matter of right as long as they check all of the boxes. So that's where the process, we want to look at and see if there's a better way of evaluating these and come up with specific findings and specific criteria for these types of uses.
Now, I'm
Two
hearing
more
a
points, Mr.
disconnect.
McNamee, Councilmember McNamee, if I may,
Yeah, go
really
ahead.
quick, just to add
Yes,
on
sir.
that. A couple of points. One is that there are other uses that are allowed in that one zone. This urgency or interim ordinance is very specific to self-storage facilities only. It's not addressing any other uses that are permitted in the M1 zone. And secondly, as Mr. Kearns kind of mentioned here, you know, you have to look at the formal application and see what is presented before you say, oh, it's you know, we have some discretion based on what they want to do. And every one of these projects based on size or height or different factors may impact the analysis that's done and the notice that might have to be done. So those are necessary when you get the formal application and review that. But again, it's important to note that this is in the M1 zone. There are many uses permitted in the M1 zone. This urgency ordinance is very specific for self-storage facilities only.
I follow. Thank you. Mr. Kearns, the last question I have for you, and I don't know if you're the one to answer this, is I'm hearing a disconnect. On one hand, I'm going to call them the developer who wants to do this, spend $200,000 in plans with, I'm hearing from you saying, no, we're not real excited about this idea of public storage, but they move forward anyways with $200,000 worth of development. Can you share your perspective on this? Were they adequately told that this probably will be turned down or runs a good chance of being turned down, or we may have a moratorium? What was the communication like? And in fact, the applicant, if they would share their thoughts and perspective, that would do well too. Mr. Kearns.
My communication with the applicant was basically to discourage them from filing the application. They indicated, they acknowledged that it is a development permit by right in that zone, so they proceeded to file a pre-application process. Typically, pre-applications, they give you enough information to evaluate a proposed concept and give you comments based on that land use and some of the architectural designs, but it sounds like the applicant went a little bit further with their engineering plans, which we would not encourage at any stage of an application without having some sort of decision made.
And was that clear to them when that, in the process, saying, nope, don't do the engineering plans just yet, we got to get through this hurdle here? Or
I did not have any dialogue with them about that, no.
Okay. Are the applicants on board right now to comment? Go ahead, Mr. Powers.
Councilmember McNamee, maybe I'll just jump in one additional point just to make sure here that, because the important nuance here is that it is based on the zoning code, it's essentially allowed by right. So there is, that's the sort of breakdown here, and the fact that it wouldn't come unless on appeal to the city council. So that's the piece. So we can discourage, and that happens quite frequently. You get something that may be allowed by zoning, and it's not ideal because let's just say it's a drive-through and it's going to cause significant traffic issues, right? There's conversations that occur that say, yes, it's allowed. These are the issues here. You're going to have a challenge here. So there's a lot of that nuance that occurs in the process. And so I think that's the important distinction here. The difference between the Via Merida one and the Hampshire one is the proximity to residential. So it has one additional layer on it, which is an SUP, because it's in proximity to residential. So I just wanted to make sure you had that little piece of it. Essentially, absent this consideration by council, you just see this potentially being constructed one day.
My challenge is a sense of fairness, and if Mr. Cohen, if he's still on board, what's your perspective on it? Because staff is pretty clear that they notified you that this may not work. Is Mr. Cohen still on board, able to?
Mr. Cohen, if you could accept the promotion.
And then I need to kind of correct the record after Mr. Cohen speaks, with a lot of discussion on what is by right. I need to make sure everybody understands what by right is, because everyone is using that word in a very different manner, and there are legal connotations to it. It's a development and permit. It is a discretionary entitlement, and with no formal application that has been presented there is no guarantee of it being by right, since there's no formal application that's been pending.
Mr.
Mr. Mayor,
Cohen on board?
if I might, can we, while we're waiting for Mr. Cohen to come back into the meeting room, can we have a vote to go past midnight?
It looks like we're going to be going past midnight, everyone. Is that amenable to everyone?
Yes.
I need to hear a vote from everyone, if everyone could affirm.
Kevin, affirm.
Councilmember Bill de la Pena,
Yes?
Councilmember Adam,
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem Jones,
Aye.
and Mayor Engler,
Yes.
and Councilmember
May I
McNamee
ask
said
a
yes.
question?
Thank you.
Oh, hold on.
Well, I've got my hand up there, Bob.
Yeah, Councilmember Jones, Councilmember Adam has had his hand up for quite a while. Can you hold off just a little bit?
Maybe
Bob,
he's
to move
getting
us
held
along,
up by somebody.
Bob, to move us along, why don't we go to Councilmember Adam question, then when Mr. Cohen's back on, we can come back to mine. Would that help?
I think we can get some input from the applicants again. I agree.
Mr. Cohen's in.
So, Mr. Cohen, Mr. Cohen, are you on board and can you speak?
You can hear me.
Yes. Thank
okay.
you. We can hear you.
I'd actually like Brian Snyderson to speak to these points, but there's one thing that, and I understand where the city attorney's coming from as to what by right means. It's not to confuse anybody, but as long as we meet all the development standards, the use is allowed. And of course, that's not a final action you must approve because there's appeal. There's an opportunity to appeal that. That being said, the findings are very finite and not much in the way of any discretion. I also want to clarify that when we first talked to the city, yes, there was, and this goes back to June or July, when the inquiry came to me, the comment was, we don't really like it, but there's nothing we can really do to stop it. And I heard that reaction on several other times as I get calls from people that want to do all kinds of different things in the city, and I do my best to discourage where I don't think it's doable. And the couple of places that people were looking to do it, such as Rancho Conejo, and I know what the city's desires and goals are out there, that discourage people from doing anything out there, or anywhere near residential for that matter. And this property is over 2,000 feet away from any residential. I'm going to ask you guys to let Mr. Snyderson jump on to respond to what we've heard.
Madam,
Can we arrange that?
Yes,
Yeah.
he's in the room.
I think we get one more comment, rebuttal, I suppose, from our applicants.
Thank you, Mayor.
Hi, thank you, gentlemen. It's extremely important to note here that, again, when we went to Tom, we really did look around. We used very large, because we're with Prudential, they use big law firms as well. And they said, look, these are the guys that can get it done locally, talking with Tom Cohen. So Tom went to, we had first checked with the planner to make sure that this was an allowed use. We had our attorneys check the code. Then we pulled back the onion even more to do more due diligence, and we had Tom go to the city. So all of the, we don't do anything simply because we are building a large institutional facility with a very large institutional partner, and we've done it all over Los Angeles. We're probably the largest developer of self-storage, and we're very particular on how we do these things. So as a developer, we're completely lost if we're not able to rely on specific code or a general specific plan. That's why the code is published, to avoid these arbitrary decision-making issues and unintentionally placing us in this type of a very challenged situation. And I understand the city attorney, but when we say by right, again, if this is a challenge project where, one of the things we looked at with Tom, that Tom explored with the city, is that you can't see us, so we're pretty invisible. We're not by any residential at all. This has been a building that's been abandoned for a couple of years. It's zoned and in the general plan for self-storage. And then we go to the city and we say, hey, this is what we'd like to put here. And you heard what Tom said. Well, it's not what we'd like, but there's nothing that we can really do about it. So when we say that we spent that money, this isn't just because we were hoping. It's because we've been in a number of municipalities all around Los Angeles. And by the way, they love us. And because we do work with the community and make sure the building looks good. Prudential wants no problems on this type of things. And so, I think that when it comes down to it, we really go ahead and we go out of our way to try to work in whatever capacity we can, because we are putting this money into the project up front. We are paying architects, we're paying civil engineers, we are paying third-party lawyers, zoning people, we're paying arborists. I mean, we've done everything we could to make sure that there wasn't going to be any issue that the city would have that we couldn't go ahead and work with. So,
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. That's all my questions, but our city attorney has clarification, so I thank you, sir.
I think, Madam Attorney, do you mind if I go with our council members first? They've been waiting patiently.
No, that's fine. I think I was able to slip in just pretty much what I wanted to say anyway, so I think we're good.
Thank you. Councilmember Adam, thank you for waiting.
Hey, listen, I understand that commercial properties are a challenge right now. I totally get that. But we are the land use authority, the city council, and that doesn't necessarily mean that the highest and best use of the property is a self-storage unit. What you're proposing is 231,000 square feet. That's almost 5 football fields of self-storage. That's a lot of land to be taken up. And as the city attorney mentioned, without an application file, and I think I got this right, the by right doesn't necessarily apply. But my question is this: it seems like the crux of the argument that you're putting forth really is that we're not being fair. In some respect, we're not being fair because you've done some groundwork and spent some money, and it's not fair of us to want to institute this moratorium. Are we being somehow unfair?
Yeah, sir. Sir, I actually, with all due respect, I think you're absolutely being unfair, and I'll tell you why.
Okay, well,
because
hold on a minute.
Mr. Snyder, thank you. Let's let the council members speak, and then we'll see.
I mean, okay. So are we somehow being unfair here? Is that the issue? Steve or Kelvin?
I think
it's really true.
I'm sorry, Kelvin. I think it's a bigger global issue for us from a citywide perspective, looking at how we're going to pursue our land use allowances in our use matrix in the code. Because of the amount of self-storage we see popping up, the number of facilities at 15, I understand there's a net versus gross argument here. Whether or not it's appropriate and in line with the policies that are going to be implemented with our general plan as that moves forward. So we want to just pump the brakes, take a look at it, make sure it meets that intent, so we're not doing a general plan and not able to implement it in accordance with the intention of the city council. So,
and if I could just add to that, I also believe it's not a matter of fairness. With any business, there's risk involved. This is part of that.
Okay.
It's not a matter of fairness. It's a matter of what is the highest and best use of parcels in this city. And we're taking a look at what locations would be appropriate for this and what development standards go with it.
Thank you. That's answer your question, Mr. Adam?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Okay, then Councilmember Jones.
My question was answered. Thank you.
So, Councilmember Claudia Bill de la Pena, you had a question?
Yes, thank you. Did we go through all public speakers already?
We have gone through all the public speakers. We did have rebuttal
So
from.
that's what it is. Okay. And then there will be deliberation, I would assume. I know that mention was made this evening about housing, and I think it was luxury housing. And the applicants probably, by listening to our council meeting this evening for several hours, know where the need lies for the city of Thousand Oaks. So I just thought that that's another option that can be pursued while we are looking at this deliberating the moratorium. That's really all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Okay.
And Councilmember Bill de la Pena, I'll just speak to that really quickly as a reminder. We have not received any application on this property, but I think the reference to housing was in the context of advocacy that occurred during the land use map process, desiring to have a residential or mixed use designation laid on that property. If you'll recall, some of the public feedback during that portion of time was less inclined for housing in that particular area, and so the council decided to keep that in an industrial jobs focused category. That said, there is nothing precluding the council downstream post land use map to contemplate a different use on the site, whether that be residential or otherwise for any other type of project, just like you've traditionally handled. So I just want to make sure that was clear.
Yeah, thank you for that reminder. Thank you.
Okay, no other hands up. I do have one quick question. I think either Mr. Heher or Ms. Noonan can help me out on it. There's the issue of our responsibility as the land use authority within the city, and then this by right. Someone comes in, it's zoned for this, they think they have a by right. Can you explain to me how those two interact? What is primary in how we go forward with it?
So again, as Mr. Heher explained, moratoriums is a creature of statute. It was created by the state legislature, acknowledging that under your police powers, your land use authority, there are times where you need to take urgent action to press the pause button to allow you the opportunity to evaluate those land use policies for a particular site or a particular use. That's what the moratorium statute legislation was created specifically for. My concern with using the word by right is it almost implies that there's no discretion. There is discretion here. Whether it's granted it's not an SUP where there is a lot more discretion, but even under a development permit, they have to meet various development standards. Here we do not have a formal pending application. So while they can in the future possibly submit a formal application, that might meet all of the development criteria, at this point in time, we don't have that. And even under those circumstances, there is still some discretion. If it was 100% by right, it wouldn't be subject to an administrative hearing. It wouldn't be subject to appeal to planning commission. It wouldn't be subject to appeal to the city council. The fact that it still has to be considered and approved indicates it is not what I would call a ministerial type of an act. There is still some minimal discretion associated with this. But the most important component with this is, again, we do not have a pending project. So the assertion that they have a by right development right on this particular use is not accurate because there is no pending application in this particular circumstance.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that clarification. Okay, is there any other discussion? I think we can close the hearing and we can go to any comments from our council members, and we'll entertain a motion at the end of our comments. I see that Mr. McNamee, you had your hand up first.
Thank you, Mayor. I am very torn with this issue. One is, yes, there's something called letter of law and spirit of the law. And we're talking about the letter of law our city attorney has so eloquently stated that, well, formal application hasn't been made, therefore it doesn't exist. But then again, council, we can make decisions to turn it down, even in that situation. My challenge is a sense of fairness in that they came to city and said, we'd like to do this at that property. And all the zoning was in line and move forward with their development as they normally would to present a formal application to city council to move forward on it. The next question is, on the market level, is that I believe that they've tried renting out these offices. There's not enough market for it. There's a demand for storage. And so the market is saying, we need more storage here. We're 95% occupied or 97% occupied, and we need more storage here. And yet we talk about highest and best use. In whose definition? Is it the market's definition or our definition, or is that the look or the direction we want to go with that particular area of the city, which is under discussion right now? If we go into a moratorium, we don't know what's going to come out on the other side, whether they're still able to move forward with putting in storage at these locations. So it may work out that, nope, sorry, you're not going to be able to put in storage, and it could be delayed not 45 days, maybe a year, maybe 2 years. Who knows, which again is driving up the price of the project. So I'm not happy that the applicant is, and I'm going to refer to him as the applicant at this stage, has put out a great deal of money in my regard to trying to fill a market need that is obvious. Our question here, in my opinion, is that do we want to have more storage here in the city? Because once we lock into storage in those two locations, it's really hard to move over to something else for a different type of use. And I'm still thinking about this right now because again, my sense of fairness versus direction with the city. So I'm going to wait till we vote to really think about this, and I want to hear my other council members' comments on this because it's not real clear to me which way to go. And Mayor, I'll turn it back over to you for other council members' comments, which may influence me one way or the other.
Thank you, Mr. McNamee. Ms. Bill de la Pena.
Thank you. Yes, the fact that staff is bringing us proposal of a moratorium is really rare. It doesn't happen very often. And the fact that they're doing it shows, to me at least, that this is a serious enough matter to consider a moratorium. Given, as was stated by staff, the general plan discussions that we've had and other discussions that accompany that, it makes sense to me to put a hold on these storage facilities as we are saturated compared to other cities. But I understand that the investors feel that it's not fair. Staff, however, did explain quite well that really an application in itself is not ever a done deal. There are several more steps to go through. So this, if anything, is the right time to send a message and to let prospective investors know that the city is taking a look at this moratorium, and we're letting you know, and we'll have an answer in about 2 years or so. I do agree with staff this time and move staff recommendations 1 and 2.
If I might, just because I want to make the point, if it wasn't clear enough out there, that the 2 years is the maximum time frame. From, as your administrator here, I would, if the council elects to go this direction, my focus would be to have our team deliver well within the 1 year time frame within there.
Yes,
around that. So I just, while the 2 years is the full framework, I think anyone that knows me knows that has a very business-centric focus, and so I would not want to have that hanging out there for a considerable period of time, and I think Kelvin and others would agree with that.
Sure, absolutely. And this is a time that we will have to decide what is really the best use of land, which is really scarce right now in the city of Thousand Oaks. It really is. We need to make sure that every inch in this town is put to its best use. So, and I think this will give staff time to evaluate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Builder LaPena. Councilmember Jones.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to ask Kelvin, what is going to happen if we do the moratorium? What is going to happen at the end of 45 days?
Before 45 days, we will come back to council to ask for an extension, and as part of the moratorium process that the Chief Assistant City Attorney, her explained. And I believe Mr. Kearns went through it a little bit in his presentation as well.
I mean,
So,
are you coming back with any information?
Not at this time. We would ask for an extension of the moratorium within that first 45 days to allow us additional time to conduct the research you're asking about.
So Councilmember Jones, if I can elaborate, under the law, if you adopt it as an urgency ordinance, it can only be for 45 days. In order to extend it an additional 10 months and 15 days, we have to come back to the city council within that 45-day period and schedule a true public hearing. And notice it as a public hearing. And if there is an opportunity during that 45-day period to conduct some studies, we have to report that. It is unlikely, however, that we will have an opportunity during this short time to do much of anything with respect to study it. So when we go back to the city council prior to the 45-day expiration, we'll be seeking an extension for 10 months and 15 days. And it's during that time that staff will really do the heavy lifting, doing the analysis and bringing back to council thoughts on whether it's zoning criteria, development standards, design standards, etc.
So the whole process, and you do it in those 2 increments because that's the legal way you have to do it, I guess.
Correct.
That is
But
correct.
approximately, according to the city manager, he doesn't want to extend it more than a year. So I presume if we did that about a year from now, we'd get a full-blown report.
That's our goal.
About storage facilities and their applicability to that site, and perhaps a statement about the whole city and
and it's actually it's the latter. It's not with respect to regulations for self-storage on that site. It's the moratorium is on the use of self-storage, regardless of where it's being proposed throughout the city. It's not we're not imposing a moratorium on a particular piece of property. We're imposing a moratorium on a specific type of use throughout the entire city.
Okay. I'm still up in the air like Councilman McNamee on this, but I can understand the reason for it.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Do I see any other hands up from my colleagues? We do have a motion before us to adopt the ordinance.
Mayor, could I ask for a friendly amendment? Is that appropriate to do here, and see if Council Member Bill De La Pena would entertain it?
You certainly may ask for an amendment. You bet.
My thought is to allow these 2 projects to move forward, but put the moratorium in place for any future until we figure out where we're going. What are your thoughts, Councilwoman?
I would not be interested in that. I will just restate my motion to approve staff recommendation 1 and 2. This is absolutely important. We have so little land left in this city. We have to make sure that we see to it that whatever is left over is put to its best use.
Very good. Thank you for entertaining.
Councilmember Adam.
Well, I just say that I trust staff to come back to us with a very carefully thought out, comprehensive look at self-storage in the city of Thousand Oaks, not just on these two projects, but in the city as a whole. And you know, all the pros and cons, and they'll come to us with recommendations that best benefit the community. I mean, they have a great track record of being able to do that, and maybe they'll even bring in some experts to help with it. But I do trust that we'll get a very good report from them.
Very good. I think for myself, and I'll just give my 2 cents worth in here. For myself, I do appreciate Councilman McNamee's viewpoint on the fairness, perhaps, of some of this. However, the reason I asked a question about our authority as the land use authority versus the at right or by right, we do have a responsibility to look at how we allow development within our community. Now, it's I think it's an M1 zone up there. An M1 zone, if I remember one of the times I was reading the code, there is just a laundry list of uses within an M1 code. The pages of types of use. What we are being asked to do, I think, is use our land use authority to say, wait a minute, we're maybe not opposed to this use, but we need to take a look to see what regulations, what desires we might have on it as a way of controlling that use. I think we're within our rights as a council to make that determination, to determine how a property is used in our community, even though by the code it might be allowed, but it might not be what we would want it to be used for as a council. It's not a difficult, I mean, it's a very difficult question. In the 3 years I've been on the council, I don't think I've wrestled with one as hard as this one. However, I do think we're within our rights to take a pause, to put a moratorium in so that we can at least have staff take a look at this particular use across the city so that we can come up with a more organized and cogent approach to it. So if there's no other comments, I think I would call for the vote on the motion.
Mayor Engler, before you do that, I just wanted to remind the council that under state law, in order to adopt an urgency moratorium ordinance, it does require a 4/5 vote.
Very good, thank you. Thank you, and Madam Clerk, if you can call the roll.
Councilmember Bill de la Pena,
Yes.
Councilmember Adam,
Yes.
Councilmember McNamee,
Very reluctant, yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Jones,
Yeah, if they'd filed, the paperwork for the project, I would vote no, but since there's been no formal application, and since the city manager said that he would wind this up within a year, I'll reluctantly vote aye.
and Mayor Engler.
Yes.
And that motion passes 5-0, and I'll read your ordinance title. Interim urgency ordinance declaring moratorium on approval or issuance of any permit, license, or entitlement relating to applications for development and construction of self-storage facilities.
Very good, thank you. We do have one other item on our list tonight. It's our council recommendations for committees. You've all had a chance to review the recommendations. I understand that perhaps one of our council members would like to make an offer out there for people to think about. Councilmember Jones, you're currently assigned to a committee. Would you like to explain your thoughts?
Yeah, I've been on the VRST now. I'm in my 4th year, and I really think this is a committee we ought to have representation on, but I really like to give someone else the opportunity to serve if it could fit in to their schedule. They meet once a month and occasionally twice a month. They meet at 8:30 in the morning on a Thursday. And they normally meet in Ventura, but we've been on Zoom for many months now. I don't think we've been in Ventura for about 2 years. I don't know how long that's going to continue. And the reason I'd like to see someone else also get some experience, it's a very important committee. We have only one other landfill in Ventura County besides Simi Valley, and that's the Tolan landfill up on 126. It's between Fillmore and Santa Paula. In my opinion, waste management is trying to do things that would make it difficult to operate the Tolan landfill. For instance, they went in and were able to persuade the city of Oxnard to use their services and to go to Simi landfill, even though it's farther and it's more expensive. This is an indication to me that they're trying to, this is my opinion now, to take over the Tolan landfill if they can. And if they did, they'd have a monopoly in Ventura County. So I think it's, for that and other reasons, I think it's an important committee. And, you know, we never know how long we're going to be on the council. I think it'd be good if another council person also would get some experience on this committee. There is a stipend to cover your travel. I think it's like $175 a meeting. So if anybody's interested, we don't need a decision tonight, I guess, but I'd really like to have somebody consider doing it. I think it'd be well to have at least one other person on our council become acquainted with VRST and what they do, and you know, the staff, and I think it's a vital organization for the cities in this county. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Jones. I guess we probably don't have to make a decision tonight, but I'll throw it out to anybody on the council right now who might be interested in taking up the mantle you've left there. Is there any of our members who are interested at this time for this particular item? Madam Bill de la Peña.
Thank you. I actually cannot take this assignment because it is appropriate to announce at this time that I will be representing District 46 on SCAC Regional Council. So my plate has become fuller, so I will not be able to take over for Mr. Jones. So SCAG is now also on the list to add to council assignments. Outside council assignments, that is. Thank you.
Okay, we'll talk later. Right now, looks like Mr. Jones, there's nobody who's currently interested in taking your spot on that.
I don't believe you've expressed yourself, Mr. Mayor.
I will take it under consideration, and we will see. We'll leave that as you being part of that committee for right now, representing the city on that group, and then we will consider other people for it. Okay, with that said, we do have a item to approve. Do I hear a motion?
Can I make a motion to approve?
So moved. I think that was from.
It's okay. Al, you've got it real fast. You know how you've been at this for a lot longer. I'm not as quick on the draw. Go ahead.
I'll give it to Councilmember Adam. Any further discussion? Then Madam Clerk, call for the vote.
Councilmember Bill de la Pena,
Yes.
Councilmember Adam,
Yes.
Councilmember McNamee,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Jones,
Aye.
and Mayor Engler.
Yes.
And that motion carries 5-0.
Very good. I don't believe we have any other business tonight, with the exception of city manager announcements and upcoming issues.
Thank you, Mayor Engler. Just quickly wrap this evening. I know it's been a very long night. Fortunately, our next meeting shaping up as a lighter agenda. We have our community funding review committee, our community enhancement grants that will be coming forward to the council, and we'll be receiving another CDD update similar to the one that you received in October, talking about some of the progress and laying out the timelines forthcoming and giving council a chance to ask any questions they have about that. That meeting will be on the 8th of February. And then our meeting subsequent to that will be on the 22nd of February. Those two meetings in consultation with Mayor Engler and talking to other governmental entities, we are going to continue to leverage the virtual meeting status for the month of February, since we have to make a decision. So that will affect all committees, commissions, and boards based on the council action. So we'll be virtual for February, and we have every intent of being back in person in March. That's it for my report.
That's very good. Yes, I think at this point, we're looking at this latest COVID wave is waning somewhat. And so I'm hopeful that we can get back in person in chambers within the next couple of meetings. So with that, I would like us to adjourn to our next meeting on February 8th. Thank you all.
Good night, everybody.
Night.
All right.